In the world of baseball, Tarek Skubal comes away with a massive arbitration win over the Tigers. He will now make the $32 million his side was requesting in that arbitration battle, which represents the biggest award. I believe the Tigers were offering $13 million, so a big win for Tarek Skubal.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
This is Wyman and Bob.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco. Powered through the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Ahead of Super Bowl 60 between the Patriots and Seahawks on Seattle Sports.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We are getting closer, everybody. Seahawks, Patriots, Super Bowl 60, just a few days away. We cannot wait. We are live at Radio Row once again in San Francisco. It is Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710. Do have to correct something I said in the snapshot about the Tarek Skubal award. He was offered $19 million by the team, not 13. He was offered $19 million. He wanted $32 million, and the arbitrator went his way. So there you go. That's the official victory for Tarek Skubal.
You were trying to cheat him out of about $6 million, Bob.
Well, I don't want to make the Tigers sound more cheap than they were actually being. They offered 19, he wanted 32, and he won. So congrats to him. Big chunk of change. Meanwhile, another big day planned out here. We've got Steve Wyche of the NFL Network scheduled to join us at 2:30. We'll have our weekly conversation with Paul Moyer coming up at 3 p.m. The playmaker, NFL Hall of Famer Michael Irvin, scheduled to join us at 4 p.m. And much like yesterday, there could be a bunch of people stopping by somewhere in between. So we'll see who's available, who's not available. Good stuff coming up today, but we are just one day closer. But the biggest story coming into today, Dave, is the injury to Nick Emmanwori. And I think most people at this point have been on social media, have seen the video of him getting out of a car to his hotel, and he's limping. It didn't look good, but he was speaking with the media today. Ankle injury is what happened out there. And
well, this is what, I thought this is, made me feel a lot better. I mean, when he talks, you'll be able to hear it in his voice.
Yeah. And the other part of it, before we get to what he had to say, the fact that there's so much concern and conversation around a rookie. And it speaks to his value to this team. It speaks to his impact on this team. I mean, it is pretty amazing that we're talking about a first-year guy and the idea, the possibility that he could be compromised or maybe not play. People were like, oh, my God, what's going on? I mean, it just emphasizes how crucial and how big of a part he's played in this defense.
And how mature he is, too. And you'll hear that in the interview. We heard it today on the huddle near the end, and it's amazing. Like, when you watch him play, you're not watching a rookie. When you watch him, listen to him talk, when he does interviews, everything, he just sounds like a 10-year vet, man. It's incredible. And, we'll talk about, the impact and everything, but I mean, he is huge for this defense. And like you said, we're talking about a rookie, and he's on his rookie contract, and we're going to look back on the early years of his career and go, remember when we only had to pay Nick Emmanwori? I don't know if he's getting, as far as the second rounder, it's still a lot of money, but man, it's not going to be anywhere near what he is valued at on the open market.
No, not at all. And we'll ask his teammate Byron Murphy about it. He'll join us at 5 p.m. Actually, a conversation I recorded this morning with him. So asked him about Nick, his impact, and just the level of concern about this injury. So that'll happen at 5 p.m. You guys can text in throughout the show at 866-979-3776. But Nick Emmanwori, and here's the good part. Seahawks are not going to let an injured player speak with the media. If they feel like, look, he's not going to play, or we got some uncertainty attached to this, he's not going to be made available. He was made available, and here he is describing what happened to him in practice yesterday.
Oh, yeah, just a little mishap that happened, just rolled my ankle, and I just didn't finish practice, so that was it. In the moment, you probably just, things happen, but, it's a Super Bowl week, so probably just a little, too much, but I'm good, though.
Just a little too much. I'm not sure what's too much, but yeah, just kind of really downplaying it as any sort of big deal. When he was asked if he expects to play on Sunday, here's what he said.
Yeah, I expect to play on Sunday. I feel good. Training staff got a good plan for me. Everything good, and just making sure I'm just rehabbing good. So yeah, super relief. Doc told me I'd be good. Just super young, healthy. So yeah, I'll be good. I'll be good to go.
Well, I'll tell you
He's
what.
super young.
He is. Yeah, he's like made of rubber, basically. And then the other thing is, man, if you're going to injure something, your ankle, every time, man, because really what you need to do is, what hurts it typically is that, the swelling. And it distends all of the, the ligaments and everything in your ankle. And so once you get that swelling down, most of the pain goes away. But then, also you can wrap it up. And I remember, basically, and in the beginning, it feels like you have a cast kind of, but then when you work it in, you go through, warm-ups, things like that, you get a couple of snaps, you got all that support, and it doesn't really restrict you at all. So, I mean, look, he's not even going to be thinking about this. And that, that would be the one thing. I mean, if it's hurting enough to distract him, then, yeah, that could be a problem. But it just entirely sounds like it's, I just tweaked it a little bit. And, got a little bit of swelling in there. Get it out. We got great training staff. David Strickland, one of the best trainers, and his group. I mean, they're gonna get him ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got days to treat it and do whatever, whether it's stim and ice and all that good stuff, they'll get that handled. So I've got no concerns that he'll be in there. This could be another one, Dave, where we were talking about Sam Darnold and should the Seahawks win this game, and maybe he's the MVP, maybe he's not, whatever. But we may hear stories afterwards about, he was actually dealing with a lot more than he ever let on or the team let on. Mm-hmm. This could be the same thing.
Yeah.
Potentially. That, he was actually, we were much more concerned he wasn't going to be able to go, or he was going to be limited in what he could do, or, one of those stories where they're certainly not going to say that now, but after the big game's done, maybe we get some more clarity on both those injuries.
Yeah, no question, definitely. And, I mean, look, they're following the guidelines and everything. We know how Mike McDonald feels about it. He only is talking about it if he has to, and has to, go through the normal steps. But, I think, that could be the case. Also, I mean, your adrenaline gets going, and then right after the game, you're still okay, but like, he's probably going to feel it the night of the Super Bowl. There's definitely going to be some pain there.
Yeah. Well, Mike McDonald today, speaking with the media, he was asked about Emmanwori's injury and, more importantly, their plan for him the rest of the week.
Just rolled his ankle yesterday, and he's got a low ankle sprain. Going to do the walkthrough today. We're not sure how extensive, if at all, he's going to practice. But he's confident, got a great plan, fully expect him to play. So, good, right where we want to be. So, but he's doing great and moving around. Just got to make sure we handle it the right way, and probably going to be over careful and over cautious at this point to make sure we're rolling going into the weekend.
Good, which is where we want to be.
Good.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Mike's a pretty guarded guy, as we've talked about throughout the season. I didn't get any uncertainty to what he's saying, other than we'll see how much we practice him. But
I don't ever remember hearing him interject that good.
Yeah.
I'm like, you can tell he's fired up, he's excited, and so that's a good indicator as well, because he typically is only given the bare minimum of and he kind of showed his hands a little bit there. Showed his hand, I should say. And
he's got two of them. He can show both.
Or hands, whatever works. However that phrase goes. But it's. I think just hearing that from him right there is good enough. Makes me feel better.
Yeah, and I'm curious from your perspective, and I know he's a rookie, and we've talked about it. Technically, he is. He hasn't played like one. He hasn't acted like one. He looks like a vet out there on the field. How much practice is necessary? I mean, how much are they going to truly deviate from what they've asked him to do week in, week out? I know each opponent is different, and there are going to be some tweaks, obviously, to the game plan based on the personnel they're facing. But overall, it's not as if he's learning an entirely new defense, and I got to run through these drills because they don't make sense to me. I haven't done them all year. I mean, how much new do you think is actually being presented to him?
I mean, I think every week there's just a little bit more for him, certainly because they've realized that he can handle it. But, at a certain point, it's like, okay, I know how to do this, and I know what the adjustments are. Do I really need to go out and do it in practice? Not really, right? And sometimes for rookies, it is kind of – so, like I said, it's not ideal because what you like to do, we used to, basically say, chalk it, talk it, and walk it. You put in the defense, you walk through it, and then you go out and you go through practice, and that's the ideal way to do it. But you can do it if you're a mature, smart player like he is. I mean, he's playing all over. He's basically learned 3 positions.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't think he's going to have any problem, just hanging in there with and not being able to step through some of the adjustments that they're making. He's been doing that all year. He's the ultimate Swiss Army knife, and, that's because he has run, been on every single level. So, I mean, for a rookie, I'm amazed. Just like you, I'm like, we're talking about a rookie. He's playing, 3 different positions, and he is balling out. And usually you throw a lot of stuff on a rookie, and they're just gonna regress. And he has just thrived in this defense. It's been unbelievable. And I think we'll be talking about Nick Emmanwori's rookie year for a long time.
I love watching that kid play. I mean, we go back to the draft. I was most excited about that draft pick just based on his potential. Certainly never expected him to be this prominent. I thought he's going to grow like everybody else, and he'll show those signs. You're going to see that he's a great player, but to use him, he's a safety, he's a corner, he's a linebacker. Yeah, I don't know. Which one of those is he best at?
Yeah, I mean, it's
probably
a good
safety.
Well, I like to say linebacker just because, I played that position. But, if you're able to cover anyone, I mean, that's the thing. And we were talking to Kurt Warner about this morning on the huddle that, now the linebackers, the guys that play inside, they got to be more like 215, 220, and they got to be able to run, And I was one of those, and he goes, yeah, it used to be these 2-down linebackers. I was like raising my hand like, yeah. That's me. Yeah. 2 down. I mean, that later in my career, because I couldn't run anymore. So, yeah, I mean, that's just what you have to have. And Nick is, I think, probably best at that level because he can blitz, he can, cover, and it puts him in a position to be involved, in every play.
All of our coverage this week is powered by WGU. This defense is just. They've been amazing. And the other thing that gives me confidence, hypothetically, in playing worst-case scenario, if he's can't go or if he's compromised a bit, they've dealt with injuries on that side of the ball all year. We've talked about it. He got hurt to start the year. Now, they certainly hadn't developed him to where he is now, where they were relying on him the same way. But they dealt without him. They dealt without Ernest Jones. They dealt without Jaron Reed. They dealt, they've had multiple at Kobe Bryant. Lots of injuries on that side of the ball. Still ended the season the best defense in the league in points allowed. Still, you lost just 3 games. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, pretty miraculous what they were able to do and just sort of cover for whoever was missing. So it gives me confidence that, all right, worst case scenario, he doesn't go or he's really limited. They're going to have a plan. They're going to have the guys in place that are going to be able to soak it up.
Right. Yeah, no question. I mean, they have this stuff. It's like we always talk about with contracts. Like, I remember when Richard Sherman's contract came up, he was coming off his rookie deal. And I remember Pete saying, we've been planning for this for 3 years, basically. I mean, they have a plan, especially Mike McDonald. He's probably got A through G, scenario.
Yeah.
A through G has failed, Bob. We must go to preparation H.
You love that.
I love that.
You love that he loves it, more importantly.
He thought it was so funny, and he's like hitting me going, huh? That's a good one, right?
Because everybody else looked at him when he did that and called him awkward. Why are you making it awkward in here, Mike?
Meanwhile, attempts at a tractor beam went through several preparations. Preparations A through G were a complete failure. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we finally have a working tractor beam, which we shall call Preparation H.
Dave is cracking up, for those of you not watching on the videos.
Hey, doctor.
Like he's hearing it for the first time.
Well, I mean, the thing that is so funny to me is that Mike McDonald thinks it's funny. And he,
well, it is funny.
Used it in a,
Funny's funny.
It's hilarious. I love that he's corny and all that. It's very fun. But yeah, again, they're gonna have lots of plans ready to go, and that's the thing with Mike McDonald. He's always prepared.
Sam Darnold was talking about this defense, and he was talking about what makes the Seahawks defense so effective and so tough on opposing quarterbacks.
It's a few things, right? I think it's Coach Mike and the scheme, how the players play in that scheme, and how smart our guys are. Like the football IQ that our defensive players have. You know, they understand in certain coverages, all right, like we might not be able to, hold our shell, as much as we can. We need to get to our spots, but in certain pressures, and maybe it's a third down, or maybe like a short yardage type situation, like, we're able to hold our shell a little bit longer and wait till they snap the ball. So just those little things. And, there's just so many smart players on that defense, and I think that's what makes it the toughest is how smart they are and understanding just the little nuances that come with playing defenses, and also what the quarterback's looking for. I feel like they're very smart with what we're looking for as a quarterback, and the center as well, with protection. So, yeah, they just do a great job, and they make it really hard on an offense.
Yeah, I thought he said hit really hard, but he said he make it very hard. I love that he is involved, like he has actually a comment on our defense.
Well, he faces them in practice. He knows better than anybody.
Yeah, but, and all during the regular season, it's a scout team that they're going up against. But, yeah, I mean, I love that he knows exactly, and I'm sure he's over on the sideline watching, going, man, that's a tough, way to, and I'm sure he's having lots of conversations with McDonald just about, what makes it tough on a opposing quarterback.
Yeah, what would they do? What would be the obvious move, in your opinion, if he couldn't go? Just the hypothetical.
Bump and I were talking about this morning. I think, you're probably going to see more Drake Thomas, and it'll be a true base defense, because when they have their base defense in there with Nick, it's like having nickel. I mean, you have.
Is it a 4-3 or a 3-4 with 4-3 concepts? What is it?
It's both, Bob. But yeah, I mean, that's really what I think is probably the only thing. I mean, it's just going to be. I look at Nick, honestly, even though again we're talking about a rookie, he's kind of a luxury. He's a luxury for defensive coaches, because you don't have to worry about being light in the box if you want to put an extra cover guy in there. Mm-hmm. And so that's the true, like, most basic value of him. And again, I mean, I don't know how many, maybe there are other teams that have, a player like that, but, none really come to mind. He's a guy that truly can play on all three levels. So that's, like I said, he's a luxury.
He is, and it's just as we talk about it and everything, I just continue to marvel at how big of an impact he's had and how important he is to this defense, and again, the sort of drama or concern that immediately came out when the story came out, that everybody's like, oh, yeah. No. And I was just looking at social media, and what are they going to do if they don't have Nicky? I mean, I'm going, man, the guy's a rookie. Yeah. The guy's a rookie, and he's solidified how good he is so quickly. And again, missing time early in the season. He didn't even play all 17 games. Right. And we're to the point of true concern if he couldn't go. And and to be fair, same would be true if Gray Zabel got hurt. Now, he's only in one spot. Yeah. But he's had that kind of impact as well, where you look at him and go, what would you do if this guy wasn't available?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing what he's been able to do. So we'll talk more about that. You'll hear from Byron Murphy later on in the program, weighing in on that as well. Meanwhile, let's take two.
Well, the first ever game in Australia was announced today. It'll feature the 49ers and the Rams. A lot of Seahawks-related people thought that could be the Seahawks because of Michael Dixon and because the Seahawks are one of 4 teams who have international marketing rights in Australia.
Yeah, Australia, Rams and Niners getting together. So the Rams, they were announced in February last year, and now the opponent just got announced, which is the 49ers. So that'll be a heck of a matchup, and I'm glad they're the ones that have to fly all the way out there.
Well, yeah, no kidding. That's a long trip. Everything you hear that's like a rumor, or, hey, maybe they're going to do this in the NFL, is going to come true. We've been hearing about 18 games coming, they went to 17. Well, at some point, it's going to go to 18, and then you hear the NFLPA popping off, saying, oh, we're not going, that's ridiculous, we're not going to do it. Well, it's all the little negotiation between the players and the NFL, but it's going to happen because this sport obviously is wildly popular, and now it's pretty much spanning the globe.
I feel like we're always at a point trying to figure out how much bigger can it actually get.
Right.
And it just continues to get bigger. I mean, the ratings get bigger every time there's a new streaming element added to it, as inconvenient as it is, and it is.
Right.
Those are like the biggest ratings that streaming platform has ever had for this game, whether it's Peacock, whether it's Amazon, what have you. Those numbers continue to grow. It's a behemoth. It has been, and it just becomes more and more outrageously huge, and now it's going to be worldwide.
Right.
We have some big baseball news in the midst of Super Bowl week. Tarek Skubal won his arbitration case against the Tigers. He'll make $32 million this season. That's the most ever given to a pitcher in arbitration.
Yeah, I was talking about this in the snapshot coming into the show that they offered him 19. His side countered with 32. Usually there's not that big a disparity when there's a win, obviously representing the biggest win that they've seen. So a massive, massive payday, and they just spent a bunch of money on their rotate. The Tigers are going to be, they were good last year. They hit a bit of a dip in the season, but I think they're going to be a problem.
They are, and
their rotation is going to be a huge part of it.
Yeah, and he was a huge problem for the Mariners this year. So good on him. I like to walk in 19 or 32. Oh, 32. I would have thought somewhere in between or whatever.
Well, they go either or.
Yeah. Right. So it's pretty interesting that it's how that process goes down.
Yeah, I mean, you see it when, like with was it Bryce Miller, in what his side was requesting versus what the Mariners were offering. The difference, it was somewhere like, it wasn't even $1 million. It was like $500,000 difference or something like that. Here you've got tens of millions. You got a lot of money as far as difference going there, and that's a guy who's definitely earned it. So good on the Tigers, and I'm sure John Morosi's very happy right now.
I can imagine. If you're Skubal, how hard do you think your heart is pounding when you're looking at the difference of, what is it, $13 million? I mean,
yeah,
it's got to be like,
that's huge. Oh. That's huge, but he knows he's going to get it anyway because he's going to get a huge deal. Now, whether the Tigers retain him or if they try to trade him because they just picked up a big time pitcher, so we'll see what goes on with them. But yeah, good news for Skubal. Meanwhile, Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/Cyberknife Prostate. He's been on site for the Seahawks Super Bowl run. We're going to catch up with NFL Network's Steve Wyche, talk to him about what he's seen from this team. He's going to join us next as we continue live from Radio Row in San Francisco. It's Wyman and Bob on your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl. Seattle Sports on 710.
We knew the foundation was strong.
Last year, everything was new.
But this?
We are going to the Super Bowl!
Doubters? What doubters?
We did not care. We've been playing dominant football all year.
Now, the stage is set to finish by claiming the ultimate prize. Seahawks, Patriots in Super Bowl 60. Kickoff with Steve Rabel on the call. Sunday at 3:30 on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
When you buy a new vehicle from Lee Johnson, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty included.
Don't miss the Daniel Jeremiah Show, presented by Marquee Data.
I think he's been awesome.
Tuesday mornings at 8:30 with Brock and Salk.
If this is where he is right now, he could win an MVP.
Only on Seattle Sports.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't, and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination, and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Get ready, because it's here. The first huge public online auction of the new year from the James G. Murphy Company, and it's underway now. We're stacked and packed with a vast assortment of heavy construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and more, like 17 excavators, 6 dozers, including a 2012 John Deere 700K XLT, 4 wheel loaders, a grader, a 2021 Kenworth T270 propane delivery truck, a 2023 Volvo Auto Transporter, 6 Peterbilt 567 tractors, 6 dump trucks, forklifts, boom lifts, loaders, graders, and utility trucks. But wait, there's more, like over 100 unused gas-powered excavators, flatbed trucks, and on and on. We are on fire with gear. Preview all items Tuesday and Wednesday, February 10th and 11th at our location in Marysville. Do not miss the first huge public online auction of the new year. Check MurphyAuction.com for all details. MurphyAuction.com. MurphyAuction.com.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco.
This is Wyman and Bob.
Powered through the Quantum Fiber Studio.
On the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the game, Seattle Sports.
We are live on Radio Row out here in San Francisco. Seahawks, Patriots, Super Bowl 60 just days away. I cannot wait be parked in front of the TV for this game. It's going to be amazing, and it's going to be nerve-wracking. Even though I'm very confident they're going to win, there's still a lot of tension that goes with it. It's amazing how invested you get as a fan.
Yeah.
And we're even being in this business where you kind of get numb to certain things, certain moments, or what have you. This one, no, it's like the Mariners in the playoffs last year. Edge of your seat, just gripping the hands, or palms are sweaty. The whole thing.
Well, you know how Schneider would describe it. It's the Catalina wine mixer.
It's that times 10.
It's the big deal.
Yeah.
It's the big deal.
It's a big bleeping deal.
How many you've gone, have you actually gone and sat in the stands?
Yeah.
How many times?
I was at the Janet Jackson one.
Yeah.
That was in Houston.
That's right. And you said you didn't even know what went on at halftime.
No,
right?
nobody did.
Nobody knew.
Because in the section we were in, we had phenomenal seats somehow. We were sitting next to Ice Cube. And people came and passed out these
Did
printouts.
you say, hello, Mr. Cube?
Yeah, we had interviewed him earlier in the day on the show, and I said, that was a heck of a conversation, Ice, or is it Mr. Cube? But we were sitting, and then an usher came over with had an armful of printouts and handed them out to everybody in our row, and it was like a statement from whichever, I can't remember, Fox, CBS, whoever had the game that year, apologizing for the wardrobe malfunction, and we're all looking at each other going, what are they talking about?
Yeah.
It was so quick. Nobody knew. Nobody saw anything. It was, but I've been there. I've been Miami, Jacksonville, certainly New York, San Diego.
It's kind of funny, what television does and how, it makes it. I mean, I think it's almost a better product watching it on TV.
100%. I mean, of all the only one I'm glad I was in the stands for rather than in front of the TV was for the Seahawks in New York.
48, yeah.
And we were in the auxiliary press, but that was in the stands. Same for Jacksonville.
Right.
All those other ones, it truly is a better experience in front of your TV.
Yeah.
Just for actually taking in the game and understanding what happened on that play. What you're getting the replays, you're getting the commentary explaining the penalties or what may have happened when you're there in the stands. It's like a regular season game. Often you're going, wait, what's going on? Why the stoppage? What happened on that play? Who was holding there? So
yeah, and you don't get the vibe of the game and what they're talking about. I remember Brock and I sat at Super Bowl 40 in Detroit against the Steelers, and we sat next to each other, and he was like, I don't know if you've ever seen Sanford and Son, but that was kind of like
Fred Sanford.
Yeah, I thought he was going to have a heart attack at one point. And I thought I heard a swear word, but maybe not. Probably not, because it's Brock.
Yeah.
But, we had no idea what the outrage of the fans was, because we're there. We didn't really hear any comments of anything. And, when we got back to the hotel and ran the post-game show, it was like everybody was talking about the refs.
Yeah. It's definitely better in that avenue. Meanwhile, we get a chance to speak to a man we've had on the air with us a few times. You see him work his magic on NFL Network. He is NFL Network's chief national reporter. Steve Wyche is with us. How are you, man?
I don't know if I'm working magic right now. I don't know if I can pull a rabbit out of a hat. Maybe a feather. That's about it.
How many interviews do you think you've done to this point?
So far today, about 10.
Just for the whole week or just today?
No, in terms of me interviewing people. No, I've been working it now.
Yeah.
Dozens.
Crazy.
I'm trying to get all the insight I can. I try to ask some pretty introspective questions. And got some good things that I'll be reporting on pregame from the stadium on Sunday.
We were talking about this yesterday, and not saying this just because we're from Seattle and the flagship for the Seahawks, but I've just found it hard to find somebody who's really making a strong case, not for the competitive game, but for the Patriots to actually win. I just feel like the majority of the sentiment is with the Seahawks. They should win. They're better. Blah. Have you had much on the other side?
No. And it goes back to what the Patriots have faced all season, right? They played the fourth place schedule, so you played a light schedule. The division wasn't as good this year because Buffalo was down, right? So you've got that. Then they get to the playoffs, and people are like, well, they played 3 offenses that were compromised, right? The Chargers didn't have an offensive line. Houston's been a mess offensively all year. And then Denver played with a backup quarterback. But you know what? They played the top 3 of the top 5 defenses in the NFL thus far in the playoffs. They're here, man. So they have found a way to get here. So I think people do need to respect that, but styles make fights. And it is hard to look position by position, down and distance, where they've got many advantages over the Seahawks. The Seahawks are as loaded as any team as I've seen in years on both sides of the ball.
I think I might know the answer to this, but who do you, when you compare the two quarterbacks, who do you think has the advantage?
Well, I mean, advantage, I would think in terms of quarterback play, Drake May.
Yeah.
In terms of having the overall talent to support him, Sam Darnold. I mean, and Darnold is playing great, but Drake May is a special player. And look, I covered several Patriots games in person last year, and I saw it when he was getting his head kicked in on that bad football team. Just the way he controlled the huddle. Like, guys, I know it's not going well, but let's go out and get it. Like, there was something to him which has allowed him to be in the MVP conversation this year. Like, he's been sacked 15 times in the playoffs.
Yeah.
He's been getting the snot knocked out of him. But you even saw against Denver, despite that, it can be 3rd and long. He's going to pull it down, and he's going to run it.
Yeah.
He's very strategic on when he runs the ball, but there is something special in his DNA where this is going to be one of the guys you're talking about for the next 10, 12 years, like Mahomes and Burrow and guys like that.
Could you see them, because with those sacks, he's also had 5 turnovers,
Yeah.
and his completion percentage isn't close to the 72%
No.
of the regular season, which you don't expect. But is the moment getting to him? Is it his line? Is it what do you see that's changed in terms of those numbers?
I think it's a combination of things, and let's not forget this, and our NFL research department hit me with this, it blew my mind. They have not played a playoff game warmer than 38 degrees.
Yeah.
So there have been weather conditions. You know, we saw what happened in Denver, which was just a disaster. I was at that game. So let's factor in that. Let's factor into him getting hit. But a lot of times in these types of games, it is the timeliness of plays that are made. Like, you know, Butte making a catch that he made that was insane. You know, guys like that bailing him out at times like that. But I just think it's not him. Like, when you watch him play, he's not making a ton of mistakes. Some of those turnovers are fumbles. You know, he's been hit because he's been tagged. But when you look at some of the things he does, he is bailing them out. They're here in large part because of him and that great defense, because some of the other things have faltered offensively. And the running game has also picked up. You know, Ramondre Stevenson has been the guy. They have not used Travion Henderson very much compared to Stevenson, which is why I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot more of Henderson on Sunday.
When you look at the Seahawks, what are the weak points that you think? I mean, we got a corner that had some trouble in the NFC Championship game, and then, you know, Sam's had a couple of bad games, but you know, for the most part, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, look, when I look at the Seahawks, I don't put too much into their performances because they're playing familiar opponents, right? You know, a lot of times when you're playing a team a third time, you know everything that they're going to do. Yeah. I think. Look, I'm very interested in this Nick Emmanwori ankle situation. Like, is it a Cam Chancellor? Remember that a few years ago, you know, in the Super Bowl, Cam Chancellor injured his knee in practice, and we're all kind of like, oh, okay, he's going to be good. And then when I watch him in that pregame workout with that big brace on and how he was not moving well, I was like, oh, he's going to gut through this. Yeah. So,
yeah, that was Super Bowl 49, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Now, that's something to watch because the way New England utilized its tight ends. And we know Seattle's had some games for some tight ends, specifically Trey McBride, have gotten the best of them.
Yeah.
And they also use their running backs a lot in the receiving game. That's where Stevenson's really good. So there's not a ton of advantages, but that Patriots defensive front is legit. I mean, they will come, especially on the interior, but they're so disciplined on the edges, and they roll guys through. So it's going to be a 60-minute game. I don't think it's going to be lopsided. I don't think the Patriots necessarily are going to go away, in part because Drake May just is that poised, and because that defense, like their corners are freaking good, man. Yeah. I mean, Gonzalez and Carlton Davis. No one's talking about Carlton Davis. He's been PFF's top-ranked cornerback since Week 9 in the NFL, and he's big. Like, he's going to cause some problems in the passing game. So they'll lock up man coverage. And if Sam's got to sit back there and pat the ball a couple times, you never know. That's something that could even the slate a little bit, I should say.
When you look at Emmanwori, we were just talking about it, the fact that there's so much concern about his availability. Is he going to be compromised? Is he going to play? He's a rookie. And the fact that we've come to this point where he's being relied upon so much, he's meant so much to this defense as a rookie, playing linebacker, playing safety, playing corner. Coaches are not afraid to throw any. I mean, just the impact that a rookie has had on all three levels there. How unique is that in your estimation?
He's a rookie by status.
Right.
He is a burgeoning defensive player of the year. I mean, he's that good of a player and that impactful of a player. And again, you think of Mike McDonald's defense, you think of Kyle Hamilton, right? That's Emmanwori. Probably more physical, runs just as well, may not cover quite as well, but he can cover pretty darn well. But yeah, I mean, they're able to do certain things in certain coverages because of him. They blitz him off the edge a lot. There's certain things they can do because of his skill set. I mean, I was speaking to some Patriots players, and they're like, hey, when we come out in certain situations, we've got to find 3 and we've got to find 21 because they're able to do a lot of things because of the versatility of those two.
By the way, you can see Steve on a special 8.5-hour edition of it. Are you going to talk for 8.5 hours?
That will not be me.
Okay.
I will probably be there for about 4 of those.
Okay.
You got to love a pregame show that's twice as long plus than a game.
Yes. 8.5-hour edition of NFL Game Day morning. Super Bowl Sunday. It starts at 6 a.m. Pacific time right there on NFL Network. Steve, always fun to talk to you, man. Really appreciate you taking a few minutes with us.
I love it. Love it. Take
Thanks,
care.
Man. There you go. Steve Wyche, everybody. Awesome conversation with him always. Meanwhile, it might not have come with the Seahawks, but one player's prior Super Bowl experience could be the X factor on Sunday. We'll talk about that next with Wyman and Bob right here on your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl. It's Seattle Sports on 710.
This is what it's all about, right?
We are going to the Super Bowl.
The pure joy.
It's a great time to be alive for Seattle fans.
It's why we're 12s.
Super Bowl, baby, let's go!
And Sunday, when history is written in Super Bowl 60, isn't there only one voice you want to hear tell the story?
A one-hander, JSN!
Wherever you are on Sunday, listen to Steve Rabel call the Seahawks and Patriots in Super Bowl 60, live and free on the Seattle Sports app.
30 years ago, Davis Law Group was founded to be the best law firm for our clients and our community. Our core values are to win, help, and serve. It means our success is defined by the difference we make in our clients' lives and the impact we can have in our community. Not by giant settlement checks or shiny offices. Our mission to lift up the vulnerable extends beyond the courtroom to our charity partners, promoting safety, uplifting students, accident victims, foster youth, and the elderly. If you've been injured and want better results for your claim and for all of Washington, call Davis Law Group today.
The Boat Show, the Big Seattle Boat Show.
The Big Seattle Boat Show ends this Saturday, February 7th. It's the best time to buy with big selection, big discounts, and big fun for everyone. It's a big deal. Presented by Sundance Yachts and Port of Seattle. Make it a date Friday evenings with Boat Show After Dark, featuring unforgettable ambiance, music, food, beer, and wine. Details and discount tickets at seattleboatshow.com.
The Anime Washington and the Washington State Gaming Expo Super Convention is almost here. We have assembled a massive celebrity guest lineup on February 6th through the 8th in Puyallup. Meet the voices behind Final Fantasy, Naruto, Halo, Grand Theft Auto, One Piece, Spider-Man, Dragon Ball, Baldur's Gate, and so many more. Shop at hundreds of vendors, makers, and artists. Compete in the Tetris Regionals, Catan, Uno Elite, Smash, Tekken, Mario Kart, and so much more. Join us February 6th through the 8th at Washington State Fair and Event Center. Tickets on sale at animewa.com.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SOUND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Who did it best in 2025? Vote now for the Sports Stars and Story of the Year at seattlesports.org and help choose the winners of the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft. From collegiate champions to the standouts across our professional teams, make your choice and come celebrate Washington's biggest night out for sports on March 13th. Vote now and get tickets at seattlesports.org. We'll see you there.
And the Seahawks are going back to the Super Bowl.
Home of the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Dave Wyman here with Dr. Landis to talk about Swedish CyberKnife.
Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out, you essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
5 days, less than an hour a day to treat prostate cancer. That really is amazing. If diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. Any style, any budget. Like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or hand-matched diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Experience a luxury resort, breathtaking wildlife, spectacular wilderness, and amazing fishing at Queen Charlotte Lodge in northern British Columbia. King salmon runs are at their peak in May and June, and halibut and lingcod are always plentiful. Check out how easy it is to visit QCL at fishqcl.com. That's fishqcl.com. Queen Charlotte Lodge. Experience fishing first class. And remember, our dollar's worth $1.35 north of the border.
This is Steve Ahman, president of Pacific Power Batteries. And when we hear, oy vey, zut alors, or oofta, we know that battery prices are high these days. Our job is to control our costs and offer a great value to you. We tried calling our vendors to ask them to stop raising prices, but they haven't returned our calls. Whether it's a brand new battery, a reconditioned battery with a 90-day guarantee, or a factory second with a 1-year guarantee, we'll have something for your budget. So stop in at any Pacific Power Battery store, and we promise to help you.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco.
This is Wyman and Bob.
Powered through the Quantum Fiber Studio.
On the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the game, Seattle Sports.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. You guys can weigh in on the game, weigh in on Emmanwori. Anything that's on your mind with the world of the Seahawks, the Super Bowl, the Mariners, whatever. Our thanks to Steve Wyche of NFL Network, who joined us in the previous segment. Always a fun conversation with him. Some text coming in. 253 asked, does that worry you guys? Everyone thinks we're going to win. Nope. Because what anybody else thinks outside of the building means absolutely nothing and has zero impact. I don't think these guys are listening to any of the commentary, and if they are, I don't think it changes how they prepare. I don't think it alters anybody's intensity. I think one thing's been made very clear, and even talking with Byron Murphy this morning, which you'll hear that conversation at 5 p.m., they're all about them. They don't care about being the favorite or being they're supposed to win, or they understand they've got a rare opportunity in front of them, and they know that, look, it's not easy. It's not easy to win in the NFL, as you and Paul Moyer and everybody says. It's hard to win, much less get to this point. There are guys that have been playing this league for a decade that have never been to a Super Bowl, that never got there. And so I think they understand what's at stake and the idea that somehow commentators, you and I, Dave, saying, I'm confident they're going to win. We could say they're going to win by 100. It's going to have no impact on the game whatsoever. So the answer is no. I'm not worried about how many people think they're going to win versus lose.
Now, your answer was nope.
No.
I think that pretty much sums it up. I mean, that's exactly what Mike said when they presented him with the NFC championship trophy. I mean, he said, we didn't care, and it's all about this team. It's not nothing from the outside is going to disrupt that. And yeah, I mean, that's the thing that he's been pounding home the entire time. And wow, you talk about something, paying off. I mean, that's exactly like the blueprint of how you go to the Super Bowl. And, there's These guys all love each other. I mean, remember Super Bowl 48, and that was a totally different team. But they just, I was watching some highlights from it the other day, and there was like, there wasn't really that much of connectedness that you see now on this team. And by the way, there was also a fist fight in the locker room before. Now that was a totally different, type of team and everything. But still, I just think this is a lot closer team, definitely, than that team in Super Bowl 48.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I just don't. I don't have any apprehension about their mindset. None at all. So again, I think if they were to lose the game, it would be mistakes, and those mistakes wouldn't be made because they overlooked anybody. They were I just don't think any team, I don't care if it was the Patriots during their run, I don't think any team gets to this game and is overconfident or looking past anything. Yeah. I think they are preparing for the absolute best team they faced all season, a team that's going to play flawless, so we got to be flawless. I mean, I don't see it. I don't think it's even a remote possibility that a team could overlook somebody in the Super Bowl. I just don't buy it. But meanwhile, Cooper Kupp is a guy that's obviously had some Super Bowl experience, as well as Sam Darnold as a backup with the 49ers. But, I'm wondering if he's a guy you think others are going to and saying, well, hey, take me through, how did you prepare? Or what did you do? Or, how did you handle that week? I'm wondering if those kind of conversations are happening behind the scenes.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's you got Cooper Kupp, you got Sam Darnold, who didn't play.
Right.
I mean, they're probably individual conversations, guys coming up and saying, so what was it like? And I doubt that Mike had anybody, get up and give a speech about it, or, here's what to expect or whatever. But, I don't know. I just think the message all year has been so clear. And what's funny is, like, a lot of times when you have that message and you pound it home, it gets kind of tiresome. But with Mike, I don't know, they're carefully chosen words, like loose and focused. And then the keys will set you free. He's got, a few of those. They work so well. And I think it's just a little bit different than every other coach. He's just a different coach. And, it's all about how do you make your guys believe. And, today when we were on the huddle, we were talking about that, with Kurt Warner and about, the different teams and, Louis Riddick as well. And he was talking about how, you can have all these pieces, but if you don't have everybody going and connected and they're all going in the right direction, then it's not worth it. You're not going to win. And that's the thing that the Seahawks have. And that for whatever reason, like the connectivity between upstairs and downstairs, right? Like you got John Schneider and then you got Mike downstairs, and they're going in exactly the same direction. And that's not always the case.
Right. Cooper Kupp, we brought him up, obviously. He talked about the emotions you feel when playing in a Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, I think it's, you dream about the Super Bowl for your entire life. As soon as you start playing football, you dream about these moments, and maybe it's just how constant and consistently you're dreaming about it. But when you get to that moment, I think the thought is that, the question is that moment going to be too big for you? And I don't know, maybe it is because you've dreamed about it for so long, but when you get there, it just feels like you're in that moment. You're enjoying being there, and there's the gratitude for what that is and the journey it took to get there, and you just get to play the game as if it's any other football game. So I think that was one of those cool things to see, is you dream about that moment and what you're going to feel like in that time, and learning that, that because you've dreamed it and seen yourself there for so long, that it becomes another game, and you get to be in that moment.
Yeah, it's gonna, and I would imagine, there'll be all the, all that adrenaline flowing, and the crowd, and the reality of being in the Super Bowl will be there present until first couple of snaps, and then it's going to be football. Yep. It's going to be, this is what we've done all season. This is how we got to 14-3, and this is how we've made our way through the divisional round and the championship round, and we're here. It's football.
I'm getting so excited for this game. I cannot wait to see how this plays out. And yeah,
you're not alone, man.
Yeah,
you're not alone.
Can't wait.
All right, his predictions carry much weight. Certainly around here. I think this whole media area has been buzzing about the predictions of Paul Moyer. I mean, he's just he's a savant, really. And he promised his big prediction today. He will unveil his Super Bowl prediction. Paul Moyer joins us for his weekly conversation. Coming up next, it's Wyman and Bob right here on your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, Seattle Sports on 710.
It's Super Bowl week.
Not super week, like super week.
Let's go!
It's going down.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, is broadcasting live from Radio Row in San Francisco all week with Brock and Salk at 6 a.m., Bump and Stacy 10 to 2, Wyman and Bob 2 to 6, with bonus coverage 6 to 8.
Powered by WGU.
From the only station where you hear Rabel and Wyman call the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Seattle Sports.
All right, guys, February 8th is coming up. Why not use it as a little cheat day? Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is inviting fans to start between now and the big game and then use that day as a cheat day to celebrate your success so far, then get right back to it. People all over the Northwest are going to lose 20, 30, 40, maybe 50 pounds by opening day, and they'll do it by starting with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. 15-minute phone call, that's all it takes to get started, and just see if you're interested in the program. I did it. I lost 10 pounds in the first week, about 35 pounds after just 8 weeks. And here's what I didn't have to do. Fight for space in a crowded gym with everyone else in their New Year's resolutions, take pills or even worse, injections, no fake bland box meals. It's all real food that you buy at the grocery store. What I did get were delicious recipes, groups to offer support and accountability and coaching, and an easy to follow plan that really does work. It's Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Don't let a 15-minute phone call hold you back. Call 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, DC. Results may vary.
Gear up for the big game at Simply Seattle. Shop official Seahawks playoffs gear and custom Simply original designs. Shop in-store or online and enter to win a $1,000 shopping spree now at simplyseattle.com. What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's Refractive Lens Exchange. Now, Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, no contacts, readers, or cataracts. Now, if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You never develop a cataract. Now, if you're somebody like me that had a pair of readers in every room of the home, in your car, you had to bring them into the restaurant with you. Otherwise, like me, you couldn't read the menu. That has all been rectified thanks to RLE. So whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to recommend what's best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
3 more days until Super Bowl 60.
And this is the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Seahawks and Patriots in the Super Bowl. KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, scary moment for the Seahawks when rookie cornerback, nickelback, linebacker, safety, Mr. Everything, Nick Emmanwori rolled his ankle in practice. But the quote from Mike McDonald is that he fully expects the rookie to play. As he said earlier, he's doing great, moving around. Just got to make sure we handle it the right way. Probably going to be over careful and over cautious at this point to make sure we're rolling and going into the weekend. So they're going to be cautious, but the expectation is he will play. Meanwhile, Tom Brady getting on the wrong side of some of his former teammates by not picking a side in this year's Super Bowl. On a broadcast on Sirius XM, he said, quote, "I don't have a dog in the fight in this one." He was talking with Jim Gray. He said, "Let's go, may the best team win." Well, Vince Wilfork and his counterpart Gronkowski saying that's bull crap, according to them, saying it ain't that political. Say what it is. The Raiders ain't in it. Say what it is, what you see. At the end of the day, if you're a Patriot for life, you know what it is. Don't give me that political bull crap, says Vince Wilfork.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
This is the moment many wait for.
The most entertaining.
A man of wisdom, a man of experience, Dave.
The most informative.
To bring light to a dark subject. To bring positivity to a negative world.
The incredible Paul Moyer.
Moyer out.
Even when we're here in San Francisco, Radio Row, the sports media of the world gathered here to cover the Seahawks and the Patriots in Super Bowl 60, there's a buzz about a pending prediction from this man who joins us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. He is our pal, Paul Moyer, with us. How are you, man?
I'm good. How are you guys doing? Are you guys, for me, man, I'm just ready for the game. I'm exhausted. I mean, the amount of social media. I'm not even down there. I mean, I kind of feel like I've missed out. I mean, everybody's down there. So I may have to flip it to you guys a little bit and interview you guys. And
you're trying to turn the tables.
Well,
I see.
I was thinking, my God, it's so watered down, you guys. There's so much social media. There are kids who are 24, 25 years old who are now analysts and they're experts. And again, no offense, to people who have never played football, but there's many people who have never played football. And they're their company's NFL analysts. And yesterday I was kind of funny. I was laughing. I was watching Bump and Stacy, and they had someone on, and I'd never seen the guy before. I go, God, Is that like some, whatever those social influencers, or maybe he's in a boy band? He looks like he's 24, 25. I mean, he was some ESPN guy, 28 years old, who, couldn't grow any facial hair. And he's the ESPN analyst. And
yeah,
the only reason why I'm saying it's so watered down now, I'm like, let's just get to the game. There's nothing to analyze anymore. So here's the one thing I was going to ask you guys, a couple of questions. One, you've interviewed a lot of people. I mean, it's not even really about the game. I mean, it's about celebrities and people showing up and jumping on the bandwagon. What's the one question you think you've asked the most?
One question, I would say, who has the advantage at quarterback?
Bob?
Yeah. I guess I've asked each guy to point out, give me the, where do the Seahawks have the advantage? Where do the Patriots have the advantage?
Yeah.
Okay, and then my next one here is, who's been the best interview you guys have had so far?
Ooh. Well, I got to do the huddle, and we had Louis Riddick on, and he was fantastic. I mean, he's going to be a GM, and he understands, how the NFL works, and, he really emphasized the connectivity between the coaches and, upstairs, downstairs, basically, between the coaches and the scouts and everything. And I thought, yeah, he was probably the best. Who'd you like the most? Bob's currently distracted by a dog, which is really maybe the cutest dog I've ever seen.
Yeah, Kirk
Really
Herbstreit is here with his golden
yeah.
retriever, who's absolutely adorable, sitting right next to us. But I don't know. I mean, I thought Orlovsky was really good. I thought he had some interesting, the way he analyzes a game is different. And so he said some things I hadn't heard. We've heard everybody's had kind of the same version, Paul, of how they analyze defense and what the teams do well, what they don't do well. And he brought up a couple things I hadn't heard before. And I thought our conversation with Ricardo Lockett was really good. I mean, he talked about, no, I'm not over the Super Bowl. And yes, this is revenge. And even though we've kind of been saying, you know what, it doesn't feel like revenge because Belichick's not there, Brady's not, none of the players are there. I mean, really, Robert Kraft is the only common figure from that game to this game. So,
yeah, and Ricardo was like 100% in on this is a revenge game.
Yeah,
right.
And he said the win here is what will take away the pain of that game.
Wow.
Well, same color uniforms, it looks like, that they'll be wearing. I'm hoping the Seahawks would have changed it up a little bit. Yeah, I like Orlovsky. I think you can tell the guys who are true analysts and study the game. I heard Kurt Warner on talking about Sam Darnold. Same thing, it's not an opinion. I mean, it's showing facts and examples. And again, that's why I said it's so watered down now that, everybody has an opinion. And there's just very few guys who really study it and know it. And it's hard to get I would say information is cheap because you can go anywhere and get information, but expertise is not. But it's hard to find that expertise now because everything just gets so watered down. It's why I was going to give my opinion on everything on Monday and Tuesday, and I said, you know what? There are 1 million people out there saying stuff. I go, I'm going to wait for Bob and Wyman. I'll leave it for the show rather than the post. Yep, for sure.
Well, are you going to unveil the prediction right now? Are you ready to do that?
Yeah, this one's not going to be as dramatic as 2013. 2013, you guys had heard me. I mean, it just stuck out like a sore thumb. For those who really watched and knew, everybody kind of saw it coming. I don't know if everybody thought it would be 44-8 or whatever the score was, 43-8. I threw out 44 because I just didn't know how Denver would stop us. I didn't think we'd hold them to 8. I think this one's a little bit more like 2014. I do. I really think this is a much, much more even game. I can't find a lot of weaknesses from New England. I just think, when I look at both sides of the ball and special teams, I go, we have a little edge in just about every category, but it's little, man. We're going to have to play our best football, I believe, to win. And, this game could flip either way, a couple turnovers, and we're chasing New England, which really favors them. They do some stuff defensively that has me concerned. Now, the reason why I'm less concerned is we have faced our last three games are the two best offensive coordinators in the world, and to me, Shanahan and McVay. And we could probably throw Kubiak in there too, but I'm talking about who we went up against. McDaniel, Joshy Boy, for the great John Clayton, the professor who used to call him Joshy Boy. He's good. He's good, but man, when I'm watching him, I go, oh, we get to play that offense. There's not a lot of motion. There's not this type of run game that we see with San Francisco and the Rams, and you're just every single snap, you've got to be on your toes. And the other side of it is, look, I've told people, I guess, the Rams scheme is tough, but that's not what's tough about the matchup. It's they have really good players. They have a great quarterback in Stafford. They have great wide receiver in Puka. They got great running backs, good offensive line. That's why they're so successful. And I don't see New England. New England doesn't have that kind of firepower. So I feel good about our matchup defensively. I think they'll have a hard time getting into the 20s if we don't turn the ball over. So I think the point spread is right on. I won't give the actual score, but I think it is going to be that 27-23, 23-20 type of football game. I just think that the strengths of these two teams are their defenses.
So you don't think they cover the spread then?
It's 4.5 today. Is that what it is?
Yeah. I haven't looked into it. It was 5, went to 4.5. So, yeah, you think it's closer than that even?
I think it's right there. Now, look, I also think if there's one team, and I think most people feel the same way, do I think we could win by 10, 17 points? Absolutely. If May turns the ball over and struggles like he's done the last 3 games offensively, we're going to steamroll him. But it's going to be good weather. And I do think our offense is going to face some real challenges. This is the best third down defense in the NFL that we're facing. I love their scheme. We already know their interior line is really good. And but you know what? I've seen that on film too, where all of a sudden I go, they weren't as good as I thought. Or we're better than I thought. And I think that's played out along the way. So I just think it's going to be a close game. I think it's going to be one of those Super Bowls that everybody goes, wow, that was a great one. With that, that little caveat that if the Seahawks play their best football and New England doesn't play their best, I think the Seahawks, pull away double digits in this game.
Paulie, we were talking earlier about Nicky Emmanwori, your position, strong safety, except he plays linebacker and defensive end and just all over the place. And it's just, we were just talking about how amazing it is that he's a rookie, and that he means that much to this team. But what do you remember about? I was saying earlier that like an ankle, like you just got to get the swelling out, and then you can tape it up, and so yeah, I feel like what do you remember about having an injury like that, and especially in a big game when like your adrenaline starts going. I don't remember feeling really anything or being hampered, and it kind of sounds like that's what it's going to be like for Nick.
Yeah, I don't think it's severe. I'll give you my history of I had a very bad ankle sprain in college. And it was, luckily we had a bye week before we played USC. It was my senior year, and I'm on crutches for a week, and I'm devastated. I don't think I'm going to get to play. But by the time we do all the stem and they, compress it, and, they're working and getting all the inflammation out, all of a sudden I'm fine. I play. I tweaked it during the game. I thought I did it again, and, they carried me to the sideline, and 30 seconds later, Lazarus' foot popped up and said, "I'm good." And I went back in, and I was fine. I think looking at the injury for Emmanwori, it's a lower, they said low grade, more mild. They're going to get almost all that inflammation out. They'll tape it up. It's one thing, though, Dave, as you know, when I was, wounded, I'll say wounded in a game, man, the adrenaline's going. I could fight through it.
Yeah.
It's way harder to go into a game when you're wounded. because you're warming up and you're already going, what can, or more importantly, what can I not do? And so I think it'll be important that he feels like he can cut. They'll tape it up nice. Hopefully it's not too stiff where he can't, have some of the change of direction. But I think with technology today and the time that they have to get this and it not being serious, I think hopefully it'll be a non-issue.
When you look at the two head coaches in this, I mean, they've both done a phenomenal job. I mean, you have to, as much as I don't like the Patriots, you gotta tip your cap to Vrabel turning that disaster last year into a Super Bowl team this year. I mean, just an amazing job by him. But Mike Macdonald, taking this team to 14 wins, 14-3 in the regular season. Do you look at a distinct advantage one way or the other as far as coaches? I mean, obviously Vrabel's been in the league longer as a coach than Mike Macdonald has, but what are your feelings about the coaching matchup?
Yeah, I think it's pretty even. Certainly there's a little bit of experience there where, you get McDaniel or Joshy Boy, who's been to 9 Super Bowls, and just Vrabel being taught from the, I guess the best in Belichick. But McDonald's played, both in collegiate, huge games. Great organization, obviously, in Baltimore. And I look at more of, and again, I think it's a toss-up. I don't think it matters. But I look at what Coach McDonald has done. And you guys mentioned Emmanwori. Man, it's hard to get rookies to believe they're as good as they're going to be and get them there quickly. And he did that with Emmanwori. He's done that with a lot of guys. But who I think benefited the most on this was Kubiak. I mean, Kubiak, offensive coordinator, I don't want to say in the past he was really sought after, and that guy like McDonald or Ben Johnson. And look at what I think Coach McDonald has done, and that's process. It's philosophy, stick-to-itness, believe in yourself. I just think he's done that with this whole team, and you look at the guys like Leonard Williams and, obviously D-Law, where they've come here and they bought into this system and, they've got to know each other. And I don't want to discount that at all. I think playing for a brother, someone that you truly love, I think it raises the bar and raises that team chemistry that is so important that people kind of, it's not that important. Yeah, it is. I mean, look at the Seahawks. So I just think Coach McDonald, what he's done with the overall staff, the team to believe in. I mean, Sam Darnold. There's story after story. K9. I mean, K9, the way he got him to play at the end of the year. Woolen, after the week 6, to flip him around. Man, McDonald he's very in tune, and he's a great coach.
Hey, Paul, any Super Bowl stories? I was just talking about how, it's a better, and Bob thinks it's way better product on TV than actually being there in person. But the one that stands out to me is Super Bowl 40, where I think you guys went to the hotel, and I stayed behind and did, I think, something with Dory, and we had no idea, no sense for how bad the officiating was being received. And you guys were taking calls, and it was like you had to finally just say, hey, we can't have any more no more people calling in and complaining about the refs but just being there, that didn't really come through. It was kind of an interesting phenomenon.
Yeah, it's a pageantry, and they do a very good job of producing that on TV. Obviously the commercials. I'm going to be honest, I'm not looking forward to the halftime. I don't even know who they are. I liked when I knew who Bruno Mars was and Katy Perry and Michael Jackson. But that's probably won't be enjoying that one that much because I'm quite sure I don't know a song. But I think just this whole week, this whole build-up, what they do, it's really remarkable. What the NFL machine has done. And you're right, Dave. I think when you're at the game, there's lots of lulls in between. Halftime's longer. You're not getting that information like obviously the TV does. But I'll give you I'm going to throw out a statement. I'm going to throw out a bold prediction. I think when I'm going to say when the Seahawks win Sunday. and Sam Darnold gets his first Super Bowl victory, I think Sam Darnold's going to end up being in the Hall of Fame. I do. The reason why is he's 28 years old. There's a guy named Kurt Warner, the quarterback with a K, not the running back with a C, who started his career, 27, 28 years old with the Rams after going through, a bunch of arena football opportunities and world football, what they can play for Amsterdam or something, and finally got an opportunity. Sam's been, I said, talent-wise, best we've ever had. 28 years old, 2 years in a row. Confidence now. I mean, he's the man. And this is a big one because I think you win a Super Bowl. 1 doesn't get you to a Hall of Fame. 2 most likely does. I think he's going to have another career the next 8 years where his numbers are going to warrant it. And so, I think he's going to surpass Russ when it's all said and done here. We got to get him that 8 to 10 years. But I think the talent's there. Him winning the Super Bowl, I think finally being around a team that's young, that we're a year or 2 ahead of probably where we all thought that we would be. I'm going to throw that out there. So this may be an 8 to 10 year one down the road, but I'm going to throw it out there now.
We'll see how many fans hang on to this prediction 10 years from now going, oh, Paul Moyer, ladies and gentlemen, called this. Or if it doesn't happen, then they start going, yeah, nice call, Paul. How many are going to hang on to it? We'll see. But that will top the Super Bowl prediction if that comes true, because we're talking about a guy who was widely viewed as a bust, and I know that perception has certainly changed over the last 2 seasons. But to go from 6 years of being labeled a bust to Hall of Fame inductee is a massive prediction. And so, yeah, I would put that as number 1 should that one come true. But that's the waiting game on that one. And who knew Paul was such a big Bruno Mars fan? I never would have suspected. So that's big. That's big as well.
That was a great
my
halftime.
favorite halftime show of all time, Up With People, has to be, I think, yeah, they were accompanied by the USC band, I think. It was
Sounds
really
electric.
It was a great time.
Yeah. Prince still reigns supreme.
Oh, Prince. Oh, yeah, that was a great one, too.
I just wish they would I wish they just put a rock act in there some point. I think the last technical, if you want to be technical about it, rock act was The Who back in like 2011, 10, I think it was. So, and they were past their prime back then. So it's time for,
Who would you put in, Bob? Who would you put in?
They're in the Bay Area. I'd put in Metallica. Metallica is one of the biggest bands in the entire world. They're a Bay Area band. You could put Journey in there for all I care. Journey's a Bay Area band. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I mean, come on. It's true. 2 massive artists and one who's currently about as big as it gets. And I know Bad Bunny technically is one of the biggest artists in the entire world, but they tend to do it with the theme of the city they're in. So the Bay Area, I don't know. I feel like Metallica was a very big missed opportunity.
I couldn't agree more on that. And look, so Bob, is it Bad Bunny? It's Bad Bunny.
Yeah.
One of the biggest stars in the world. Okay, I haven't heard of him. Name me his 2 biggest hits.
I couldn't name one. He's not in my.
That's what I mean.
I'm not a fan. That's why I want to rock at. But I don't. Yeah, all the other phony outrage about he's going to sing in Spanish or whatever. Save that stuff. That's nonsense. They were singing in Spanish when they had the Super Bowl in Miami, and they had Shakira and J-Lo out there doing their thing. There was some Spanish in there. So
I'm still going with Up With People, man. 5 times they have done the halftime appearance. That's how
5.
This thing started off with that. Can you believe that? I mean, what the Super Bowl is now, $4,000 tickets. The world's biggest, star apparently performing at halftime. Up With People, which was just a bunch of people that were wearing like similar sweaters, and they did like a really hokey little dance, and they sang, and it was supposed to be uplifting.
I don't know how many people are going to stay tuned for that these days.
Oh my
Dave.
God! But it's just amazing where this game has gone, right?
You know what? Again, the NFL, and I know you guys are up against probably a break here, but I think the NFL, they're a juggernaut. They're unbelievable. You can say whatever you want. Great business people. They've got it figured out. I remember when Mark Cuban a few years back, and he was wrong that they're oversaturating it. and their time's going to come.
Yeah.
This was the first time, though, when I got the face value of the Super Bowl tickets to bring my family on. By the way, I said, that ain't happening. The lowest is $3,800 for a face. I mean, that's a good seat. It's a good seat. Just to let you know, back in 2014, I bought 2 tickets for my wife and my son. My daughter was cheerleading, so it saved me. And my total bill was $2,500, and they were 100 level seats, so they were $1,250 each. So it's 3 times since 2014. And I'm like, the NFL, you control that. You're priced out. There are so many people that had an opportunity to buy the tickets because you can't resell them when we get the package. We got to actually sign off and say we will not sell these for a premium. There's a lot of people that just say, I can't afford to go. I can't afford to buy that ticket this year. So I think the NFL's got to get it right because you have completely priced out the people that really matter to you and that you're trying to get, in touch with. So, yeah, we're really disappointed that is that. So, anyways, I know you guys are running late, so thank you.
We appreciate you, Paul. We'll talk next week, man.
All right, guys. We'll see you Sunday. Go Hawks.
There you go. There's Paul Moyer, everybody with us each and every week. We're going to come back, catch up with former Seahawks and Packers running back Ahman Green. He's going to join us live on set with Wyman and Bob right here. Your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, Seattle Sports on 710.
We knew the foundation was strong.
Last year, everything was new.
But this?
We are going to the Super Bowl!
Doubters? What doubters?
We did not care. We've been playing dominant football all year.
Now, the stage is set to finish by claiming the ultimate prize. Seahawks, Patriots in Super Bowl 60. Kickoff with Steve Rabel on the call. Sunday at 3:30 on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. The stem cell therapy you did on my knee was a game changer. But Dr. Dan, people ask me all the time if you're seeing the same kind of success treating neck and back pain with stem cell therapy.
Great question, Brock. As you know from your experience, we've had tremendous success treating major joints like hips, knees, and shoulders, but we've also seen excellent results treating neck and lower back pain. In fact, we're the only clinic in the Seattle area offering image-guided stem cell and PRP injection therapy specifically for neck and low back pain.
How cool is that? If joint, neck, or back pain is holding you back, call Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine and find out if stem cell therapy may be right for you. Dr. Dan here is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
The Anime Washington and the Washington State Gaming Expo Super Convention is almost here. We have assembled a massive celebrity guest lineup on February 6th through the 8th in Puyallup. Meet the voices behind Final Fantasy, Naruto, Halo, Grand Theft Auto, One Piece, Spider-Man, Dragon Ball, Baldur's Gate, and so many more. Shop at hundreds of vendors, makers, and artists. Compete in the Tetris Regionals, Catan, Uno Elite, Smash, Tekken, Mario Kart, and so much more. Join us February 6th through the 8th at Washington State Fair and Event Center. Tickets on sale at animewa.com.
See your favorite Seattle Mariners up close at the Peoria Sports Complex. Come to sunny and warm Peoria, Arizona to celebrate an AL West championship and the beginning of another great season for your Mariners. Spring training in Peoria has plenty of sunshine, warm temperatures, great food, and the best seats in baseball. It's family fun for fans of all ages. Book your trip today. Support your 2026 Seattle Mariners in Arizona for what promises to be another exciting season. Get your tickets at PeoriaBaseball.com.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice. DayandNight.net. Save $1,700 when you have Day and Night match your current furnace with a qualifying AC or heat pump.
Your furnace is lonely all by itself, but it doesn't have to be. With our Matchmaker Special, we'll match your furnace with a perfect air conditioner or heat pump to keep your furnace company and your home comfy all year round.
Match your furnace to a qualifying cooling system and save $1,700. DayandNight.net.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old.
She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
For 100 days, I'm going to cross the 7 continents because the answers to everything important are out there at the edges of our world. I'm stepping into the unknown. Where are we going? To see our planet as it's never been seen before. From pole to pole.
Pole to Pole with Will Smith from National Geographic. Now streaming on Disney Plus and Hulu.
Show me the way.
Home of the NFC champion Seahawks.
We are going to the Super Bowl.
Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60.
Powered through the Quantum Fiber studio.
On Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and live on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We continue live on Radio Row out here in San Francisco, site of Super Bowl 60. And Dave, we get a chance to speak with a former member of the Seattle Seahawks and a guy I'm trying to remember why in the world they would have ever let him go, because he left Seattle and went absolutely nuts in Green Bay. And I'm not even kidding. It was unreal. But he's now a board member for the Pro Football Retired Players Association. We'll talk to him about that, but we'll talk about this game and everything else. Ahman Green is with us. How are you, man?
I'm doing good, Bob. How you doing?
I'm doing great. It's good to talk to you. And I remember just being a young fan back then, and you left Seattle. You were here for the first couple of years, and you went to Green Bay, and it was instant. You rushed for 5 years in a row over 1,000 yards, and you had 1 year. You almost got to 2,000 yards. I think you had like 20 total touchdowns that year.
Yes.
What were Seattle thinking? What happened?
I got to tell a little. I'll try to make it. I'm gonna try to squeeze it down and tell the story. Holmgren, he took over in '99.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember, but I got in his doghouse a little bit for fumbling.
Okay.
And so that he mentioned that in the press conference and kind of stuck with me. But I had a good '99 season. I was back up to Ricky Waters, if you remember that. And then after the season ended, we did our year-end meetings, and Coach Holmgren brought me into his office. We did year-end as a team, and then we did individual for some players. And I was one of the players. And I went in. He's like, Ahman, I know you had a rough training camp. That's where the fumbling came from. And I was overthinking things because I had now got the full brunt of the West Coast offense. Like mini camps was easy. It was all vanilla plays, no audibles, no adjustments. But then training camp hit in Eastern Washington was like, oh my goodness, cover 3 adjustments to the blitz, to the backside backer here, what the tackle does, this, and I do that. So it was like all that happening now all at once. So it was me getting through that. But then he was like, you got out of that, came out good. You could push Ricky for the starting job in the fall. And I'm like, that's all I needed to hear. But then 2 months later or 3 months later, come April, I'm traded, and then they said they drive for Sean Alexander. So I'm like, what is going on? And on the trade, on the me going to Green Bay, the person that found out first was my dad watching ESPN at home in Nebraska.
Wow.
I'm in Seattle. My daughter Amani, who's 28 now, she was turning 5. I'm flipping burgers at her birthday party, and my dad said, "Son, cell phone rings, son, you're a Packer." And I'm like, "Dad, no, you're joking." He's like, "No, I would not joke about this. Go in, they're about to announce it on ESPN on NFL Live." And I go in, boom, Trey Ringo is on there. This just in, Ahman Green gets traded to Green Bay for Fred Vinson and a 5th-round conditional pick.
And that's how you found out.
Yes.
My goodness. What was your cell phone not on you, or was it?
No, my dad called me, so my cell phone was on me. So it
obviously. I thought maybe the landline or something.
It just was. That's sometimes, unfortunately, how the business was.
Yeah.
We didn't know. My agent didn't know. So who called me right after I talked to my dad was my agent from Steinberg and Moyer at that time, now Athletes First, and was like, "Oh man, I didn't know either."
Yeah.
And so I'll say some fun little details after that. So you mentioned my stats. I remember going to my first, maybe second Pro Bowl in Hawaii, and Walter Jones, he's like, "AG," he said, "I was so mad when they traded you." Yeah. And then he's there with Steve Hutchinson. And so Hutch goes, "Man, I heard you were pretty good." He's like, Walter told me, he's like, "The way Ahman hits the hole is so easy. As soon as you get your block, he's like gone and past you." He's like, "That's how running backs need to hit the hole."
Yeah.
so I was like, I trust me. I was like, I told Hutch, "Hey, I wanted to be here, but hey, it was a business thing."
Well, I mean, that's a pretty good compliment when you're getting that from those offensive linemen.
100%.
Those guys are
Hall of Famers.
Yeah, those two were some dudes, as we call them.
By the way, if you look at his stats, it's kind of, as a Seahawks fan, it's kind of painful because it was immediate. He goes the first year in Green Bay, 1175, 1387, 1240, 1883, 1163, and then another year, probably injuries, and then 1,000 yards the following year. I mean, you just went crazy with 20 touchdowns. You had 15 rushing and 5 receiving that year.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I remember being angry at the Seahawks.
Yeah.
No question.
Yeah.
Hey, I was just showing you a picture of the halftime performers.
Yes.
The Up With People thing. Like these people wearing matching sweaters.
Shoulders to shoulders.
Singing, And now we're at Bad Bunny, and we've had the Stones that was Super Bowl 40, I think.
Yep.
I mean, it's such a huge deal now. I mean, the Super Bowl,
It
the
is.
tickets, we were talking about the cost. I mean, it's crazy. And I think the first couple Super Bowls weren't entirely full.
Correct.
So, I mean, it's the gravity of this game is it's off the charts, especially when you get down here on Radio Row.
Yeah, it's a spectacle, right? And a part of the spectacle is the halftime show, because obviously that's, I'm in the space of, like I mentioned, I'm a podcaster. I do what you gentlemen do here, and so that is viewership. That is concurrent viewers that you're trying to keep on the TV, because that little 15 minutes or 30 minutes of halftime that is now at the Super Bowl has to be taken in, right? And so to have a performer like Bad Bunny that I say kind of hits everybody in terms of the culture, in terms of his style of music and who's listening, that demographic of 18 and 20 somethings that are into football, tune in and have a good time at the 30-minute halftime. But moving forward, that keeps our league evolving, into what we need to do as a company, right? It is a company. It's made to, it is made to entertain, but bringing in different backgrounds of performers, I think is fantastic. Keeps it new and fresh. And I say for the players too that are involved, they they could be like, man, I remember that. I wish I could be out there now, out there on the field watching it. But I'm doing adjustments right now in this game to get ready for the second half. But I'm very, very excited to see what he's going to do. I've been part of some fun Super Bowls. I remember seeing Katy Perry in Arizona with the big horse out on the field.
Yeah.
And then Bruno Mars, unfortunately, with my old counterpart, Peyton Manning, getting beat up by our Seahawks out there, which was good to watch in person.
Prince is still the king to me, man. But
True.
that's the best one I've ever seen. But
True.
Hey, before we get into what you're doing with the Retired Players Association, just give me a thought on this game and what you've taken in from each team and how do you see it playing out?
What I've taken in from each team is that they're both balanced, right? Offensively, defensively. They got only I say biggest difference between their quarterbacks is age. But they have two guys that you look at Darnold, where he's kind of been that journeyman. He's been on several different rosters since being a first-round pick out of USC to New York, but has took every journey and learned from it and not look at it as a negative, being shipped here, shipped there, because he was gaining experience at the time. Because I always tell people, if you're a first-round, an NFL team drafting a first-round quarterback, they do them an injustice by starting them year one, thinking they're the savior. I mean, that at our level, it's 100 miles per hour, and for any other position, especially for the quarterback. Running backs, offensive line, defensive line, it's maybe a little slowdown so you could get in there and work your way game by game, but quarterback, you're right there. You're looking at linebacker in your eyes or strong safeties, trying to figure out what coverage they're doing and what they're disguising or what they're not disguising. And then you still got to worry about the snap count and then maybe put a guy in motion to make sure that the stream side goes to the other side, and then we could do the run play over here. It's like, oh man, and the ball still hasn't been snapped yet.
Yeah, that's like 12 things that you got.
Exactly. So that's where we see Drake May doing a fantastic job. I say Vrabel has developed him. From last year, it was a instability team, a team that you would not have thought had been here already, and in their year two of that, our whole roster, and having Drake May being the leader there, a fantastic job, I'll say. Nice run game with DeMondre Stevenson, and same thing with Seattle. They having Walker, and I believe Chardonnay, even though he got hurt.
Yeah, Sharps is out.
Yeah, he's out. But that 1-2 combination, I love seeing it through the year. Because then a defense, that you keep them honest with that run game. When they want to try to fill the box, go right ahead, then we'll beat you over the top when in Jigba or any other receiver that could get open, and that was a fantastic job that McDonald has done, in only his second year, which is good transition over to get where they're at right now.
Yeah, well, tell us what you're doing. You're a board member of the Pro Football Retired Players Association. So for fans out there listening, what does that mean? What do you guys, what's the mission?
So the mission there, we're a 501(c) group where we're making sure that former players are aware of some of the benefits that we have. And the benefits we bring into is vision and dental. And we are part of also the Greater Good Fund, where the Greater Good Fund is called the 501(c). And we make sure that the former players don't get forgotten. We have the question, or we have our seat at the table to make sure that we ask the questions to other parts of the NFL, that when there's CBA or agreements and we got to have our say-so, we're there to talk, and we have a voice.
How do people, maybe former players listening, how do they get involved if they're unaware of it?
Yeah, real easy. Just we got a website at pforp.com. You go to that website, register as a former player, register your name, your email, your address, and you can get the newsletter sent out to you and find out all the information about being at different events. We're at Super Bowl here. We have a suite over in the San Francisco Marriott Union Square. So in person, myself and any other former players that are a part of the board, like older guys like Ron, I'm not sure if Ron Nix is here, but Michael Haynes from the Raiders, Mike Singletary, Bear, that actually I grew up loving, being one hell of a linebacker. He's part of the board with me. So guys like that are here, potentially in person. I know I'm here, so you can come there and see me, and former players can find out, how the benefits, how you sign up for the benefits, and then also how you receive them, once you get into the registry.
Now,
I want in, Ahman.
Okay.
I want in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to get some info from you, man. That's awesome.
And I'm friends with former players. Can I?
No, it's kind of like that one.
We're co-workers, Bob.
It's kind of like that other commercial where you see Grunk on. It's you had to play.
Yeah.
Or you had to have a family member. It's like that.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Ahman, awesome to talk to you, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Congrats on how the career went, even though you left Seattle. It was fun to watch.
Remember, out of my control. It was business.
Absolutely. Nobody blames you.
Nobody blames you.
I was locked in on the Emerald City. I had softies as neighbors.
Yeah.
And the one thing I'll say this, then I'm gone. I had neighbors that were always, one of them worked at, like I said, Microsoft. They told me about the Xbox before it came out, the OG Xbox. And I was like, I can't wait. I was like, will I be able to get one from you? They're like, maybe. And then like a month later, I'm like in Green Bay. I'm like, dang it. I'm like, no Xbox. Now I got to go buy it at the store just like everybody else.
You got to be like us, the common people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, we appreciate you, man.
Hey, thank you, Bob.
There you go. There's Ahman Green, everybody. Former Seahawk. Yeah, he did some stuff with the Packers. He's a former Seahawk, now a board member of the Pro Football Retired Players Association. All of our coverage this week is powered by WGU. Meanwhile, the production wasn't off the charts, but Cooper Kupp's biggest impact has been felt when the games have mattered the most. We'll get into that coming up with Wyman and Bob right here on your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, Seattle Sports on 710.
We knew the foundation was strong.
Last year, everything was new.
But this?
We are going to the Super Bowl!
Doubters? What doubters?
We did not care. We've been playing dominant football all year.
Now, the stage is set to finish by claiming the ultimate prize. Seahawks, Patriots in Super Bowl 60. Kickoff with Steve Rabel on the call. Sunday at 3:30 on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman for Swedish Cyberknife, and I recently had a really good conversation with Dr. Landis from Swedish Cyberknife about different prostate cancer treatments, specifically surgery. Dr. Landis explained patients who have surgery often have to be hospitalized for a few days, and they have to take time off of work. And they can have a catheter inserted sometimes. Sometimes they have a wound that requires healing. Despite the name, Cyberknife is non-surgical, non-invasive, and oftentimes patients don't have to take a break from work at all. When I spoke with the mayor of Lacey, Andy Ryder, he said he worked the entire week and received the treatment during his lunch break. So it's a 5-day treatment. It's less than an hour in clinic per day. You walk in, you walk out. You essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. 5 days total, less than an hour. And that's to treat prostate cancer. So if you, a friend or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknife-prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
At Chain Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
The Boat Show, the Boat Show, the Big Seattle Boat Show.
The Big Seattle Boat Show ends this Saturday, February 7th. It's the best time to buy, with big selection, big discounts, and big fun for everyone. It's a big deal. Presented by Sundance Yachts and Port of Seattle.
Make it a date Friday evenings with Boat Show After Dark, featuring unforgettable ambiance, music, food, beer, and wine. Details and discount tickets at SeattleBoatShow.com.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Who did it best in 2025? Vote now for the Sports Stars and Story of the Year at seattlesports.org and help choose the winners of the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft. From collegiate champions to the standouts across our professional teams, make your choice and come celebrate Washington's biggest night out for sports on March 13th. Vote now and get tickets at seattlesports.org. We'll see you there.
The only place to hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Seahawks in the Super Bowl.
Can you believe it?
Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco.
This is Wyman and Bob
Powered through the Quantum Fiber Studio.
on the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the game, Seattle Sports.
We continue live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Our thanks to Ahman Green, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys just tuned in and missed that conversation, what a great guy. Former Seahawk, spent his first 2 years with the Seahawks. They trade him away. They did okay. Sean Alexander had some very productive years for this franchise. But, man, when you look at what he did, 5 years in a row, over 1,000 yards, almost 2,000 yards one year. He had a heck of a career.
Well, it makes you appreciate Sean Alexander a lot more.
Yeah.
Right, because you weren't pining away for a really good, running back. You had one. But, yeah, I'm happy for him. I mean, things obviously just clicked for him. And it's kind of an example you see fairly often where some guys are just not ready for the NFL. And for him, it sounded like it just didn't fit his best skills. And so he got somewhere where, they ran the heck out of the ball, and good for him.
Yeah, and he got it's funny to hear him talking about how he got in Holmgren's doghouse because he fumbled the ball and how complex the system was to understand all the different little nuances of it and all of that. But, it was immediate when you look at his career stats and his last year in Seattle and then the very next year in Green Bay. He was the man. He was that guy for a number of years after that. So good stuff from Ahman Green. If you guys missed that, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture and click on that, and you'll find that conversation. We caught up with Steve Wyche from NFL Network, caught up with Paul Moyer, of course. And coming up still, we are going to catch up with Michael Irvin, the NFL Hall of Famer, will be joining us at the top of the hour, as well as Byron Murphy of your Seattle Seahawks, a member of that defense. So all of that still coming your way as we continue live from Radio Row out here in San Francisco. Your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl. It is Seattle Sports on 710.
This is what it's all about, right?
We are going to the Super Bowl.
The pure joy.
It's a great time to be alive for Seattle fans.
It's why we're 12s.
Super Bowl, baby, let's go!
And Sunday, when history is written in Super Bowl 60, isn't there only one voice you want to hear tell the story?
A one-hander, JSN!
Wherever you are on Sunday, listen to Steve Rabel call the Seahawks and Patriots in Super Bowl 60, live and free on the Seattle Sports app.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
If you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact, if you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Get ready, because it's here. The first huge public online auction of the new year from the James G. Murphy Company, and it's underway now. We're stacked and packed with a vast assortment of heavy construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and more, like 17 excavators, 6 dozers, including a 2012 John Deere 700K XLT, 4 wheel loaders, a grader, a 2021 Kenworth T270 propane delivery truck, a 2023 Volvo Auto Transporter, 6 Peterbilt 567 tractors, 6 dump trucks, forklifts, boom lifts, loaders, graders, and utility trucks. But wait, there's more, like over 100 unused gas-powered excavators, flatbed trucks, and on and on. We are on fire with gear. Preview all items Tuesday and Wednesday, February 10th and 11th at our location in Marysville. Do not miss the first huge public online auction of the new year. Check MurphyAuction.com for all details. MurphyAuction.com. MurphyAuction.com.
Hey homeowners, are you stuck on the credit card treadmill and stressed because your consumer debt and monthly payments are too high? Well, Brock Hewitt here with a smart solution. Your home's equity in the Seattle Metro is probably larger than ever. It's like you're sitting on a stack of cash. Consider a cash-out refinance with Tila Mortgage to consolidate your high-balance credit cards, second mortgages, home equity lines of credit, and student loans, or get cash for a remodel. With interest rates finally coming down, consolidating your debt now may be the best decision you ever make. With excellent client reviews and trusted in Washington for over 25 years, Tila has competitive rates on refinance, purchase, or reverse mortgages too. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Call Tila Mortgage today, 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888 or
mortgage.com.
Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. NMLS 2472046.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
3 more days until Super Bowl 60.
And this is the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Seahawks and Patriots in the Super Bowl. KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, Detroit Tigers star left-hander Tarek Skubal will be paid $32 million this year after a 3-person salary arbitration panel ruled in his favor Thursday over the $19 million salary the team proposed. The victory for Skubal, the 2-time reigning American League Cy Young Award winner, not only bests the record salary for a player in the arbitration system by $1 million, but shatters the previous high mark of $19.9 million for an award from a panel. So a huge day for him.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This is Wyman and Bob.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco. Powered through the Quantum Fiber studio.
Ahead of Super Bowl 60 between the Patriots and Seahawks on Seattle Sports.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We continue live from Radio Row out here in San Francisco. Seahawks, Patriots. It's just feels like it's crawling. This is the time. I just want it to be Sunday so badly. Not that I want to come back to work on Monday, but I want to come back to work and celebrate on Monday. Looking forward to a celebration, a celebratory show this coming Monday is what I anticipate.
Well, I mean, we'll be done here in 2 hours, Bob. Then we go get a nice little rest, and then
back here tomorrow.
And then
nice little rest, and then another day, and then Sunday.
No, I'm with you, man. I just we always talk about talking these games to death, and that's what we've been doing on this one. And yeah, it's always a little bit tougher because it's a little bit more unfamiliar. I mean, obviously during the regular season, you're playing three teams multiple times, and so the familiarity is there. But I haven't really watched a lot of Patriots. I mean, I've watched more Patriot games in the last 5 days than I ever thought I would. That's for sure. So yeah, it's just interesting trying to get familiarized with this team, and it's also kind of tough to imagine what the matchup is going to look like, because sometimes you just have bad matchups. I think you asked me this question one time. I was like, was there any one guy that just kind of had your number? Or, like, yeah, I mean there is there were certain guards or certain running backs that I just had a hard time with. Luckily, like, one of them was not Bo Jackson.
Yeah.
I had like several good tackles with him and everything, but there were other guys that I was like, oh man, this guy's just a problem for me. So that's where you're going to find I think maybe some of the surprising things. I'm just very curious to see how good their defensive and offensive lines are.
Which do you think presents the bigger challenge from them, their offense or their defense?
Yeah, I think their offense, just because Drake May is such a great athlete, man. He doesn't, when he escapes the pocket, he doesn't do it for show or anything. It's like he always seems to get positive yardage and get out of deals there. I mean, he got sacked quite a bit in these last 3 games in the playoffs. He was sacked 15 times, 5 each game. But,
5 turnovers.
There was weather and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, I think he's the one that kind of tips it, tips the edge there as far as whether I fear offense or defense.
Yeah, look, the numbers tell you a story, but as you said, we don't spend a ton of time watching those games, and getting caught up on film is a way to get things going, right?
Yeah.
To find out what this team's going to be bringing to the table. I still believe, and I'll be saying it until even after the game, that the second best team in the NFL was just beaten by the Seattle Seahawks, and that's the LA Rams. So we'll see what this team looks like, and I know their numbers are great. And I know it's funny because there's always an argument against, right? Everybody points to schedule and all of those things, who they had to beat, which quarterbacks they had to go through, and we'll talk to a guy who knows a thing or two about this. He's a Hall of Famer. He's a guy with a brand new Netflix podcast, The White House, with Michael Irvin, who is our guest. How are you, man?
Man, I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. How are you guys? I know you guys are doing great. You got the team here.
That's right.
You know what I mean? It's in the Super Bowl. Seattle it's been a hell of a year, too, for Seattle. I tweeted one time when I was watching this team play earlier this season. I said, and I forgot what game it was, but I was like, man, is this like the 85 Bears or the the Steel Kurt Steelers? That's what that defense looked like.
Yeah.
That defensive line was incredible, man. It was incredible. DeMarcus Lawrence and all those guys, man, they really had a hell of a season.
Hey, I have a couple nicknames that only people know, but if somebody is in a crowd and screams out, "Playmaker," you turn around, your head snaps around, right? You still get that?
Yeah. Well, I do, because Playmaker is such a name that's thrown around.
Yeah.
And I understand that. And people out here understand the difference between the noun and the adjective. You see what I mean? I am the playmaker. They are a playmaker.
That's right.
You see what I mean? So, you know what I mean? It's, that is the playmaker right there. Oh, he is a playmaker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He made plays, but that's the one that started it all. So
go.
Absolutely, I do get that everywhere I go and still turn around to it.
Well, we'll talk about your new podcast coming up here in a moment, but I want to get your take on this Seattle team and a playmaker on this team, and Jackson Smith and Jigba, and just a guy who absolutely came into his own this year with a completely revamped offense, new quarterback, new coordinator, new lineman. I mean, it was just all new, and he led the league in receiving yards, and we watch him and we go, he's not the fastest guy in the league, and he's not the biggest guy in the league, but he is wildly effective from a receiver, a legendary receiver. What is it you see in JSN?
A lot of things, and he has certainly clawed his way and said, I am in this top 3-4 receivers in the National Football League list now. That's just it. But what I've seen happen over the last few years, right, we watched when Cooper Kupp and that Sean McVay offense have an incredible year. I love Cooper Kupp. But what they've done now is that offense has spread around the league. It has gotten to Seattle now, and Clint Kubiak's running the same offense over there. Took Cooper Kupp and said, hey, you help me with this offense and help me teach JSN all of it, because now he's the main protagonist in the offense. Cooper Kupp was in with the Rams for a while, but JSN now is in Seattle. Justin Jefferson is that guy in Minnesota. Jamar Chase is that guy in Cincinnati. Those guys, and now Puka Nacua is the guy at the Rams. Those four running that same offense, running that same spot where they're moving them all over the field, it's impossible to stop them, because those guys have an ability to beat you man to man, one-on-one when we're playing man versus man, but they also now have a system that helps them beat you system versus system. Jerry Rice in that same offense with San Francisco used to run all those reverse pivots. Go where he's running across, motion across, then come back out and sprint to the sideline. That's not Jerry Rice beating man versus man. That's system. That's Jerry Rice's system beating your system, because that other guy can't get to the corner. You see, now you give these kind of receivers that you know can beat people one-on-one, an opportunity to win within a system, they're unstoppable. And you see these kinds of years that are happening where they're Triple Crown winners, you know, because they're getting so many opportunities in these passing offenses, you know, and they're taking advantage of it. So JSN has been phenomenal. Now, hey, Kenny Walker during the playoffs running since your boy got hurt?
Yep.
Boy, hey, boy, he's been running like a beast. You know, he's been running like a beast. The only thing I look at when I look at this game that makes me wonder, and I know Hard Rock Bet has 4.5 points going to Seattle. The only thing I worry about is Sam Darnold in this sense, because I think Sam has helped himself in the playoffs a lot here. But in this sense, when Sam was out there with the friendly ones, when he was seeing the friendly ones, you know, those Caspers, those friendly ghosts. When he was seeing the ghost, it was against New England. And Vrabel is going to try to make him see ghost again by running combo coverages, zone on one side, man on the other. Try to get him to hesitate so he can make some bad throws, some interceptions, kind of like what he did to C.J. Stroud. But Clint Kubiak has an offense with that system we just talked about that should have some answers for him that he didn't have in New York.
Yeah. Michael, it just seemed like you guys were going to the Super Bowl every year. That team, and I looked up the 92 team because we were 2-14 in Seattle. We came and played you, and you smoked us. Thank you very much. I'm just looking at your teammates, man. I mean, you got Emmett Smith, Jay Novacek. I could cover that guy, but I couldn't stop him from catching the ball. He's unbelievable.
Jay was a different dude, man.
But
you're right.
Yeah, and Daryl Johnston. I mean, Troy Aikman, obviously. I mean, you guys. It was an amazing group of guys that you had, and with Jimmy Johnson as the coach.
And you know, you mentioned something though. What made Jay special? Jay could not run anybody, but he knew not just how to get open, and this is the key for JSN and all of those guys that are put in that spot in that offense. They know they don't just know how to get open. They know when to be open. You see, and sometimes it's more important to know when than how. Yeah. So if we were backside and we got double slant routes and the quarterback's reading the left side, well, if I know he's going to read the left side first, why am I beating the guy on the right side so fast? I need to be able to take my time. So he's going to read this side, come across the middle, then come back to me. I need to know when to be open then. You see what I mean? That's the difference. That's where JSN takes to the next level. That's where Justin Jefferson, they go to the next level, and that's what making them so special. Jay Novacek, he had an ability to do that. You're absolutely right.
So when you look at this matchup between these two teams, is it obvious to you if they both play a clean game? Let's say turnovers are at a minimum. They both play to their best ability of the potential of each team.
This game can go either way. Anyway, because
you don't feel like it leans one way or the other.
No. I give the edge to Seattle. I'll give the edge to Seattle. But you're playing the most disciplined team probably in the National Football League. They're not going to make a whole bunch of mistakes. So if they get ahead, they're not giving you an easy comeback. You know, because Vrabel has them coached up very well. He does a great job. You got to give him credit. And that defense they've been playing, New England's defense has been playing great defense. They haven't given up many touchdowns. So it's going to be a battle, a tough game, a close game, because Seattle doesn't mind grinding it out on the run, and New England doesn't mind grinding it out on the run. So these quarterbacks will have to make plays, and it's the one who makes the least amount of mistakes will come out on top.
How much do you factor in weather? You know, those games you look offensively, I mean, they're not the same numbers, obviously, as in the regular season, but does that account for how much?
Yeah. Dude, listen, I've been saying this too, man. I don't mind you having all kind of home field advantage throughout the regular season. But when we get to the playoffs, we're talking about $150 billion these teams we are getting from these TV. Come on, man. Every stadium should have a roof on them, and during the playoffs, it's not time. It's not weather time.
Yeah.
It's about trying to find out who's the best team to win the championship. We should be able to play this game in good conditions. That's just me. That's just me. You know, who was that played that game a couple weeks ago? New England, that game was a downpour, and it's like, oh, my God, this is a playoff.
Yeah.
People, I don't like this. I don't like. And then you get these stupid, I don't call them that, people on you know, man, look at this football weather. Stop that. Stop saying that. Like, I mean, it's just like you ain't got nothing else to say. You got to say some stupid stuff like that. This is not football weather. Right? They always say that.
Yeah.
They always say that. Like, stop. If it was football weather, why do we start in September? Because it doesn't look like this.
Yeah.
In September. That's why we start in September. You see what I'm saying? So that's all, man. But I do believe. I want when we get to the playoffs, it'll be about the football game.
Exactly. Yeah, same. I mean, and the weather, okay, it's okay during the regular season, but
right, you can
I don't
have
want it affecting.
Right. Everybody should have a dome. You can choose during the regular season. You can leave it open if you want, whatever you want to do. But come playoffs, come Super Bowls.
Yes.
I don't want to hear that noise. Yeah. We're going to close this roof.
Yeah.
And we're going to get a regular game in here to see who is the best team to go win the championship. Exactly. And they got way more than enough money to get that done.
Yes, they do.
All right, before we end with your podcast here, which way are you leaning? Who are you picking in this game?
Well, I've been talking about Seattle all the way. Now, but I usually don't give my final pick until Friday because let me tell you, I know some people, Marcus and all these guys on Seattle. I know people on New England. I'll make a few phone calls. You always have me. I'll make a few phone calls. Okay, Friday night I'll ask a few people on Seattle, hey, what was the week like? If they said, man, I don't know nothing, man. I've been focused on the game. I'm going to put a check by their name. But if I said, man, what was the week like, man, for the Super Bowl? Dude, man, they got some baddies out here. I put an X by his name. You know what I'm saying? Because they tell me what you been thinking about. And when I count up these checks and X's, if y'all been thinking too much about the baddies, you're going to have a bad day. If you've been thinking only about the game, that'll bring about a different place. And that's why I like what Jimmy used to do. Jimmy would come in, when we came in every Super Bowl, he would say, we're going in on Sundays. We're going in the Sunday before. No wives, no significant others can come until Wednesday. Sunday, Monday night, I want you boys to go have a good time. And Tuesday, we're going to start locking down and getting ready, and then the families come in, and that's it. You know, because it's too big of an event and too big of a game for you to say, well, we just going to be just like business, a business trip. Shut up. It's not a business trip. These dudes, man, they know all the baddies out here in this city want to say, oh, you such and such. And they want to get out there and hear that. You know what I'm saying? I knew I wanted to hear it. I wasn't thinking about that. Boy, I caught all them touchdowns. Boy, them girls want to tell me about me. I want to get out there and hear that. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, you gotta make sure you monitor that. But I'm leaning towards Seattle right now.
All right. Now you got a new Netflix podcast, The White House with Michael Irvin. For those that don't already know about it, tell them about it. What's going on with that?
Well, the White House, and it's just, you know, the name I thought was superb, you know, to run towards the issues. Greatness. Most of the time, sometimes most people will use the greatest pain to find the greatest promise. You know, and the White House is kind of like my ministry here. You know, I get a chance to talk about situations. That's why I love calling it the White House, too. Where's the situation room? It's in the White House. So everybody on the White House, me, Brandon Marshall, we had Charles Haley on, Mike Beasley. We've all had some, let's just call them situations. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So we come in the situation room to talk about them and have fun and talk about it. That's the key to everything. Think about this. We're men. As men, we don't talk much. We look at the numbers. We die sooner because we hold everything in. Women, they're having little tea parties, and they just crying and talking. They getting all theirs out, and we just roughing and toughing. And, you know, we died 15 years earlier than everybody else. But in this form, we can come in and do some talking and share with things and share about sports and then share about our lives. And we all talk about our situations because, as the Bible says, we're supposed to confess one to another, pray ye one for the other. In this we shall find healing. We'll find out we all are going through the same things. Everybody's going through the same things, but we don't talk about it, and people die lonely. So I love having an opportunity to talk sports with men, but really, sports is the jump off, life is the drive. Yeah. You know, sports is to crank the car, life is the drive. How do we use sports to help us with life? That's the key to it all.
It is the new Netflix podcast, The White House with Michael Irvin, who is the playmaker. He's not a playmaker. He's the playmaker.
It's the now. It's the now.
Pleasure to speak with you, man. Thanks so much for coming by. We appreciate you.
Absolutely, guys. Appreciate it, and good luck.
There you go. There's Michael Irvin, everybody, the playmaker. Check out that podcast again on Netflix, The White House with Michael Irvin. All of our coverage this week is powered by WGU, and great to catch up with a man who's done it at that level as often as he did in Dallas, and you got a chance to play against him, Dave, and you know the weapons that you had to face.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't just him. Alvin Harper.
They didn't put me on him.
That's probably a good idea for you. Appreciate you,
man. Oh, he knows that you're a germaphobe. That's why.
That's right.
Gave you
we go
fist bump.
We go way back.
I got a handshake. He got you got a fist bump.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, he was incredible, and you look at when I start reading through that roster. I mean, with Troy Aikman and Emmitt Smith, and I mean, it's just crazy, ridiculous number of really good players, and they were feeling it for quite a while, man.
You forgot Alvin Harper on the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big. I mean, they were loaded.
Yeah.
The team was just loaded with people there. So.
Well, and I brought up Jay Novacek, and his eyes lit up. That guy, he's an interesting guy. Last time I saw him, he had like a big cowboy hat on. Like, he's a legit cowboy. He's not just dressing up as one. And like, I think he's like lives out on a ranch out in the middle of nowhere. But that dude, oh man, I would be like, I got this guy covered, and he would always catch the ball. Just run a little stick route, just right down the field. Drove me nuts. That's one of those, I talk about matchups. Mm-hmm. That was a horrible matchup for me for whatever reason.
But you would have good coverage, yet he'd still come down with the ball.
Still catch it. I mean, it's not much good covering a guy if, you can't stop him from
Was it just
the ball.
Great hands, or he would block you out like you're playing basketball down low in the post? Or
yeah, Devontae Adams did that to Spoon the other day, where he caught one of his long passes and he leaned really hard into him and then broke away. And yeah, it was that. It was just about body positioning and just he just knew. He just had an instinct and a sense for how to get open. But, I mean, he wasn't a big productive guy or anything. It was just an indication of, like, this team is so good that, like, this tight end is quietly very, very good. And they had just a ton of players like that.
Well, and they had
Alvin Davis, too, Bob.
That's Alvin Harper.
But
Alvin Davis, a Mariner.
Yeah.
And they had an O-line that everybody envied. Because I remember always having the argument, because Barry Sanders was my favorite running back.
Yeah.
So it was always Barry or Emmett.
That's funny. He was my least favorite.
Yeah, well, for very fair reasons.
Yeah.
But it was always, you're a Barry guy, you're an Emmett guy. And I'm like, man, if you put Barry behind that O-line, and he never had a full back in front of him, and he certainly didn't have that line in front of him, with all due respect to our guy, Big Ray Roberts. Yeah. You wonder what Barry could have done,
Well, maybe he wouldn't have been that spectacular, though, because he had to get out of some jams. And yeah, the offensive line in Dallas was definitely good. I'm sure he would have loved to have had that. But yeah, I just wonder if there would be less need for him to do some of the ridiculous things that he did, like stopping and doing a 360 and
going all the way to one side of the field, back to the other side of the field. Right. I think people just couldn't catch him. They were just fatigued at that point. They were just exhausted running the length of the field there. So yeah, just the glory days, and the Cowboys were certainly a show, man. Certainly a show, and unfortunately for them and Cowboy fans, they haven't done anything since.
Yeah. You know what's funny though? Going in, that we were 2-14 that year, so I don't know. We might have had a win at that point. I was like, we can go in and beat these guys. Foolish man. But that's what your mentality is. In the NFL, you're like, every year you think we're going all the way.
Yeah, you got to be a little delusional, right?
You do.
Yeah. All right, there you go. If you missed any of our conversation with Michael Irvin or anybody else on the show today, or any day for that matter, head to the podcast page at seattlesports.com. Click the podcast tab, scroll down, click on our picture, and it'll be right there waiting for you after the show each and every day. And don't forget, you can click subscribe. It's completely free. It shows up for you every single day. Meanwhile, he is a starter this time, but how much did Sam Darnold's prior Super Bowl experience prepare him for this moment? We'll get into that next. It's Wyman and Bob right here on your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, Seattle Sports on 710.
It's why we bake in the sun, out on the berm every summer at training camp. It's why we scream till it hurts. In the cold and rain, come fall and winter.
Listen to the 12th man.
It's why we're 12s. As the Seahawks look to bring the Lombardi Trophy back to Seattle, it's why there's only one voice we want to hear tell the story.
We are going to the Super Bowl.
Don't miss Steve Rabel calling the Seahawks and Patriots in Super Bowl 60, live and for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Discover the ultimate diamond buying experience, unparalleled quality at unbeatable prices.
Hi, I'm Diamond Dave of Cantor Diamond. At our by appointment office, you'll receive truly personalized one-on-one service to your needs.
No high overhead of standalone stores or mall hours to pay for. We're direct diamond importers designing and manufacturing in-house, eliminating all the middlemen.
Stop overpaying at retail and enjoy serious savings on quality diamonds.
From the first consult to the final reveal, we guide you through every step, ensuring you get your dream diamond ring, necklace, or earrings without compromise.
Romantic proposals, anniversary splurges, or just because. Indulge in diamonds for less.
Call today for your private appointment for a dazzling diamond.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at Kantor Diamond.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the roads you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included in every tire we sell. It's more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's all about you getting more from less. Stop by or book an appointment at leschwab.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3 grand.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551.
And the Seahawks are going back to the Super Bowl.
Home of the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551.
See your favorite Seattle Mariners up close at the Peoria Sports Complex. Come to sunny and warm Peoria, Arizona to celebrate an AL West championship and the beginning of another great season for your Mariners. Spring training in Peoria has plenty of sunshine, warm temperatures, great food, and the best seats in baseball. It's family fun for fans of all ages. Book your trip today. Support your 2026 Seattle Mariners in Arizona for what promises to be another exciting season. Get your tickets at PeoriaBaseball.com.
Luxury has arrived. It's Mike Salk here, and the all-new Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel is now open, featuring a destination spa, the expanded non-smoking space, and breathtaking views of the Cascades. You can catch every game at Hawks Peak, over 66 televisions, plus that 2,000-seat entertainment venue and exciting new dining options. Effortless style, the utmost in relaxation. You can book now at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco.
This is Wyman and Bob.
Powered through the Quantum Fiber Studio.
On the only place you'll hear Steve Wable and Dave Wyman call the game, Seattle Sports.
Our thanks to the playmaker, Michael Irvin, who joined us in the previous segment, in case you guys are just tuning in and missed that conversation. Interesting guy. He's got a new podcast out on Netflix. He's a very animated guy. He was drawing on our tablecloth here. With it. Yeah.
I was going to say, should I tweet a picture of that out? His
it just looks
his
like
game analysis.
Scribble. It's a check and an X.
Check and an X and a circle around the X.
I don't think it's that impressive, but
yeah.
if you want to tweet it out, I guess.
He was like a famous artist, maybe it would be worth something, but
yeah.
I'll tell you what, I thought it was very interesting what he said about, I'd never thought about it that way, but he said, if you're a good receiver, it's more about when you get open, not how you get open, when you get open. And, that's has to do with, a very direct connection with your quarterback, because you know which way he's going to progress, and like you want to get in between the two, and that's interesting about route running, is that you have to have a sense for it, because when he's ready to throw it to you, if they're playing zone, you want to make sure you're right in the middle of that zone,
right,
as far away as from both of them as you possibly can be, and that takes a little bit of timing. So yeah, it was cool hearing from a guy who that much of an expert, and just a part of a really good team. They were a dynasty for a while there.
Yeah, I mean, one of the great teams, and it was hard for a lot of people to deal with, and people got tired of hearing about how about them Cowboys and all that nonsense.
Yeah,
I mean, it was sort of like the Patriots after a while, although they didn't have the run the Patriots had, but just felt like they were in everybody's consciousness each and every year in the NFL. So good to talk to Michael Irvin again, in case you guys missed that conversation. Meanwhile, we talked about Super Bowl experience and Cooper Kupp, the one with the most prominent experience on this roster. But you kind of always forget that Sam Darnold was there. He was there as a backup, and he didn't play. But do you think just him going through the drills and the practice, and, hey, we're going to be at this site, and that team's over at that site, and we got this media obligation, and I can't help but think that helps him. At least he had an idea of what he was in store for as a player, having gone through it.
Yeah, no question. And we talked a little bit about this on the huddle, that, maybe I don't know that he's getting up and giving a seminar or anything like that, but probably individually just kind of dispensing knowledge about, it's going to look like this, and, how big of a deal is the 30-minute halftime? Because you're used to, 12?
15, right?
Is 12. Yeah.
Is it 12 or
Yeah.
15? I thought it was 15.
Yeah, it's 12. So, yeah, I mean.
That seems too short.
Yeah, it is. It's ridiculous. I mean, even for us as fans, whatever, I like to, try to go up there and get a hot dog or something. It's like you can't, I mean, you're rushing through it. It goes by so quickly. And that's why I used to always say it was kind of, a little bit of a fallacy that, they made halftime adjustments. Well, you don't really have that much time. And, it's not like you can't do it on the sideline. But now you're looking at 30 minutes, and it's going to be, I'm sure Mike is going to have a plan for that.
Yeah.
And it's probably not anything too drastic, but it's much to, I would say the same as their warm-up routine, that they've changed that, and it's for the better. And it really does make sense, especially that. I love that Mike thinks of those things. And that's what he would call chasing edges, is that, let's look at the things that we just take for granted. Like, okay, you go out and you've been doing it this way for years, and we're going to do it differently, and we're going to do it so, you kind of maximize the warm-up period. Instead of going out there early, getting all loose, stretched, and running around, and then you go and sit for 15 minutes. You know? So, yeah, he looks at things like that, so guarantee you he's going to have a plan for everything.
Well, Sam was asked about, what did he learn from his first Super Bowl experience, again, as a backup for the 49ers, but here's a bit of what he had to say.
Yeah, I learned a ton. I think the biggest thing is just trying to keep the routine the same, and that was something that I was able to ask Brock a little bit about during that process of kind of, are you feeling it? Are you a little tired? And he said, no, I take it one step at a time, one day at a time, and do the whole media and do, all my obligations and everything I need to do, but continue to keep the routine the same.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds simple, but it's kind of interesting that he's picking Brock's brain. He's been in the league longer. He's talking about, what'd you do? How did that go for you? It's kind of interesting. But he was asked if reaching the Super Bowl now, obviously as a starter, and by the way, if you missed it, Paul Moyer with us earlier predicted he's going to be a Hall of Famer. That's a bold prediction. But asked if this is vindication for him.
I think it doesn't really come down to that for me. It's always just been about putting in the hard work every single day. And sometimes hard work and all the dedication and hours I've put in the off season, during the season, that just, it leads to this moment, and that's kind of the mindset I have, and really the mindset I've had my entire career.
He just doesn't have that in him to be like, yeah, I just want to stick it to all those people that said I was a bust and wrote me off, and just all the negative press he had. They'd be very easy to buy into the idea of, I'm gonna shove it down their throats, all of them.
Sometimes when you verbalize those things, it takes the sting out of it.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what he's doing. Maybe it's like, I remember talking to Doug Baldwin when he was a rookie, and he would get mad and clap back and things. And I think I gave him that advice, but obviously.
Did he listen?
Doug, I doubt it.
You think he took it under advisement?
He didn't know I went to Stanford. I know that. So
what? They don't have a statue of you there that he used to pass every day and touch for good luck?
I mean, I knew who everybody was when I went to Stanford, and there was a guy named Gordy Saraceno, who's the all-time leading tackler at Stanford. I knew who Gordy was. I loved him. He was awesome. So, yeah, I guess they just, it was pre-internet, so they didn't really know. But, yeah, I was just telling Doug that, sometimes it's just an idea, just a suggestion. That if you keep it inside and just, kind of take it out on the field, that it's a little bit more effective, and that it kind of drains away from it if you're doing it off the field. Just a thought. But, yeah, I mean, I think that's probably what he's doing. He's using it as some motivation. But, for a quarterback, though, I mean, it's kind of, it's kind of like a pitcher. I mean, it's not like if you try harder or get pissed off or, get angry or whatever, that it's going to get much better for you.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I think it'd be human nature, though, right?
Oh, sure.
If you're just hearing about, every year, every week, how bad you are. You're always one of the draft busts out there. That's got to hurt.
Yeah.
Whether you use it as ammunition or not, it just as a human being hearing that over and over has got to be kind of like, geez, all right, I get it. I haven't achieved what you thought I was going to achieve to this point. But, he obviously never gave up and got that opportunity in San Francisco where he really credits his turnaround to his time there as a backup and obviously learning from their system and their head coach. But he gives Brock Purdy a lot of credit for helping him. And then you saw it pay off in Minnesota, and then certainly you've seen it pay off here getting to the Super Bowl. So it's interesting that it took, those other stops in obviously in New York and Carolina and everything to finally get here and realize a dream.
Well, we were talking to Kurt Warner today about that same thing. Like, everybody has their own path, their different way, and it's not always the same, and I think I've really been kind of guilty of that, thinking, oh, hey, listen, rookie year, you're going to be lost. Next year, you're going to come back, and everything's going to be second nature to you. That doesn't always work that way, and especially for quarterbacks. I mean, that's one of those positions where, it's like I think Kurt Warner was saying today that, they put like you don't have to be a great athlete. I mean, obviously, Lamar Jackson is fantastic and everything, but it has to be more about, how you think about things than it is about, how far you can throw it or how fast you can run. It's just so much more that goes into quarterback. And, and it has to be, psychologically, you got to be right, man. And so Sam wasn't at that point. He'd probably be the first one to tell you that's why he, was seeing ghosts or whatever. But yeah, he wasn't right upstairs. But like I said, everybody's got a different path. And, you look at Kurt Warner had to go play that's a great movie. I mean, it's a B movie. Have you ever seen it?
No.
Yeah.
It looked a little.
It's a little
cheesy.
But I mean, it's it's not like frontline actors or anything like that. But it is a pretty cool portrayal of how he went and played at this indoor, league. What was that called?
Arena League.
Arena League. Yeah. I mean, it was like I think it was a 60-yard.
Didn't he do NFL Europe too?
Yeah, he was in NFL Europe as well.
And he was stocking shelves in a grocery store and doing all that. Yeah, he's got a great story, man.
No, it's amazing. And like, you talk about a guy that just stuck with it, but again, it just emphasizes, and he's the king of that everybody is on a different path in life.
Yeah. All right. It became the storyline of the Super Bowl yesterday. We'll dive into more of that when we sweep the dial. It's coming your way next with Wyman and Bob on your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl. It is Seattle Sports on 710.
We knew the foundation was strong.
Last year, everything was new.
But this?
We are going to the Super Bowl!
Doubters? What doubters?
We did not care. We've been playing dominant football all year.
Now, the stage is set to finish by claiming the ultimate prize. Seahawks, Patriots in Super Bowl 60. Kickoff with Steve Rabel on the call. Sunday at 3:30 on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Hey, here's what you can look forward to when you get your windows replaced. The whole house being way warmer and a lot quieter. Dave Wyman here, and when I had finally had it with our old windows with broken seals, we called Harley Exteriors, and the guys came by, Nick and Ray, and they were incredibly friendly, professional, cool dudes, absolutely knew their stuff. And Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade. They keep heat in and noise out, plus they're truly beautiful windows. I said, you guys must use a different type of glass. And sure enough, it's their Olympic series, which is manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest. And it's exclusive to Harley Exteriors. And Harley Exteriors right now has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy one window and get the second one 40% off. No payments or interest until 2027, and you can take an additional $200 off your entire project. So call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. If you're going to do it right with Harley Exteriors. Schedule your free consultation today. Go to harleyexteriors.com.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. Are you tired of grilling in the cold and rain every winter? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the cold winter. Take advantage of off-season savings through February 15th, and you can get up to 10% off your entire project, plus 12 months with no payments and no interest. You see, most people don't consider building a deck in the winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming and designing your project so you're ready to build by spring. Planning and permits, they take a little time, so get started now. Get project ideas, browse the photos, and find all the offer details at pcfgroup.com. That's my friends online at pcfgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with People Come First.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Who did it best in 2025? Vote now for the Sports Stars and Story of the Year at seattlesports.org and help choose the winners of the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft. From collegiate champions to the standouts across our professional teams, make your choice and come celebrate Washington's biggest night out for sports on March 13th. Vote now and get tickets at seattlesports.org. We'll see you there.
The Mariners fix you need during the offseason.
Fans are on their feet and listen to this.
The Uncruise Adventures Hot Stove, Tuesday nights at 7 on Seattle Sports.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
At Bible Law Group, our team reflects the same lessons learned by our founder, James Bible, while playing for legendary Husky coach Don James. Coach James always said it's amazing what gets done when nobody claims credit. That's the philosophy we carry into every case, because your victory is what matters at Bible Law Group. When your legal problems hit biblical levels and you feel like you're stuck in a lion's den of litigation, you need a legal team that won't back down. At Bible Law, we've secured over $40 million in settlements for our clients, and we're ready to fight for you. Find us online at BibleLawGroup.com.
Do you have a car sitting around collecting dust? Well, turn that car into cash at Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Not only will they purchase your vehicle today, pay you right up front, but it gets even better because once they resell your old car, they share 50% of their profit with you. I'm here with my friend Mark Clymer from Wayscar Ford in Auburn. So, Mark, it's been a few years since you started offering this. How's it going?
I got to tell you, customers are loving it. They're getting top dollar for their vehicle up front. They're getting paid right now. And the best part is when we resell that vehicle, they're getting 50% of the profit.
That 50% has now amounted to over $1 million shared with customers. Why do you think it's working so well?
Let's face it, it's Thunderdome out there with all the auto theft, the identity theft, and the other scams going on today. Less and less people are comfortable trying to sell their car themselves. So we offer them a way to get a lot more money for their car without having to go through all the hassle of trying to sell it themselves.
And it's only at Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, in Auburn. WayscarFord.com.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
We heard a little bit from Nick Emmanwori about the ankle injury. We'll get back to some of that in the 5 o'clock hour as well. But he was just kind of explaining his actual mindset when he felt like he suffered an injury, just the feeling of, oh no, I actually had an injury happen yesterday at practice.
Yeah, it just kind of caught me off guard a little bit. Like, nobody really wants to get hurt or banged up during the Super Bowl week or any week at that. So it just kind of caught me off guard. Just a little scared, but Imogen came back and, Doc spoke, and we got a good plan to go for Sunday. So I'll be fine. I'll be good.
There we go. Do we need to talk about it anymore? Is this going to be like
Emmanwori?
Is it going to be like Sam's low bleeps?
Yeah. People are going to be, it's not going to go away. They're going to, until they see him out there running and planting and cutting, there's going to be people going, well, I don't know. I saw the video of him getting out of the car, and there was an obvious limp. It wasn't, a slight hitch in his giddy up, so to speak.
Yeah.
So I think people will worry until they are given a reason not to worry.
This morning, I asked Kurt Warner, I said, do you have obliques? Because I don't think I had them, because I never pulled one. And he said the same thing. He's like, yeah, we never talk about that. It was like, it wasn't a thing. Nobody had low bleeps.
Sweeping the dial.
We've talked a little bit about this from Mike McDonald's perspective of trying to make the week feel like it's normal, even though you have all these press conferences, you have people asking you the same things 4 days in a row, sitting there, endless media sessions. So Mike Vrabel was asked about that as well, and he outlined kind of the challenges and what they're doing to make this week, or try to make this week feel as normal as possible.
Well, I think we try to make it as normal as we possibly can, knowing that it's not going to be, and we try to stay on the same routine and try to keep the meeting times the same, the treatment times, and I think that these guys were able to work on Monday, have yesterday off. There was a lot of activity around the hotel, the meeting rooms, and guys are getting together and watching tape, and I think that's what everybody has to do to make sure that they're ready. And I think the next 48 hours will be critical for us as we kind of get back into our normal routine here of a Wednesday and Thursday, and then the families come in and just things start to ramp up.
Yeah, we all look at what are the Seahawks facing? What are they dealing with? Well, the Patriots are dealing with the same thing. They're dealing with families. They're dealing with trying to make the week seem normal and not make a bigger deal of it than it should be, or trying to keep everybody focused and treat it as a normal week. So anything we look at is sort of a challenge for the Seahawks. Right. It's a challenge for them, just the same.
Yeah, who's going to handle it better? I don't know. Does Vrabel, does he kind of come off as a meathead sometimes? A little bit? Yeah. I'll ask the Titan fan.
Yeah. At first I thought you meant Rabel, and I go, I don't know. You probably know that better.
Rabel.
You're the meathead in that bunch.
Well, no.
Rabel, total meathead.
Rabel's a meathead.
Yeah, you had the picture of him flexing and the mustache. He was pointing out that he had guns back then.
But they weren't even guns either. And he also had his hand underneath, trying to push his
Was it more of a cap gun?
Yeah.
But yes, actually, Mike Vrabel is an unquestioned meathead. I think he embraces that too. Yeah. There's his mannerisms.
Does he like Gronk?
He does, and he loves
it.
So he loves these two guys that do a podcast called Bustin' with the Boys, Taylor Lewan and Will Compton, and they used to play for the Titans when he was the Titans head coach. They're very meatheadish, and he has embraced that with them. So
they open every show with how much you benching? What'd you do? How many reps last night?
I'll show you a clip that's kind of going around about a bet that he made if the team won the Super Bowl. And it's very meatheadish. It's not something we can talk about on air, but it's something they brought up again with him this week because they're at the Super Bowl.
Very meatheadish.
Yeah.
Sweeping the dial.
Brock Purdy was here earlier today, roaming around Media Row because he's not busy. He's not playing in the game. So he was here. I'm with Pat McAfee, and Pat asked him, hey, how does it feel to have this guy, Mike McDonald, now, who's kind of running the division?
Yeah, man, obviously they're well coached. Got a lot of respect for him, what he did in Baltimore and then coming over here in Seattle. So, I think just across the board, they're sound. They don't do a lot of exotic things, but what they do, they're very well coached, and they got a really good front that can put pressure on the quarterback, stop the run, and then on top of that, they play obviously predominantly two-shell, so they take away the explosive plays downfield. So it's a really well-coached defense. It is tough, but we went in there week one, we got it done. So it's not to say all right, oh my gosh, we can't do it. Definitely can. So they're a rival, but it's gonna be fun going against them year after year.
I just saw Brock Purdy. He was over standing next to us. You see him when he was over here?
No.
He does look 12 years old.
Was he imposing?
No, he was down here with Lawrence. There was a bunch of other quarterbacks down here.
Oh, they're doing Toyota-thon.
Trevor Lawrence?
Toyota thing, yeah.
Yeah, Trevor
Lawrence
and,
is there.
and I was looking and going, oh my God, and his voice actually sounds kind of deep there, like he might have gone through puberty since the last time we saw him. But yeah, what a great quarterback. But it was kind of cool to see what he thinks about this defense.
Yeah, he's a guy that I kind of I don't know. I kind of root for, in a way, just as an individual. Certainly not the team
because of
by
his
any
story.
stretch. I just love the story of being the last guy,
It's amazing.
Mr. Irrelevant, and just if he were a linebacker, if he were a running back, I mean, if he were to come into prominence the way that he has at any position, I would embrace the story. It's just the story. It's not 49ers, any of that. But and he seems like a humble, nice guy. I mean, it's just he's kind of for me. It's easy to root for the story. I'd like him to face plant each time he plays the Seahawks, certainly. But I don't know how you don't love that story of perseverance and being Mr. Irrelevant, having that distinction and playing your way into a massive contract, and he's been to a Super Bowl. It's a hell of a story.
It's really like Kurt Warner, right?
Yeah, it is.
You know, and that's when maybe they make it into a movie at some point. I don't know, but
maybe they'll get some A-list actors for that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth watching if you kind of want to understand like what his story is, where Kurt Warner had to, what he had to do, and everybody has their challenges and everything. I had a dislocated knee. People told me I was never ever going to play again, and that I almost lost my leg and all of this stuff. So yeah, everybody's got their own little path of how they get there, and it's a pretty cool story. The other thing, Shannon, one of her best friends, my wife, Shannon, not Shannon Dreyer, she had one of her best friends is like best friends with the Purdy family.
Right.
And just the most awesome family ever, just hears great things. And so, yeah, he is a kid that's very easy to root for, no question. But unfortunately, we're going to be facing him twice a year.
Yeah, well, just, again, rooting for absolute failure in those matchups. But outside of that, hard to sports hate him. Hard to hate him. Meanwhile, we're going to get Byron Murphy's thoughts on this defense and Nicky Emmanwori's ankle injury. He's going to join us next here with Wyman and Bob on your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl at Seattle Sports on 710.
It's why we bake in the sun, out on the berm every summer at training camp. It's why we scream till it hurts. In the cold and rain, come fall and winter.
Listen to the 12th man.
It's why we're 12s. As the Seahawks look to bring the Lombardi Trophy back to Seattle, it's why there's only one voice we want to hear tell the story.
We are going to the Super Bowl.
Don't miss Steve Rabel calling the Seahawks and Patriots in Super Bowl 60, live and for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's February, and we're a month into those fitness goals and resolutions. And are you already tired of the crowded gyms and sweaty machines? Maybe you're ready to upgrade your fitness equipment in your own home. Well, I got the place and some deals for you. Hey, Brock Ewart here with my friends at Top Fitness. Right now, trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit to use for Precor, True, or Inspire treadmills. Top Fitness sells the best quality products available. Brands like Precor, True, Octane, Inspire Stairmaster, and much more. It's trade-in days at Top Fitness, and it's not too late to get in the best shape of your life. Top Fitness has the largest selection of home fitness equipment in the state of Washington, and their staff will truly show you why. It's no secret that everybody, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love their stores. Top Fitness has locations at Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. And remember, trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit today. Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Trust is everything. Earning it takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
We're all getting excited about the big game, and when it comes to football, one of the most important things to think about is snacks. Dave Wyman here, and make sure to put Daisy Sour Cream Dips on your list. Daisy Sour Cream Dips are so creamy and so flavorful that you would swear they were made from scratch. That's because they're made with ingredients you can actually find in your kitchen. No preservatives and no artificial ingredients. They're great with chips, wings, and vegetables. So look for delicious Daisy French Onion Dip and Creamy Ranch Dip at your local grocery store.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
P&D Tree Service, your local experts in tree removal. 24-hour emergency service. Fast, efficient, and safe removal of trees from your yard or neighborhood. Ever seen a tree removed by a crane? Enjoy a safe and clean yard. PNDTreeService.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
3 more days until Super Bowl 60.
And this is the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Seahawks and Patriots in the Super Bowl. KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, indicted Cleveland Guardians pitcher Emmanuel Clase is accused of throwing suspicious pitches to benefit bettors in at least 48 games over 2 years, significantly more than was initially revealed by federal prosecutors, according to a court document filed today. Federal prosecutors listed 9 games in which Clase allegedly threw rigged pitches in the indictment, unsealed in November, but teammate and alleged co-conspirator Luis Ortiz's attorney wrote in a filing that the government is accusing Clase of manipulating his performance in dozens of games. So this is far from over and getting even more and more disturbing. 48 games he's accused of rigging pitches.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This is Wyman and Bob.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco. Powered through the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Ahead of Super Bowl 60 between the Patriots and Seahawks on Seattle Sports.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Big week, Super Bowl week, Seahawks and the New England Patriots. And this defense is what everybody's going to be focused on because they have been absolutely outstanding all season. We get a chance to speak to a member of that defense. Byron Murphy is with us. How are you, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Doing great.
Hey, how's this week been going? I mean, I would imagine as a kid growing up, you were watching Super Bowls and probably saw all the interviews and the crazy questions at the podiums and just the circus atmosphere. Has it been what you expected, or is it bigger and crazier? What's your opinion so far?
I mean, it's been a great experience. I've been watching. This has been my dream since a kid. Making it to the Super Bowl. So now that I'm here, I'm just grateful to be in this moment. But man, it's been a lot. The media, the fans outside the hotel. It's it's been like a lot of distraction and everything, but just trying to block that out and just focus on the game for real.
What's the goofiest question you've been asked by the media so far?
I really ain't got no goofy questions for real. Like all my questions been normal. They've been normal.
Okay. Usually they try to get a reaction out of the players by asking you something ridiculous. So you've escaped that. How hard is it to focus and make this a regular week and not get caught up in, man, we're playing for the trophy. We're playing for the it's the biggest thing there is in the sport.
All right. Like I said, just you can't get caught up in that, but I feel like with me and my teammates, the rest of the guys, the coaches and everything, we know, like we know it was gonna be media and everything. Like we expected that, but we on a mission. We down here for one thing, that's to win a football game, and we just approaching it like another week. So, man, we locked in. We ready to go.
What's it like to hear? I mean, I'm sure you guys are hearing all the analysts out there talking about this team, and it seems like when they talk about the Seahawks, the first topic is the defense, and then even more specifically, the defensive line, and just talking about your greatness and how great you guys are at getting pressure with just 4 and all. Just hearing that and that sort of acknowledgement nationally, what's that like?
Oh, man, it feel good, man. It shows that, they're acknowledging like our hard work, that we put in, every weekend, week in, week out. We just, we just know that, we putting everybody on notice now. Like we finally, getting our respect, the respect we needed. Now, now it's time to finish it. It's time to bring the Super Bowl back to Seattle.
Is it? I don't know if it's odd. What's the feeling of knowing that you're expected to win? Most of the experts are picking you to win. Vegas, everything. You're the favorite going into this game. Is that a weird place to be?
I wouldn't say it's weird. I just try not to pay attention, to all that stuff. I'm just, we just gotta do us. They can say, we the favorites to win and all that, but we got to go out there and handle business. So.
Obviously, one of the bigger stories coming out of yesterday is your teammate, Nick Emmanwori, and everybody's worried about his ankle. I mean, first of all, the fact that it's such a big story speaks to how important he is as a rookie, which is crazy. But before I ask you about how he's doing, just tell me about what he means to this defense, what he's been able to do as a rookie.
He means a lot, man. Coming in as a young guy, as a rook, man, the way he just played this season, man, how he, playing in the playoffs, he don't look like a rookie. He don't play like a rookie. He's, I feel he played like he'd been here before, and he means a lot to this defense and to this team, man, because, we use him we use him a lot, man. We use him in many ways. He play all over the field. We put him in the box, corner, like whatever. He can play, he play everything, and having him out there on the field, man, that's a difference maker. That's a guy, DB, but look like a linebacker. 6'4", 200, probably like 220, I think, something like that. So having him out there, man, it's gonna be a key to our success.
So can you put the fans' minds at ease and say he's going to be out there? He's going to be okay.
Man, he's gonna be good, man. He's gonna be good.
He's gonna be good. That's good news. So when you look at this Patriots offense, I mean, obviously they got a young quarterback who's coming off a brilliant season. What's the biggest concern? A lot of people talk about his mobility. He's obviously very accurate throughout the regular season. What's the big challenge with the Patriots offense?
Drake May, he's a great quarterback, man. Been balling this year. Like you said, he's good. He's mobile. Good, know how to get us out the pocket. Got some wheels on them, but we just got to do a good job of collapsing the pocket. Rushing together, everybody being on the same page. That's how we know we're gonna get to him and and disrupt his timing and his passing lanes and everything like that. So we just gotta play connected and rush this one. That's all we gotta do, man. He ain't we don't play against multiple running quarterbacks this season, so we just gotta continue to do what we do.
Hey, is this
Did that Rams game get you guys prepped and ready? It feels like the Rams are the toughest matchup. I mean, just from my opinion, obviously it's an explosive offense, and you guys gave up some yards in those games against them, but you found a way to win. Is that kind of a nice test to go through before you get to this game?
Oh yeah, man, most definitely. The Rams coming in. Last time we played them, they was the number one offense in the league. So being able, to stop them guys in key moments and being able to beat them guys, that means a lot, man. That's a tough team. That's a great team over there. And I took my hats off to them guys because them guys, they come to play every time they play us. They come to play, they best ball. So they for sure gave us a lot of confidence going into this game for sure.
That O-line for the Patriots has 2 rookies on there, and it feels like at this point of the season, I don't know how long it took for you in your rookie year to feel like you weren't a rookie anymore, but do you look at that and say, all right, we want to test them, see where they're at mentally, and if the moment gets to them, or do you feel like at this point nobody's a rookie?
Yeah, we still look at them guys like rookies. They are rookies, so we for sure, going, try to go at them as much as possible, especially, when we get one-on-ones, things of that nature, and also, too, when we get single blocks in the run game. So, we're looking forward to, trying to exploit them guys.
What's your situation like for the game? Do you have a bunch of family and friends hitting you up for tickets? They're going to be out here. What's that like?
No, I don't have nobody hitting me up for tickets. I let my fiance and my mom handle that part, so I can just focus on the game, man. But I do got a good crew coming out here. My mom, my dad, my brothers, few uncles, grandmother, my daughter, my fiance's mom. So I got a good little crew.
Okay. So have you allowed yourself to kind of feel like what it would be like to be up there on the podium after the game with the confetti coming down?
Yeah, man. That's all that's been on my mind. That's all I've been really thinking about, man. Just winning that Super Bowl, and then, like you said, being on that podium, holding up that trophy, man, kissing that trophy, man. Just thinking about everything, all the emotions, that's gonna hit me, when we win this thing.
Yeah, and the other part, I feel like, especially younger players feel like, well, if you didn't get it this time, I'll be back next year. Be back. You see how hard it is to get back, man. It's a hard game to reach, as you know. So is there an urgency to, hey, man, I may never be back here. I got to make this count.
Oh, most def, man. Everybody, there's guys been playing, 12, 13 years, ain't never sniffed the Super Bowl. So for me to be, year two guy, be playing, in the Super Bowl, the biggest stage, the biggest game the biggest event in the world, man, that means a lot. So I'm for sure take full advantage of it. I won't take anything for granted. So I'm gonna go out there and leave it all out there on the field, give it my all, man.
Hey, last one before I let you go. Just for you individually this year, I mean, as a rookie, it felt like, obviously you're finding your way, getting used to the league and everything. I think you had a half a sack. This year you got 7 sacks. You're tied for the team lead with 2 other guys. What was the biggest difference? Did the game just slow down for you this year?
Yeah, that was for sure. That was the biggest thing for me, like the game, like just learning the pace of the game, and once the game slowed down, man, I feel like everything just clicked for me this year. I feel like I just needed that, that rookie year. I just needed that 1 year up under my belt. I feel like going into year 2, I was just so confident. I knew I was going to be, I knew I was going to be okay. I knew I was going to be just fine. And my confidence also too just went up, man. And also too just off season, just working on my pass rush and techniques, just things of that nature, man. So I can just come out here year two and have a breakout year and just be a great player for my team.
Well, man, it has been fun watching that defense, this team all year. We cannot wait for the game this Sunday. And more importantly, we can't wait for the parade, man. We wish you nothing but the best. Go out there and handle it, man. We're excited for you. Thanks so much for the time.
Appreciate you, man.
There you go. There's Byron Murphy, and all of our coverage this week is powered by WGU. No, I was not in a phone booth, for those of you texting in asking. Oh. It was we had to do it over Zoom. They're at another location, and that was the setup. But it's more important to hear what he had to say, not my questions.
Yeah, that's
as long as you can understand the question, we're all good.
Well, he has truly become a pro. because, and Byron was always good. He was always a good interview and everything, but you just hear how professional he sounds, and how he's playing right now, how he's handling his business. It's just, he's just a super mature, great kid, exactly what you want out of a first rounder.
What do you see that's outside of the stats? Again, rookie year, half a sack. This year, 7. So, and you don't expect big sack numbers from an interior guy. I mean, Aaron Donald was a unique individual. It's just not what you expect. What's been the biggest standout thing outside of the sack numbers? Are you just seeing him handling what's in front of him differently, the way he splits double teams? How does he stand out as compared to his rookie year to you?
Yeah, I just think that he's got a better standard this year than he did last year of when you're a rookie, you don't really know what does it take to win. What does it take to split a double team? You don't really know at that at the next level. Now he knows. And, a couple of times he'll go down, I don't want to say a couple of times, but a percentage of the time, and I didn't get out of him how often he did it, but he'll go down to a knee.
Yeah.
And, so that's something he said he always did, but I didn't see him doing it last year, and I'm wondering if maybe, he just wasn't comfortable, or, he was thinking about other things or whatever. But, yeah, he is just, I think, just coming into his own and understanding. I mean, look, I always say there's not a lot as far as assignments go, but you do have to.
Left, right, forward.
That's my joke. But, yeah, I mean, I think you do have to get lined up in the right spot, and it really matters. So, but, yeah, I think that's what's happening. And, yeah, to go from I think also the defense is just better.
Yeah.
And also you got D-Law. He has, takes away some of the pressure. And so, yeah, you look at that D-line and you go, who are we going to double team? Because we can't double all of them.
Yeah, Lawrence is, I always forget about, his addition from last year. He wasn't there last year, and he led the team in pressures this year.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think he had 11 tackles for loss. I think he's tied for fumble recoveries tied for first in the entire NFL with 3.
And if you're Murphy, how big is it to have that kind of experience around him in D-Law, Leonard Williams, and Jaron Reed?
Yeah.
To be surrounded by that trio right there, and just, I don't know if he's a guy that picks the brain and asks a bunch of questions, or if they offer it, but just to have that experience and knowledge and have your raw strength and ability that you already possess, and just, man, that just seems like what a nice avenue for him to travel.
Well, and those guys all together have over 30 years of experience. I mean, it's pretty crazy. So, but yeah, now he's able to use his strength. And you heard Jaron Reed talking about how he's strong as bleep, and they had to bleep it out and everything. But he just kept saying it over and over and over. And I think now what he sees is he's finally using that strength, and that's the thing. I think when you don't know what you're doing, your rookie year, you don't use all your best assets. You don't really get to them, and that's kind of what he's basically gotten into this year, and that's the difference.
Yeah, and man, he's been big. He's been living up to that potential of what was he, number 16 overall, I believe, 16th pick in the draft, and a guy that you get picked there, fair or not, you're expected to be an impact guy. Maybe you don't have to be a Pro Bowler every year, but you're expected to be an impact guy. And he has been that and more this year in a spot where it's hard to, I think often, it's dirty work. You don't have the stats that are glamorous. You're not popping on, on the highlight reels, so to speak, on Sports Center or anything, but the impact is huge.
I always had great relationships with those guys just because I respected them so much. So Joe Nash, Cortez Kennedy, Greg Cragen in Denver.
Jeff Bryant
was phenomenal. Jeff was more outside guy. Yeah, but
did he switch, or was he always pretty much?
I think he was our defensive end pretty much. But every once in a while he'd line up inside. But as far as the run game goes and stuff, those were the kind of guys. There's a guy named Eric Haynes. We called him Big Sexy, or he called himself that.
So you were obligated to call that?
Yeah, exactly. So, he would always wear these, suits that almost looked like pajamas, made out of silk. And somehow he pulled it off for a big guy.
Yeah.
You know, because that's a lot of material. So
some could look at it like a circus tent.
Yeah, it's kind of what it looked like. But yeah, those guys, I always respected them so much, and they make your life so much easier. And it's not, you know, like you said, it's not like you get a lot of glory. You know, you get it from your teammates and from your coaches and everything in the film room. But like, unless you happen to stumble into a sack, unless you're Aaron Donald, yeah, 7 sacks is a great number for that position.
Yeah, and you got it from 3 guys, 2 of which are inside. Even though I know Leonard Williams moves around a bunch, but you know, Uchenna, the other guy. So, you know, I'm thinking of back in the Pete Carroll era, the guy that kind of was similar to me, that didn't get a lot of glory. I mean, you loved him out here, but nationally, that was Brandon Mebane. Mebane was a problem, you know. And I remember a guy, DeMarco Farr, highlighting him when I was talking to him just off the record, just chatting with him at a game, and he's just like, "Man, you know who I love on your team? Brandon Mebane. That guy is a problem." And he was just raving about him and what he brought to the table. But again, not a glamour spot. Just statistically speaking.
Yeah. Did they play in the same range? And him?
No, DeMarco I think was done before. Maybe they overlapped his rookie year. I can't remember, but yeah, DeMarco wasn't playing when he was talking about him.
Yeah, but he appreciated his game.
Oh yeah, he was raving about him. But yeah, meanwhile, updated injury report from today. No big surprise here. Emmanwori did not practice. They're gonna, as Mike McDonald told us, told everybody, they're going to err on the side of caution. He said they're going to be over-cautious, over-careful, as he called it, with him, which makes perfect sense.
All right.
So he did not practice today. Limited was, of course, Charles Cross, dealing with the foot issue. Robbie Oots was limited with his neck issue. Everyone else who was limited yesterday was full participant today. So that's good news.
Yeah, great. I mean, it was looking a little dicey at left tackle, Bob.
Why do you keep going to right tackle?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Abe Lucas has been fine.
Lucas, yeah, but left tackle was kind of, and that's the important one, right?
Do you remember the practice squad guy we were talking about?
Logan Brown.
There you go.
Hey, how about that? Look at that.
We got down to that conversation because we were like, all right, Cross is hurt, Jones is hurt.
Well, then when
Cable Dew was hurt.
I know, and I mentioned Logan Brown to you, and you're like, who? And then
never heard of him.
I couldn't remember his name after that. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, that was kind of dicey there at right tackle, Bob.
Yeah, a rookie who's on the practice squad. Yeah, that would have been problematic situation, certainly.
Yeah. So I mean, it looks good. I mean, other than the Emmanwori thing, and it's just disturbing, I guess. It kind of like you want everything to be perfect, you know, like Michael Irvin was saying, you know, about the weather. Like the playoffs, I hate it when it gets interrupted by, you know, either weather or injuries. You know, you just want both teams at full strength. Now, obviously, you can't, you know, the way he's talking about spending the NFL's money, you know. But yeah. I'm with him, man. I totally have thought about that before, that, you know, you should have a roof on every building, so some ridiculous freak, you know, what did we have? The waterfall in the sky up in Seattle for, I mean, it was dumping rain.
Oh, yeah.
You
saw a stream coming down.
Yeah.
down the steps.
You got to be able to take that part of it out of, at least for the playoffs.
That's football weather, Dave.
Yeah. That was, I liked a lot of what Michael Irvin had to say, man. But obviously that's the case when somebody agrees with your line of thinking, but of course he's a genius.
He's a great thinker.
But yeah, I mean, I hate that. I hate when the injuries, I mean, I don't feel any satisfaction when the other team's hurt. I want both teams to be, you know, full strength. And it looks like we pretty much are, except for Charbonnet, right? Charbs is the big one. Maybe the most important one that's gotten hurt. So it's, you know, I can handle that, I guess, but I don't want to see, you know, I don't want to see Emmanwori out there limping around.
No.
You know, I went back and, you know, I was thinking about him last night, looking at him at South Carolina. I think, and I found my notes that I wrote down, because I looked at a bunch of his tape and everything. He reminded me a lot of Cam Chancellor, but with ball skills. Mm-hmm. Cam didn't have that like right away. I think he developed that as
after he signed that extension.
His career because I remember thinking that's a lot of money, and then he totally played into that contract. But yeah, he didn't quite have the ball skills that, getting interceptions and just the way he moved around the field that Nick Emmanwori has. So, and I was a little hesitant to compare him to Cam Chancellor because that's pretty,
he's a legend in this town.
Pretty steep, but that's really what it looked like to me. So yeah, it's pretty cool, and yeah, it's always cool when there's somebody that you looked at a lot and they end up taking him because yeah, he really just like exploded off the film.
Well, we've talked about Cooper Kupp's prior Super Bowl experience, but how has that helped this current group of young receivers? We're going to get into that conversation coming up next with Wyman and Bob right here on your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl at Seattle Sports on 710.
It's why we bake in the sun, out on the berm every summer at training camp. It's why we scream till it hurts. In the cold and rain, come fall and winter.
Listen to the 12th man.
It's why we're 12s. As the Seahawks look to bring the Lombardi Trophy back to Seattle, it's why there's only one voice we want to hear tell the story.
We are going to the Super Bowl.
Don't miss Steve Rabel calling the Seahawks and Patriots in Super Bowl 60, live and for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's February, and we're a month into those fitness goals and resolutions. And are you already tired of the crowded gyms and sweaty machines? Maybe you're ready to upgrade your fitness equipment in your own home. Well, I got the place and some deals for you. Hey, Brock Ewart here with my friends at Top Fitness. Right now, trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit to use for Precor, True, or Inspire treadmills. Top Fitness sells the best quality products available. Brands like Precor, True, Octane, Inspire Stairmaster, and much more. It's trade-in days at Top Fitness, and it's not too late to get in the best shape of your life. Top Fitness has the largest selection of home fitness equipment in the state of Washington, and their staff will truly show you why. It's no secret that everybody, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love their stores. Top Fitness has locations at Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. And remember, trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit today. Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
You're losing your hair, and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Home of the NFC champion Seahawks.
We are going the Super Bowl.
Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60.
Powered through the Quantum Fiber studio.
On Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and live on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We continue live from Radio Row out here in San Francisco. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. Somebody said Dave sounds like a spoiled Stanford grad. I'm not sure why that is. What did you
Why
say?
is that?
What did you say to warrant such a comment?
Was it maybe because Doug Baldwin and Richard Sherman didn't even come up and say, "Hey, you went to Stanford"?
No, it was in the last segment.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The last segment.
Talking about
Was it weather related? They calling you soft? I don't know.
Maybe.
Huh.
Spoiled Stanford grad. What's that have to do with
It's beautiful weather.
roofs on
I don't
stadiums?
Now I think Lefko's calling me soft. We weren't even
what did
near
you
the word soft.
I don't know what you said. They would call you spoiled, though.
Yeah, I don't know.
Spoiled by the weather.
Explain yourself.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe that's it. Because I want the weather just perfect. But I don't want anything interrupting. I want a perfect matchup. I mean, obviously you're going to lose guys during the season, but yeah, I don't want to see the weather hamper anything. And you saw the quarterback play; it was obvious. When you look at Drake May, I mean, he was around 50% completion percentage. He got sacked 15 times in those 3 games, and just not throwing for a lot of yards. So I just want it to be, and I'm not saying I want it to, be like a 500 yards on each side. I want it to be a good game, but yeah, I don't like it when the weather, there's times where you just can't throw the ball.
Yeah, that person just checked back in, crying about wanting good weather and no injuries.
Yeah.
Stop crying, Dave.
Was I crying?
Why are you crying so much?
I love it when people do that. That is such a funny word to use because you make yourself sound like such a little kid. Why are you crying? I think I used to say that to my brother,
I'm not crying, you're crying.
Why are you crying? Oh, you're going to cry. Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, I agree with Michael Irvin. Look, I can sometimes I think it's fun to see the field when the snow to see the snow coming down when
Regular
football's
season.
going on. That's fine, but I prefer when a game of this kind of magnitude. Yeah, I agree. I don't want it impacted by weather. I don't want it impacted by injuries. I mean, you'd love to see one team versus the other, full strength versus full strength. No excuses. You were at full strength. We were at full strength. There was no weather to contend with. let's see who's the best.
All right.
You know, and both teams have to deal with the elements. I get it. But, yeah, I think we talk about it in baseball, the idea that some of these cold weather cities with no roof and they the games are being rained out or the inclement weather or postponing games and they're rescheduled. It's just like it should be mandatory. When you build a new stadium, if you're going to be in business with the municipality out there and they're paying for a big chunk of it, then that revenue stream should not be interrupted. You should be able to play every game as scheduled. So you want to build a new stadium, make sure that footprint is big enough for a retractable roof. So it's open on days. You're not missing sunny weather, beautiful baseball weather. And when it's raining or snowing or lightning or whatever is going on, you close the roof.
Yeah. Remember we had that lightning delay in a 49er game years ago? Where it was like 40, 50 minutes or something like that. Yeah. So, I mean, that shouldn't be a part of it. Now, look, probably, I don't know, 20, 30 years from now, it's going to seem archaic that we didn't have an option of shutting, every roof on every stadium in the NFL.
You know which fan bases would fight it most?
Bills.
And?
Packers.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think they take great pride. I think it's to those fans, it's a sign of toughness. It's it's an endurance test. Those are the ones that are going to be out there shirtless when it's 27 degrees and it's dumping snow and this is football. These are real men we're playing. That kind of thing. It's just
I just think you get a crappier version of football. It's you're going to be hampered if there's tons of wind and sideways rain. I mean, you're just not going to be able to throw the ball, and so yeah. I mean, and I think it would be interesting the gamesmanship if you said during the regular season it's okay, and you could let's say there's a really prolific passing game coming to town, and you like, oh, we got some snow here. Well, we're going to keep our roof open. How about that?
Yeah, I don't know. I would prefer to see a roof on every state, a retractable roof, so that when the weather's good, you have that option. You let the sun come in. You enjoy that beautiful weather. When it's inclement weather, you close the roof.
Yeah.
The end. So that should be just mandated by pro sports leagues. You want to build a new stadium in your city? Here are the requirements.
Yeah.
That would be. I'd be on board with that. And look, you just had a Hall of Famer. You had a Hall of Famer singing that song. He was the one pounding his fists on the table saying, don't give me that nonsense about football weather. That's not football weather. That's Michael Irvin saying that.
He's a receiver.
You think if he were a lineman, he'd be like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'd probably have a different mentality.
What do you think Schlerer's take would be on that?
I think he would be on the tough guy side for sure.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, he would be like, oh, those receivers. He'd be ripping them, ripping the quarterbacks, no question.
He's the one complaining about how cold it was in Australia.
Oh, yeah.
Remember?
That's right. Yeah.
So, yeah, I think you never know with him. Meanwhile, we talked about experience. We've talked about influence of a couple guys on this roster that have Super Bowl experience, Cooper Kupp, and then Sam Darnold, who didn't play but went through the process. And Cooper Kupp talked about some of the advice he's given to the young receivers throughout this season and heading into the Super Bowl.
For all those guys, I've talked to them, as the years gone on, and I mean, the one thing rookies have to go through is just how long that first year is, and they're learning the ropes, they're learning how all this stuff works, and there's so much stuff that's being thrown at them, and they've got to handle it with grace and be able to go out there and compete still and be themselves, and even like TB has done an unbelievable job this year when he was out there with us, and I think the thing to share with them is again, I think that gratitude. Like, you guys have worked so hard to be in this moment and be in these places to be able to come here, and it doesn't change. All that work doesn't suddenly stop either. It's still a continual process of growing and pursuing what you're trying to achieve, and they've done a great job of that. And because of that, you get to go out there and you see these guys compete and run routes and make plays on the ball and all that stuff. It's pretty cool to see.
Do you think he's kind of like a proud papa out there?
Yeah.
He's been mentoring JSN and these young whippersnappers on the roster, and he's maybe feeling good about his role in their production.
Yeah, no question. I think he's going to be a coach at some point. He's always, they say he's always asking questions. He goes up and asks Mike questions, and I saw him just peppering Who was it? Yeah, it was one of the Leslie Frazier. Yeah, and he was just sitting there. It was like after hours, everybody had already eaten and everything, and he's sitting there talking to him, trying to figure out who TB is.
I know. I was thinking about that, and I was hoping you would know. No, I don't know.
You're looking through the coaching staff right there?
Yeah.
Maybe it was Tom Brady when he was there for the last 2 games. I don't know. I can't think of a TB. I looked through the coaching staff. There's no one.
Yeah, these guys, the Seahawks, that was my one criticism. They use too many nicknames.
Yeah, you got to sit there and think.
Say their,
wait,
say
who's he referring to?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he's gone on to a completely different element of the answer, and you missed it all.
Yeah, he was referring to somebody, right, that, was working on the staff in one regard or the other. So, yeah, I'm sure that Lefko and I were both like racing each other to see who could find out.
You're both on the same page.
Ask your beloved AI. Who was Cooper Kupp referring to when he said TB in a press conference answer earlier today?
Why is it Dave's beloved AI?
Yeah.
Because you always talk about it. You're like, go to the AI. I love the answers they give. Because it's easy. You don't have to scroll, yeah.
You like the AI?
Well,
it pops up right at the top of your screen.
Is it the AI? Or
for Dave, it's for Dave. For Dave, it's the AI.
Like the playmaker.
Dave, are you on the weed? Is that what's going on?
The weed, yeah. Yeah, I'll ask it in the break here. We'll see who it is.
See what kind of answer it pops up for you? That'd be great if it's an obvious one where you're like, oh, of course.
Yeah.
How did I not think of that? But
it'd be cool if you asked a stupid question, AI would come back and call you a dumbass.
Say that's like a dumb question. I'm not even going to dignify it with an answer. Dumb. Meanwhile, we'll find out if some Seahawks win a couple of big awards tonight. That's coming your way next with Wyman and Bob on your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl at Seattle Sports on 710.
We knew the foundation was strong.
Last year, everything was new.
But this?
We are going to the Super Bowl!
Doubters? What doubters?
We did not care. We've been playing dominant football all year.
Now, the stage is set to finish by claiming the ultimate prize. Seahawks, Patriots in Super Bowl 60. Kickoff with Steve Rabel on the call. Sunday at 3:30 on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. Are you tired of grilling in the cold and rain every winter? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the cold winter. Take advantage of off-season savings through February 15th, and you can get up to 10% off your entire project, plus 12 months with no payments and no interest. You see, most people don't consider building a deck in the winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming and designing your project so you're ready to build by spring. Planning and permits, they take a little time, so get started now. Get project ideas, browse the photos, and find all the offer details at pcfgroup.com. That's my friends online at pcfgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with People Come First. The Boat Show, the Boat Show, the Big Seattle Boat Show.
The Big Seattle Boat Show ends this Saturday, February 7th. It's the best time to buy, with big selection, big discounts, and big fun for everyone. It's a big deal. Presented by Sundance Yachts and Port of Seattle. Make it a date Friday evenings with Boat Show After Dark, featuring unforgettable ambiance, music, food, beer, and wine. Details and discount tickets at seattleboatshow.com.
It took us 93 years to build this reputation, but it'll take just 5 minutes to ruin it. If you think about that, you'll do things differently.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
It's the Big Game Watch Party at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Sunday, February 8th. Catch every heart-pounding moment on 3 4K TVs, including our 40-foot massive screen. Tickets at EmeraldQueen.com. Don't miss the Big Game Watch Party, February 8th, hosted by Seattle legend Lofa Tatupu at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit EmeraldQueen.com.
The only place to hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Seahawks in the Super Bowl.
Can you believe it?
Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You're 62 or older, lots of equity in your home, and you want to pull some cash out, but a refinance or HELOC, well, it means a bigger payment. And the cost of selling your home, it's insane. So what should you do? Hey, Brock Hewitt here for Tila Mortgage. You don't need to live at a lower standard than you deserve. You really got 3 options. Number 1, sell your home. 2, get a HELOC or refinance. Or 3, get a reverse mortgage. Tila has done the analysis and believes that a reverse mortgage is the most cost-effective way for seniors to get cash out of their homes without selling and having the option of no monthly mortgage payment. Too good to be true? No. Call today and let's compare. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Give them a call today. 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888 or
Insurance and property taxes are borrower's responsibility. Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. NMLS 2472046.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco.
This is Wyman and Bob.
Powered through the Quantum Fiber Studio.
On the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the game, Seattle Sports.
We are live at Radio Row here in San Francisco, site of Super Bowl 60, as you heard right there. Seahawks taking on the Patriots, and the game cannot get here soon enough, so you got things happening in the meantime, Dave, like the NFL Honors that'll be happening starting tonight just after 6 p.m., and got some Seahawks that are up for some of these awards. We'll see what they walk away with, but you got JSN, who's a Offensive Player of the Year finalist, right? You got Nick Emmanwori, who's a Defensive Rookie of the Year finalist. You've got Mike McDonald, a Coach of the Year finalist. And then you've got Clint Kubiak, Assistant Coach of the Year finalist. So
I think they should win the last 3. Defensive Rookie of the Year. I think the linebacker from Cleveland, the kid is probably going to be. He's probably going to be the one. The way that you hear them writing about him and everything, it's almost like it's a foregone conclusion. But you
linebacker.
But you look at McDonald. I mean, coming in here, 10 wins, doesn't make it to the playoffs, and then comes back the next year with 14. Pretty impressive, but, maybe Vrabel.
Or Liam Cohen.
Gets it. Yeah, Liam Cohen's done a really good job.
Jacksonville, I mean, they were 4-13, and they go to 13-4 this year. What were the Patriots last year? They were right around there. Were they a 5-win team or something like that?
I think they were the same. I think they had 4 wins.
Were they a 4-13 as well? I mean, it's look, don't need to profess my love for Mike Macdonald. We all know he's a brilliant coach, and we all love him out here. But you're massive turnaround. So he didn't have to turn anything around. He certainly built it up.
4 and 13.
That's hard. That's hard to argue again.
But is it always just that? I mean, that's what people go off of. They just go off of, okay, who had the biggest turnaround?
Yeah, and I think going from a 4-win team to a Super Bowl team.
Yeah.
How do you? I mean, I want McDonald to win, but I can't say he deserves it more than those other two.
Here's a stupid question: is this his first year in New England?
Yeah.
Vrabel?
Yeah.
See, I mean, you're right. You thought I was going to make a point for Mike Macdonald.
Well, when you said see, I was like, well, what see what? What's the point?
You're right. Yeah, I think that one probably will go that way now that I think about it. But
was Cohen there the year before when there were 4 wins?
No, this is his first year.
First year as well.
Yeah.
So
I had in our pool that we had at the office, I had the Seahawks playing the Jaguars.
Yeah.
In the Super Bowl. So
I think I had the Broncos making it.
Did you?
Yeah. And I think they might have made it if Bo Nix was there, but I don't know.
You probably had the Rams coming from the NFC side.
I did not. I had the Seahawks. I had the Seahawks winning it all. And I think I picked the Broncos. I'm pretty sure I picked the Broncos. And I mean, that was such a dreadful game anyway. But it's if you're being objective, and this is coming from a hardcore Seahawks fan, if you're being objective, I'd have to give my vote to either Vrabel or Cohen before McDonald based on where they were. They come in as first-year head coaches and have that massive of a turnaround, and one of them is getting to the Super Bowl. Yeah, the linebacker you've talked about from Cleveland,
Carson Schlesinger.
Yeah, I read the same things. I've seen highlights here and there. I'm not sitting there watching Cleveland Brown games.
Yeah.
But it feels like, as you said, those that write about it and talk about it make it sound like it's his award.
Right.
And okay, if there's that kind of consensus, then maybe he's deserving of it. But man, Nick Emmanwori he's playing 3 different spots. He's playing 3 different. He's all 3 levels. He's linebacker. He's safety. He's corner. I mean,
yeah, it's hard not to defend him and make the case for him just because of what he means. And you look at the Schlesinger kid. It's and you're right. I mean, I looked at a few of his highlights. He's got 2.5 sacks, 67 solo tackles. What else? He's got 2 picks.
How many tackles for a loss?
TFLs. I'm not seeing it. They don't have it listed the same way. But anyway, yeah. I mean, he's all over the field. And, you look at, I mean, Nick's blocked kicks, right? And then he's got an interception. He's got fumble recovery. He's got a sack. I mean, he's pretty much got everything except a pick 6. So
yeah, those numbers don't say this is an open and shut case the way some of these articles talk about him, but we'll see what happens there. But what about JSN? I mean, I think he's going up against Jonathan Taylor, who's had a ridiculous year in terms of putting up, his touchdown numbers, his yards on the ground. I think maybe he gets that nod for Offensive Player of the Year.
Is it typically receiver, or is it typically – because, whenever you think of a receiver, it's like, okay, well, there's another element here. You got to have a good quarterback. And so running back, I don't know, is always the one that kind of makes sense to me.
Yeah.
But, you look at Christian McCaffrey. I mean, that guy is so valuable to their team.
Yeah, it's this article that Lefko gave us. They're going through their picks. NFL Assistant Coach of the Year. They're calling Josh McDaniels. Let's see, Offensive Player of the Year finalists. You got Drake May. You got Puka Nacua. You got Bijan Robinson, JSN, Christian McCaffrey.
I feel like not to make the case for Puka too.
Taylor's not even in there. I thought he'd be in there. So of this group, who are you going with? I mean, Drake May had a phenomenal year. Christian McCaffrey for just his all-purpose. I know Puka Nacua is more one-dimensional, whereas McCaffrey obviously is your running back, but does a tremendous amount of damage as a receiver. Defensive Rookie of the Year finalists: Nick Emmanwori, Abdul Carter, James Pierce Jr., Schlesinger, and then Xavier Watts, safety from the Falcons. So Abdul Carter, he he got benched a couple of games.
Yeah.
Come on, get him off this
He's
list.
he's kind of a knucklehead,
Yeah.
it sounds like.
I'm sure he's obviously very talented, but he got benched for a couple of games because he couldn't show up on time.
Right. So, and, as much as Puka Nacua just roasted us, JSN has more yardage. They have the same number of touchdowns. They both only lost one.
How do they compare target-wise?
Well, targets like within 3 of each other.
Okay.
Yeah, so you got Puka Nacua, 125 receptions, 166 targets. And you look at JSN's 119 catches, so he's got 10 more catches, but 163 targets. So, and they're both, within 70 yards of each other, 75 yards as far as the yardage goes. And then JSN has a much higher average, 15.1. Nacua is like 17-15, but
so Nakua's got 10 more catches and 3 more targets, but fewer yards.
Right.
And the same number of touchdowns. So JSN's better.
Yeah. Yes, he is.
I think we solved that puzzle right there. But yeah, I don't know. The one I guess I'd be most invested in would be the Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
Because the stats you're putting out there for Schlesinger don't line up to what you get.
They don't blow your skirt up.
No.
Yeah.
Not really at all. It's still down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe I think Schlesinger, did he miss a game or two? I think he missed one game, if I recall correctly. But and I think Nick's missed 2 or 3.
Yeah.
So that might be part of it.
Well, we'll see how the voting goes. But best of luck to all of the Seahawks who are in these categories. So that's going to do it for us. I want to thank our guests today, Steve Wyche, Paul Moyer, Ahman Green, Michael Irvin, and Byron Murphy. Great show today. If you guys missed any part of those conversations, you missed a lot. So head to the podcast page at seattlesports.com. Click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture and click on that. And everything you missed is waiting for you right there. You can click subscribe. That way, if you forget, it just shows up for you. It's totally free. Just a great process. We got Seattle Sports at Night coming up, taking you from 6 to 8 p.m. So the live coverage continues here from Radio Row in San Francisco. We're going to talk to you tomorrow right here with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
This is what it's all about, right?
We are going to the Super Bowl.
The pure joy.
It's a great time to be alive for Seattle fans.
It's why we're 12s.
Super Bowl, baby, let's go!
And Sunday, when history is written in Super Bowl 60, isn't there only one voice you want to hear tell the story?
A one-hander, JSN!
Wherever you are on Sunday, listen to Steve Rabel call the Seahawks and Patriots in Super Bowl 60, live and free on the Seattle Sports app.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Luxury has arrived. It's Mike Salk here, and the all-new Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel is now open, featuring a destination spa, the expanded non-smoking space, and breathtaking views of the Cascades. You can catch every game at Hawks Peak, over 66 televisions, plus that 2,000-seat entertainment venue and exciting new dining options. Effortless style, the utmost in relaxation. You can book now at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. It's Busch Light PBR Everett at Angel of the Winds Arena, February 13th and 14th. Ready to be cowboy? Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful,
But discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber The Door Store. As we turn the corner on a new year and start planning for home projects and better weather, now is the time to come in and see all we have to offer. Our bargain barn is loaded with great deals with many exterior and interior options. And if you need your order quicker, now is the time of year to take advantage of our pre-hung and popular matchup service. Come visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline. And don't forget to check us out online at franklumber.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3 grand.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
From 30 for 30 Podcasts.
Did you say someone got shot?
Brian Pata, senior defensive lineman from Miami, gunned down.
The key to this case, it's Brian.
An hour before he died, he was on the phone arguing with somebody.
This might be a hit.
You want the truth. They just want a conviction.
Being placed under arrest.
We had a killer amongst us. Murder at the U, coming soon.
3 more days until Super Bowl 60.
And this is the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Seahawks and Patriots in the Super Bowl. KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. This is Seattle Sports at Night, powered by WGU.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco. Powered through the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Ahead of Super Bowl 60 between the Patriots and Seahawks on Seattle Sports.
It's Seattle Sports at Night.
Back at it here on this Thursday night, Seattle Sports at Night, featuring the producer crew, Mike Lefko, Maura Dooley. I'm Curtis Rogers. Guys, we're back for another edition here. We're closing up shop here at Radio Row tonight.
Does that mean we weren't invited to the NFL honors?
Well,
shoot, we missed the red carpet. I think.
I don't think we were going to get that invite. I
tried. I actually asked for if we could apply for credentials for that, and I don't know. Maybe
they laughed at us.
Maybe we weren't cool enough. Yeah, I did get when I went with John Clayton one year. I did get denied. I did apply, and I wasn't cool enough.
So that's why we're here. Otherwise, it would have been NFL honors.
I don't know if I don't know if anybody in our traveling party got to go to NFL honors, to be quite honest. But if that's going on right now, is it live somewhere or is it taped and then
fancy.
They play
You guys would have had to bring suits. I would have had to bring like a long dress.
It is at the. So I'm going to make a reference that people probably won't like unless you've seen this movie. It's at the place called like Palace of the Fine Arts. I'm sure it's well known for something else. But in the movie, The 5-Year Engagement, have you ever seen this movie with Chris Pratt, Seahawks fan, and Allison Brie and Jason Segel and Emily Blunt. So they have a quick little wedding there in that location. I'm like, oh, that looks familiar, and that's why. Underrated movie. Don't sleep on it. Go watch it. So that's where they're holding the NFL honors tonight. I'm sure it's going to be a gorgeous setting.
Wow. So if you've seen that movie, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Lefko is talking about. That's going on right now. The big story of the day, obviously, here in Seattle was Nick Emmanwori. What was his status for Sunday? Is his ankle injury worse? Is it better? What can we make of his ankle going into the Super Bowl? I think the most encouraging thing is, and the Seahawks don't normally do this, when a player is injured, they usually don't have him talk. Nick Emmanwori talked today. So I think that is a great sign for his availability heading into Sunday because, look, I think he kind of put everybody and their fears to bed and said, look, yes, I rolled my ankle. I think I'll be fine. So I want to get your guys' takes on just what is your concern level now with the Seahawks defense, knowing that it seems very likely we'll see number 3 out there on Sunday.
You, me, more? You, me, you? No, I'll go. I think you're right, and I wondered, too, if part of this is just the nature of the Super Bowl where there's so much media exposure that all these players are going to have to be up there, and that everything they were going to be asked about was probably Emmanwori. I mean, McDonald joked right when he stepped up to the podium today. He goes, oh, what are the questions going to be about? Emmanwori? Okay, so you have him up there. You kind of ease all those concerns. You let him take the brunt of the attention, and then players don't have to focus on that because it would have been somewhat distracting, I'm sure. I don't know if a limited Emmanwori affects anything. I mean, he's still going to be out there. You're going to get him prepared. It's the only game, right? It's the only game that matters. You don't have to save anything for next week. You don't have to worry about how he is in a couple of weeks. So I think he's still effective. And the Seahawks defense has shown that they have this great way of kind of amoeba-sizing, just rearranging themselves. If someone gets hurt, someone steps in, and other people kind of pick up the slack. So if he's out there, he's going to make an impact. It's not going to be like where, hey, he did miss those games early in the season. The defense was affected. But if we see him step out onto the field, yeah, you'd like a healthy one, but I'm still fully confident in what this defense can do.
Oh, yeah. From last night to how I feel today, I feel almost where I was. I mean, McDonald said he fully expects him to play. Emmanwori said he's going to be ready to go. So it's not even, to me, if this was something that was super limiting, I think we'd still be getting kind of hazy answers today. Their confidence makes me feel good that they think with treatment, he's going to be raring to go on Sunday.
Yeah, I think we saw a few of those NFL doctors on social media. I think David Chow was one of them where he kind of was like, yeah, I mean, this is pretty standard sprain. It's not a high ankle sprain. It seems like a low ankle sprain. You bring up the video of, I mean, I don't even know who took that video.
Though. I will say, David Chow, when I see his predictions, he usually tends to be right, but usually it's off of a play. He's making a prediction of what's wrong with Emmanwori by watching a video of him limping into the hotel.
I mean, don't judge someone based on how they get in or out of cars.
Yeah.
I'll just say that. So, as we've learned.
Right. I mean, sure.
You would have thought that I was a 70-year-old woman earlier this week.
In my 30s,
fall into an Uber.
In my 30s, there's a lot more grunting. If it's a sedan or a coupe or anything like that, it's going to be a little bit harder to get in because the knees just don't bend like they used to. But I have very little worry, if any, about Nick Emmanwori. I'm not Nick Emmanworried about Nick Emmanwori.
Oh.
See, there we go.
That's what we're doing this show tonight. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, breathe a collective sigh of relief.
Okay. What a good noise to make on the radio.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, we tell our girls when they're having big feelings, take 2 deep breaths. Take 2 deep breaths, and that will help you collect yourself. And I think the Seahawks fans today needed to take 2 deep breaths. They got it with McDonald's presser where he was like, we're just taking our precautions, and then Emmanwori speaking as well. So good to hear that is looking up. And then also look, we're just getting closer and closer to Super Bowl 60. I think we're at the point of the week now. At least I'm at the point of the week. I don't know about you guys, but I'm at the point of the week where I'm kind of like, I'm just ready for the game. Yeah. Like I'm kind of done with the build up. I'm ready for the game. Let's go. I know we've got one more day of Radio Row tomorrow. It's been a crazy, crazy week here in San Francisco already, but I just want to get to the game. Like let's be done with the pomp and circumstance before it. I'm so ready for it to be here.
I got bad news for you, Curtis. There's a lot more pomp and circumstance before Sunday, including Steve Wyche was on with us and Wyman and Bob, and he wanted to promote at the end that he'll be on as part of NFL Network's 8.5-hour pregame show.
Of course.
So if you don't get sick of that by the end, you have 8.5 hours to get you ready for the game. But yeah, and we know that's why. I mean, every little thing gets overanalyzed because it's a key player. It's a guy who might win Defensive Rookie of the Year. We'll find out in an hour or so. So you're going to scrutinize every single thing because I was thinking about this too. I mean, we all plan shows. I was like, well, there's not anything to talk about, because it's so hyper-focused on this one game, this one matchup, and we've had it for 2 weeks. Nothing else is going on. The whole NFL world revolves around this. So when something like that happens, so prominent player, yes, you're going to talk about it. And I feel bad that we kind of were the ones that got it all started. I mean, it's not our fault, but it happened when we were on the air last night. So then it threw everyone into chaos. So now we're taking a deep breath for everyone. So last night we made you worry. Tonight you can all breathe a sigh of relief.
Well, I know that everyone was hanging on, just waiting, because we had Kobe Bryant on the Brock and Salk show this morning.
Yeah.
And Salk was like, hey, how about Emmanwori? And he just kind of answered about how good Emmanwori is as a player. And so we were like, is he
good?
Is he just being coy? Or
yeah.
So Salk was like, no, but is he going to be okay? And he was like, oh, yeah, he's good. And so I posted that because I'm like, to me, if he thought that he might not play, he would have avoided that question and been like, oh, I don't know, I can't speak for him. Or so I thought it was good news. And then I had tons of people reacting and arguing in my mentions because some people are like, this means nothing, and some people are like, yay. Yeah. But it was, you could tell how many people were just waiting for any kind of news. So it seems like they dodged a bullet.
More doing numbers there.
There were
that tweet doing numbers.
There were a lot of people
because everyone was scared.
Right. There were a lot of people that were worried that this was going to be another Cam Chancellor Super Bowl 49 situation where he got dinged up in practice leading up to the game, and then his play in the game, maybe not to the level of Cam Chancellor in the past, but I think ultimately everything is okay. I don't think it's time to panic. I think we're good.
He did not practice today, but that was expected. Charles
I wouldn't want him
Cross was limited. Again, like he's been like that with the foot injury.
Yeah.
It's just, of course, when we're going to magnify everything and hyper scrutinize, like that's something to watch.
I think unless there is OUT next to your name on the injury report, you're playing in this game.
Yeah,
we'll
find out tomorrow.
Yeah.
Speaking of new news there, I mean, tomorrow I guess we'll have a final injury report to go off of because that's the final game status report. Should be a little bit earlier tomorrow, too. So, all right, there you go. New things to talk about tomorrow.
One guy who has appeared on the injury report for the last few weeks is Sam Darnold, obviously, but he's going to be playing through that oblique injury. He stepped to the podium earlier today to speak to the media in San Jose.
Sam, to your right over here. Paul Antunes, ESPN Brazil. Mac Jones recently said that he got a PhD in quarterbacking this year over in San Francisco, and you had a chance to work with Kyle Shanahan for a year. I'm wondering, how did that experience in San Francisco help you here in the last 2 years in your evolution as a quarterback?
Yeah, I would definitely say it helped a ton. Learning about scheme, offensive scheme, and more importantly, I think I've hit on this quite a bit talking about my time in San Francisco, but learning about defenses was huge for me to understand how we're attacking defenses, what schemes beat certain coverages. So it was just, it was a great experience for me and something that was, I think, crucial to me just growing as a player.
Sam, right here. Danielle McCartan from WFAN, New York City. Congrats from Jets Nation, first of all.
Thank you.
But we know how New York is, and when you came into the league, there was this expectation of instant gratification for that team. And looking back, how did that external force shape your early experience? And looking back, how have you evolved since then?
Yeah, I would say, first of all, I'm very internally motivated. And I understand that, and I know that, I'm going to push myself harder than any, like you said, external force could ever push me. And so that's kind of, again, that goes back to, just who I was, my parents raised me to be, and that's it. And then, yeah, it's great to be in this situation, to be playing in a Super Bowl, to be with those guys in this locker room. But I understand as well that I don't think this would be possible without the bumps that I kind of went through early on in my career.
Sam, I know you're only a few days through not all the way through the week, but just how do you, I know you went through this with the 49ers a couple years ago, but just Super Bowl week so far, how you feel like it's gone for you and for the team, and kind of your thoughts on the experience so far?
General thoughts. It's been great, man. Again, I think there were quite a few players that shared the consensus that it kind of feels like training camp again. Like we're all here in the hotel. We're able to just hang out and spend a bunch of time together, where I feel like during the course of a normal week, that doesn't necessarily happen. Yeah, we're hanging out with each other in the locker room from whenever, 6:30 in the morning to 6 at night. But to be able to actually eat snack together, like little things like that you don't get to do during the course of a season. So it's great to be with the guys again, busing to the practice facility, spending time in that locker room, busing back. So it's just, I think enjoying this moment is such a key for myself, but a lot of guys in that locker room, I know they feel the same way.
Sam, obviously there's a significant focus on the quarterback matchup in this game, and I was interested in your thoughts on what you see from Drake May, what impresses you, and also, do you in fact see yourself matching up with the opposing quarterback, their output, et cetera, or are you strictly focused on what you're seeing in front of you?
Yeah, I think it's, I don't think I'm ever competing with the other quarterback. I've never thought about it like that. I'm always competing against their defense, and just trying to do what I can do to move the ball down the field, execute, put the ball in the end zone, at the end of the day, and also protect the football. So that's always how I've thought about it. But I know Drake's such a good player. He's earned the right to be in the MVP conversation. And I know, our defense, a lot of guys on our defense feel the same way.
Hi, this is Chris Kelly from Vegas Sports Today. Congrats on all your success.
Thank you.
You really kicked it in the last couple years of your career. What have been the differences there? What have been the changes, and how have you kind of taken it to the next level?
Yeah, I think just learning from experiences, learning from those times in New York and Carolina, and then when I went to San Francisco, like being able to learn a ton from Kyle and the coaches that were there, Clint being one of them, all the players that were there, all the great players that are there still in San Francisco, just learning about their habits and learning from Brock as much as I could. So, yeah, it's basically, the short of that would be I've just learned a ton throughout my career, and every single year I do what I can to make sure that I don't get ahead of myself, and I take it one day at a time, because I feel like that mindset, has proved successful for me in every aspect of life, whether it was growing up, high school, college, and now here, on the biggest stage, I'm just continuing with that mindset.
Hi, Sam. Right here. How would you describe your connection with Jackson Smith and Jigba, and why is your duo so effective?
Yeah, I think it goes back to when we first got together, really in the spring, just continuing to talk about, certain routes and dialogue about the offense. But I think even more importantly, it's our connection off the field. Just our chemistry has grown so much, and I feel like the more that your chemistry grows off the field, it only helps you on the field. And I firmly believe that. I feel like our whole team, our whole skill group, our whole offensive line, tight ends, defense, special teams, like I feel like we've all grown together so much throughout this season. Just the love and the brotherhood that we all share together is something special, and something I've there's so much that's pretty rare, I feel like, in the NFL, and it's special to be a part of.
Sorry, right here on your left, Sam.
Yep.
We're talking from a respect of just how difficult it is to play the quarterback position, right? Does that lead to, I don't know, when you get to this stage, an extra respect for, whether it's for you, for Drake for you, that, hey, we both got to this point at the most difficult position in this game?
Yeah, there's, I feel like you'd have to ask Drake that question, but I do feel like there's some mutual respect there. I said this a couple days ago in the presser, but just, our, being able to spend a little bit of time with him at the Pro Bowl last year, and then at the Super Bowl, We've spent some time together. We became friends, and he's a great guy and a great player, and I have a ton of respect for him.
Sam, on your right. For a lot of people, you guys are idols who are playing in the Super Bowl on Sunday. Who was an idol, a man, a woman you looked up to in your life as a kid?
Yeah, I would say easy answer, my parents. Just my dad and my mom. Just about my dad, like him working the job that he had. He had to get up super early. He had to get up at like 2 or 3 in the morning, every morning, go to work, and then he got to come home around 1 or 2 p.m. every day, and he would sit on the couch for a minute, maybe take a nap, shut his eyes for a little bit, a little power nap, but and then right when I got home from school, he was so eager to just play catch with me in the front yard or the backyard, or if I had practice, he was always there. So he always kind of just found that energy, no matter what his day looked like, to spend time with me, my sister. My sister also playing club volleyball. She was probably at volleyball practice until 9 p.m. and he was always there just watching her practice and taking her back home at around 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. Like, he's just such an idol for me that way, just with his work ethic.
Hey, Sam, over here to your left.
Yeah.
Amen. When you play in a game of this magnitude, obviously, everything's under a microscope. How do you feel about you being an example or an inspiration for your story of perseverance and everything else that, people will look at you now, win or lose, just getting to this game and given everything that's unfolded? Yeah, I think at the end of the day, I try to do the best that I can every day in whatever role that is. Throughout my career, being a starter most of the time, San Francisco being a backup, doing everything I could for Brock to help him get ready for every single game, get our defense ready for every single game. So I've just always done, bless you, I've just always done, whatever I could to help the team, and not only help the team, but help my teammates, help my family, help my friends in any way that I possibly could, and just try to be a good person. I think at the end of the day, like, that's all we can all do, every single day, and that's what I aspire to do every day.
Hi, Sam. Jory Epstein with Yahoo Sports. Josh McCown is one of the few people who had a close-up view of your career early on and then much later in Minnesota. How did he help you develop as a quarterback? And in that time, did he ever mention working with Drake May in high school? One of the few people who worked with you both. Yeah, no doubt. That's a great point. Josh, he's a special person. I feel like, for him he had a great year in, I think, 2017 with the Jets. And for him to kind of see me come in as a rookie quarterback, like, he could have easily seen himself as the starter and the dude for that team to go have another great year in 2018. But he understood his role and what his role was with the franchise. And I think, that it was a huge just inspiration for me to again, just do my job every single day. Like, he taught me so many things about football, about life, seeing the kind of, father and husband that, he was and is still to this day. So I can't speak highly enough about Josh and what he meant, or what he means to me. And then last year as well in Minnesota, just coaching his butt off and doing everything that he could to help us win. He's a truly special human being.
Hey, Sam, down here on the bottom left. I'm Peyton Nelson with 10,000 Takes. We had your high school football coach on our show, and he mentioned that your senior year you got injured, but you still were able to play basketball, and that USC saw your basketball tape, and that ultimately helped, them want to pursue you because they saw your athleticism. How would you say basketball has attributed to some of your success in football? Yeah. They didn't see my tape and offer me for basketball, which, I was pretty bummed out. They were like, oh, yeah, you could make a good quarterback by seeing my basketball tape. So I don't know what I think about that. But, no, it's good, man. Just, I feel like playing multiple sports was huge for me growing up. And it was funny, I always, and this is kind of full circle moment, but, I was always in the moment. I felt like whenever I was playing football, I was like, football was my favorite sport. And I loved watching college football on Saturdays and going to practice and playing games and then watching NFL on Sundays. And then right when I transitioned into basketball, it was, all right, basketball was the main thing. And I loved watching the NBA and so on and so forth. So
I don't know. I was always caught in the moment with those kind of things, and I loved playing basketball. I always say basketball was kind of my first love, especially being close to LA, like Kobe being a huge inspiration with the way he worked and the way that he just went about his day-to-day business. So loved basketball, and I'm just grateful that USC saw that film and was able to offer me for football. So
Sam over here. You got
Gotcha.
you got a nice hat on the opening night. Will you wear the hat if you win Sunday?
What was the hat again?
The ham hat?
No, I'm just. Probably not. Yeah, probably not. I'm not gonna lie. That might have been, no offense, Guillermo, but that might have been a one and done kind of situation there. So.
Sam, you mentioned earlier about in San Francisco, working on, reading coverages and mastering those things. The Patriots and a bunch of these other really good teams really emphasize disguising coverages now, and they've really mastered that. How has your approach changed playing the quarterback position, pre-snap, and then how you see things with the way teams are mixing and matching, rolling their safeties, inverted coverages, things like that?
Yeah,
how has your approach changed?
Yeah, I think, like defenses evolve. I'm not going to go into super in depth about it, but I think Kupp did a really good dissertation earlier in training camp about coverages and how it's evolved throughout the NFL. I would not be able to explain it that well, but y'all need to go watch that at some point. It's really fascinating. But I think the biggest thing for us is just continuing to stick with, if we need to have, both, two-sided reads, or, we call them pick-a-side reads, that's great. I think a lot of guys and myself are capable of doing that. But I think just going through progressions is kind of the way to go in some aspects, especially some of these teams that want to, mix, different coverages and show you one high, go to two high, or even show you two high and play a different type of two high shell. So it's, these defensive coordinators are really smart and they're really creative kind of in the way they get to their coverages. So it's, I think it's always important for a quarterback to just understand kind of what we think might happen, what our read is, and then, if it goes to something else, not panicking and just getting through our progression. And as we like to say, listening to our feet is always huge. Thanks, guys.
That was Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold at the podium today for his Thursday press conference. All of our coverage this week is presented by WGU. When we return on Seattle Sports at Night, the Seahawks have been flying under the radar for most of this season. So have they returned to prominence on the big stage? We'll talk about that next, coming up right here on Seattle Sports Night, and your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
It's why we bake in the sun out on the berm every summer at training camp. It's why we scream till it hurts. In the cold and rain, come fall and winter.
Listen to the 12th man.
It's why we're 12s. As the Seahawks look to bring the Lombardi Trophy back to Seattle, it's why there's only one voice we want to hear tell the story.
We are going to the Super Bowl.
Don't miss Steve Rabel calling the Seahawks and Patriots in Super Bowl 60, live and for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Get ready, because it's here. The first huge public online auction of the new year from the James G. Murphy Company, and it's underway now. We're stacked and packed with a vast assortment of heavy construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and more, like 17 excavators, 6 dozers, including a 2012 John Deere 700K XLT, 4 wheel loaders, a grader, a 2021 Kenworth T270 propane delivery truck, a 2023 Volvo Auto Transporter, 6 Peterbilt 567 tractors, 6 dump trucks, forklifts, boom lifts, loaders, graders, and utility trucks. But wait, there's more, like over 100 unused gas-powered excavators, flatbed trucks, and on and on. We are on fire with gear. Preview all items Tuesday and Wednesday, February 10th and 11th at our location in Marysville. Do not miss the first huge public online auction of the new year. Check MurphyAuction.com for all details. MurphyAuction.com. MurphyAuction.com.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, a full sports book and bar, over 1,000 top-rated slots and table games, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
We're all getting excited about the big game, and when it comes to football, one of the most important things to think about is snacks. Dave Wyman here, and make sure to put Daisy Sour Cream Dips on your list. Daisy Sour Cream Dips are so creamy and so flavorful that you would swear they were made from scratch. That's because they're made with ingredients you can actually find in your kitchen. No preservatives and no artificial ingredients. They're great with chips, wings, and vegetables. So look for delicious Daisy French onion dip and creamy ranch dip at your local grocery store.
Good Dog Auto Glass.
When your windshield breaks, the national brands say their fix is safe, but the quality is light. Instead, trust Good Dog Auto Glass for the best in quality auto glass.
Don't let the insurance company bully you. When you call, we answer the phone. Visit us online and get more bang for your buck.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
And the Seahawks are going back to the Super Bowl.
Home of the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
We live here in Washington. I travel all over the state for work.
Affordable short-term rentals help us stay together and make Hazel feel at home.
Now Olympia is considering a huge tax increase on short-term rentals,
pricing us and other families out, since more than half of short-term rentals here are used by Washingtonians.
Costs on everything are going up.
Please tell legislators not to make our trips more expensive too.
Paid for by Airbnb helps our state thrive. Host PAC.
Ready for your next chapter? At Edmonds Village, discover independent living that's truly exceptional. Premium apartments, all-inclusive chef-prepared dining, and a vibrant community in beautiful Edmonds, Washington. Call to learn how to receive 2 free months of rent. It's time to say yes to more connection, more adventures, and more you. So tour today, reserve your spot, and start living fully on your terms. Call them now at 425-534-5100 to learn more.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients, participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco. Powered through the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Seattle Sports at Night.
Powered by WGU.
On the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the game, Seattle Sports.
I think one of the most frustrating things about the discourse around this Super Bowl matchup, Seahawks and Patriots, is a lot of people complaining, not in the Boston or Seattle markets about these teams, but the casual NFL observer in, I don't know, Omaha, Nebraska, saying, like, I don't know anything about these teams. Like, they're so anonymous. Like, whatever. Like, I don't – who even plays for the Patriots anymore? Who's on the Seahawks anymore? They don't have the Legion Boom anymore. And I find that to be just such a lazy way to watch the NFL, because both of these teams have been, in my estimation, the two best teams in their conferences this year for the majority of the season. And I feel like having that take is kind of lazy, because these two teams are in the Super Bowl. Like, you should be knowing about them if you're a football fan. And so I kind of wonder, like, is this Seahawks team going to then ascend beyond this, like win or lose on Sunday, to a team that I think every NFL fan has to keep in mind once the season starts next year? Because, Mike, I don't know about you, but I feel like those kinds of takes about this Seahawks team, even as close as we are to the Super Bowl, have not died down.
Yeah, I think personalities help. Big personalities. People become familiar now with someone like Devin Witherspoon if he has a big game. Moore and I were actually talking about this after the show last night, Curtis. You decided to not join us. That's
You're
okay.
right.
You know, we had some great brainstorming conversations for the show today. But
wow.
I had chili cheese fries, Lefko had salad.
The great brainstorming that happens.
Wow.
But I kind of threw out there, I was like, well, who do you think the actual biggest superstar in the Seahawks is? It's probably JSN, right? And there's no one else. Just out here today, all the Radio Row, all the sets we're looking at, everyone who's talking about anything and everything, when they think Seahawks right away. Darnold probably because of his story. That's all that they go to, because that's still the very lazy narrative. That will probably change after the Super Bowl. Hopefully it has changed. But just in terms of like big superstar and the most well-known Seahawk, I think it's JSN and maybe no one else right now. So you get everyone watching this game, and Curtis, you see your brain trying to rack up a thought and say, well, this guy, this. So, yes, chime in if you think of someone else.
Well,
I just couldn't think of anyone off the top of my head.
I still think Darnold is probably the most well-known Seahawk of anybody because of playing in New York and having been just dragged through the mud in his entire career and people giving up on him. And then last year he was one of the pleasant surprises of the league. But then, again, failed in a moment where it was his first time on a big stage, and people were like, well, see, there's Sam Darnold right there, the one that can't get it done, the one that always turns the ball over and looks horrible in those moments. And I think people have just kind of written the book on him, and I think he is the most popular Seahawk on this roster, regardless of like how good JSN has been this year.
Two, then,
yeah,
right? But yeah, to the point.
I don't know if I would use the word
well
popular. It's more
or
almost
like
more like
well-known.
notorious.
Notorious, yeah. He's very notorious in the New York
I
market.
think we were talking to Kyle Brandt from Good Morning Football this morning on the Brock and Salk show, and he was saying that the trend he noticed with the guests they've talked to is that everyone loves this defense. Like Brian Urlacher went on and was like, I would have loved to play in this defense. But he said that when people start bringing up names for the Seahawks, it's Darnold and maybe Jackson Smith and Jigba. So I find that so funny, but I think it's because of the nature of this defense where you have like 4 or 5 guys with almost an even number of sacks. You like, they don't get a ton of interceptions. Like it's such a good defense, but the work that they do is so evenly spread out that I think it makes it hard for people to like know them as household names, even though like Leonard Williams is amazing and Emmanwori starting to get there. Actually, if people are listening to all of the football greats talk right now, they're all bringing up his name.
I think one way to measure a return to prominence is obviously like what the schedule looks like next year. How many primetime games does each team have? I think that was maybe a big reason why the Seahawks didn't get as well known this season as years past, because they didn't play once during the Fox game of the week this year. Tom Brady didn't call a Seahawks game until the playoffs. They didn't play a traditional Monday night game this year. They played a 7 p.m. game the same night as Game 7 of the ALCS, which I think people were very distracted that night.
Well, and also, remember, that was supposed to be on ESPN Plus.
Yeah.
And then there's massive backlash. Like, all right, we can't
We'll
put
put
our
it on
product
ESPN 2 or
on
whatever.
ESPN
Yeah.
Plus. It's the NFL. So, yeah, they're supposed to do that. So, what? They had the one true Sunday Night Football game, and then
They had 2 Thursday night games.
2 Thursday night games. But, you know,
Well,
Amazon
a trip to the
Prime,
Super Bowl will
yeah.
change all of that.
Right. Absolutely. And I think when you see the schedule released in May, I would imagine this Seahawks team gets probably the maximum allotment of primetime games next year, just because you want to capitalize on just how hot a team is coming off of a Super Bowl run, whether they win or lose. I think this Seahawks team is close to being at that level of prominence again. Not to say that, like, the popularity of this team will match what they were during the Legion of Boom days. Like, I think that might be impossible. I don't think we'll ever see that again here in Seattle. But I do think that this team, if you don't know about them now, you will know about them.
If you don't know, you'll know.
Exactly.
I think that, like we said, Sam Darnold's already very recognizable. If he looks like a hero again in this game, then I think he takes that turn to probably being the face of the franchise and not just the guy that everyone's interested to see if he can hack it. And then I think you kind of need the coach to be well known too. And because McDonald kind of he won the chess match between McVay and Shanahan, the two guys in your division that everyone's been looking to see. Can you beat these guys that are considered gurus? And also, you know, he's a little bit endearing. That sound blew up of him describing
that helped a lot.
The like, we did not care, and then describing, actually, that moment was really awkward, and I didn't know what to do. Basically, like I didn't know, or Talladega Nights, I didn't know what to do with my hands, kind of situation. I think that, like, even if he probably. We talked about this off here. Curtis said, I don't think he wants to be the star.
Yeah.
I think McDonald, between his brilliance in game calling and just kind of his relatability, is probably going to get on a Sean McVay level of notoriety if they keep winning like this. So then if you've got a quarterback and a head coach in that position, I think the Seahawks can definitely become a much more relevant team nationally.
You know the defense is just going to get lumped together, though, like the Legion of Boom did, and still get compared to them. It'll be, well, I don't know if the dark side's going to catch on nationally. It just doesn't seem like it has that ring to it,
But
like
even though it was
LOB
the
does.
LOB, people knew Sherm, people knew Thomas, people knew Cam. I think guys like Cam and Bobby kind of got overlooked in all of that at the time.
KJ.
But they knew individual names. Hopefully, so maybe we'll get there.
So maybe
with
that
this
turns
defense.
into Emmanwori and Witherspoon.
Yeah.
I feel like those are the only outsized personalities.
It's funny you mention how recognizable that Legion Boom team was, because we all know them on a first-name basis. We don't really refer to this team of guys on a first-name basis yet.
No.
It you know, Cam, Bobby, Richard, Earl. Like, we all know who we're talking about when we say that, but like,
I know. Well, my theory was like, what are you gonna call him, Nick? And then I was thinking in my head, like, yeah, well, Cam. Yeah, that's pretty same name.
Ernest.
Yeah, that's a basic
Leonard.
name there.
Yeah.
You could get formal if you want. I saw a clip of his mom on a news station calling him Nicholas.
Emmanwori.
That sounds like when he's in trouble, probably.
Well, how about we talk to one of those guys who played on the Legion of Boom Seahawks? We're talking with Seahawks radio analyst Brian Walters, who joins us next here on Radio Row. More Seattle Sports at Night coming your way on your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl. Seattle Sports in the Seattle Sports app.
We knew the foundation was strong.
Last year, everything was new.
But this?
We are going to the Super Bowl!
Doubters? What doubters?
We did not care. We've been playing dominant football all year.
Now, the stage is set to finish by claiming the ultimate prize. Seahawks, Patriots in Super Bowl 60. Kickoff with Steve Rabel on the call. Sunday at 3:30 on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Here's what you can look forward to when you get your windows replaced. The whole house being way warmer and a lot quieter. Dave Wyman here, and when we had finally had it with our old windows with broken seals, we called Harley Exteriors. They were incredibly friendly, professional, and absolutely knew their stuff. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade. They keep heat in and noise out. Plus, they're truly gorgeous windows. I said, you guys must use a different type of glass, and sure enough, it's their Olympic Series, which is manufactured here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy one window and get the second 40% off. No payments or interest until 2027 and take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. That's harleyexteriors.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Who did it best in 2025? Vote now for the Sports Stars and Story of the Year at seattlesports.org and help choose the winners of the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft. From collegiate champions to the standouts across our professional teams, make your choice and come celebrate Washington's biggest night out for sports on March 13th. Vote now and get tickets at seattlesports.org. We'll see you there.
Home of the NFC champion Seahawks.
We are going to the Super Bowl.
Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60.
Powered through the Quantum Fiber studio.
On Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and live on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
It's Seattle Sports at Night.
Powered by WGU.
Live on Radio Row still. It is just before 7 p.m. here on Seattle Sports at Night.
You said still, like
still.
You said still, like we've been here for like 12 hours.
We're not
or
going
something.
anywhere. You can't make us leave. Nah, we're pulling an all-nighter. Curtis
Seattle
Rogers.
Sports is here to stay.
Yeah, Seattle Sports still at night. Curtis Rogers, Mike Lefko, Maura Dooley here with you, giving you some bonus coverage from Radio Row here in San Francisco. Been a really fun week here in the Bay Area. Obviously, talking to all sorts of luminaries in the football world. We're hoping to talk to Brian Walters here soon. I mean,
well, I was going to say, just yell.
Brian!
Yeah.
Is he right? He's
Be-Walt!
He was kind enough to say he would join us, but he had another.
He actually did. He yelled.
He had another interview
You just
right
startled
before
those
us.
people over there. There's some college kids that are now scarred by Curtis Rogers.
But, yeah,
He's somewhere over there.
Oh.
They're going to go back to their class and report on what they learned.
Like those
There's a loud,
over-
angry man that was
Yeah.
just yelling across an entire Radio Row.
It can't be worse than Brock demonstrating how he barked at the Sea Lions yesterday at like 6 a.m. in here this morning.
Oh, he did it on air this morning?
Yes.
Oh, of course. Well, any chance to perform. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Very
he loves
Brock
making
here.
that noise.
Yeah. He loves making a lot of guttural noises. That's kind of his thing. That's kind of his
Did he do it
brand.
3 times like he usually does?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
That's just the network broadcaster.
Sea
in
Lion
him.
call. The call of the Sea Lions.
But, yeah, we're here on Radio Row giving you some bonus coverage. Hoping to be joined by Brian Walters here in a couple of minutes. But we are getting set for Super Bowl 60. And I got to say, this Seahawks team going up against the Patriots, a lot has been made of the Seahawks defense going up against the Patriots offense. Drake May, as good as he is, that matchup is going to be a big one to watch on Sunday. But I want to look at it from the other side of the ball. How about the Seahawks offense going up against the Patriots defense? Because I think that might be where this game could be won and lost. Because I think we know what the Seahawks defense is capable of. We know what the Patriots offense is capable of. But can the Seahawks get their game going against the Patriots defense, which has been pretty good here in these playoffs?
You know, that's the one area I just don't know about. When we're talking about the relative strengths of units, and we have such an expertise about everything Seahawks, obviously, and then we like to think we know more than a national person that kind of swoops in, sees them from afar, and goes out. Now, the sample size we have of the Patriots is a lot of bad competition. And then I think what everyone else takes away from the Patriots is that recent game against the Broncos, where you're playing a backup quarterback and a guy who literally gave you the game when turning over the football. So I just don't know what to make of this Patriots defense. Yeah, we know the corners are good. We know their secondary is good. But I just don't know how it compares to the relative defenses the Seahawks played. Like, hey, they handled the Texans. Okay. Hey, they handled a decent Rams defense. It looked a little shakier, by the way, in the playoffs than it did in the regular season. But they've handled some good defenses. So I just don't see what makes the Patriots defense that much different. Famous last words if they do come out there and stymie some of the receivers for a little bit. But it just feels like the Seahawks are clicking on so many ways that they can score. And I'll use the famous matriculate the football. Yeah, that they can do that in so many ways. And I don't know how this defense really slows that down more than teams have tried to do this year.
Well, one thing I've noticed about that Patriots defense is that they tend to almost warm up as the game goes along. So I think that is a clear advantage for the Seahawks. It seems like they almost always allow like an opening score. So if you can get
Denver got that. I think it was the second drive of the game Denver scored.
I feel like when Seattle has gotten out to a lead like that, and then you can, rely on that defense and your special teams, that to me is, if they give that up, which has been an Achilles heel for them, I think the Seahawks are going to be in a really good position.
Yeah. A headline coming in.
Hey, I found Brian.
You found B-Wall?
He's going to wait until 7.
All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
A headline coming in from the NFL Honors. Coach of the Year has been named. Goes to Mike Vrabel. Patriots head coach.
Oh.
14-3 record for the Patriots. How do we feel about him being coach of the year and not Mike McDonald here in Seattle?
I mean, it almost always goes to someone who's had a bigger turnaround. And so I could see that coming. I can't be mad at it. What they did was probably more surprising than what the Seahawks being here is a bit of a surprise. The Patriots being here is like knock me down with a feather. Like, well,
they
were
pick
awful last year.
Yeah.
So I get it, but man, Mike McDonald is very deserving as well.
It's like the getting penalized for being too good. Getting punished, for being too good.
You started off
because
with 10 wins last
the
year.
Seahawks did 10 wins. So in the matter of a regular season outing, which this is a regular season award, 10-14, that's not that impressive. 4 to the other side and the number 2 seed in the AFC. I get that. I will throw my plea out there again that you should wait until after the Super Bowl and then give Coach of the Year to the winner of the Super Bowl. So it could have been Vrabel anyway. But if the Seahawks win, Mike McDonald should be Coach of the Year.
Wow.
And that's never going to happen because then it doesn't go in the whole nature of the award show and all this event and the thing that our invite got lost or else we'd be there right now. But, the best coach might get, the Coach of the Year, because that's what he won the award, might get coach circles around in the Super Bowl on Sunday.
Well, and that then does it really matter that Mike McDonald didn't win the award? But a lot of people will say that the Patriots had an easy schedule, but you also have to look at the fact that, Daniel Jeremiah came on our station and said that if you take 30 players that are playing in the Super Bowl, the top 20 of them are Seahawks. So you do have to give Mike Vrabel some credit again for making it this far with what I think we all think is a less talented roster.
The voting breakdown of the Coach of the Year, Vrabel got the most votes, 19 first-place votes, 302 points. Liam Cohen with the second most first-place votes. He had 16. McDonald came in third behind Liam Cohen, then Ben Johnson, and then Kyle Shanahan dealing with all the injuries that he dealt with in San Francisco this year. I'm not as surprised, I think, seeing Liam Cohen be up above Mike McDonald, just because Cohen, similar spot to Vrabel. Jacksonville was horrible last year. I believe they had they traded up to get the number 2 pick.
They're the same.
But
they were 4-13 also.
Yeah, but they were really bad as well. They transformed themselves into, was it a 12 or 13 win team this season?
13.
13-4 in his first season. So credit to him.
And got Trevor Lawrence playing well because a lot of people were heavily criticizing them for giving him money.
Yeah. Those critiques probably didn't quiet down after their loss in the playoffs to Buffalo, but good season for the Jags as well. So, Mike McDonald finishing third in Coach of the Year voting. When we return on Seattle Sports Night, we'll be joined by Brian Walters. That's next here on the home for the Seahawks Super Bowl run, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
We knew the foundation was strong.
Last year, everything was new.
But this?
We are going to the Super Bowl!
Doubters? What doubters?
We did not care. We've been playing dominant football all year.
Now, the stage is set to finish by claiming the ultimate prize. Seahawks, Patriots in Super Bowl 60. Kickoff with Steve Rabel on the call. Sunday at 3:30 on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Seattle thrives on innovation, and so can you with a bachelor's, master's, or certificate program from WGU's School of Business. Get your business education online on your schedule with personalized support every step of the way. Our accredited programs are built with input from industry experts and respected by employers nationwide. Are you ready to move your career forward at the speed of business? Learn more at wgu.edu.
Get ready, because it's here. The first huge public online auction of the new year from the James G. Murphy Company, and it's underway now. We're stacked and packed with a vast assortment of heavy construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and more, like 17 excavators, 6 dozers, including a 2012 John Deere 700K XLT, 4 wheel loaders, a grader, a 2021 Kenworth T270 propane delivery truck, a 2023 Volvo Auto Transporter, 6 Peterbilt 567 tractors, 6 dump trucks, forklifts, boom lifts, loaders, graders, and utility trucks. But wait, there's more, like over 100 unused gas-powered excavators, flatbed trucks, and on and on. We are on fire with gear. Preview all items Tuesday and Wednesday, February 10th and 11th at our location in Marysville. Do not miss the first huge public online auction of the new year. Check murphyauction.com for all details. murphyauction.com. murphyauction.com.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at Video Only, not online or at the club.
Video Only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
You'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. The stem cell therapy you did on my knee was a game changer. But Dr. Dan, people ask me all the time if you're seeing the same kind of success treating neck and back pain with stem cell therapy.
Great question, Brock. As you know from your experience, we've had tremendous success treating major joints like hips, knees, and shoulders, but we've also seen excellent results treating neck and lower back pain. In fact, we're the only clinic in the Seattle area offering image-guided stem cell and PRP injection therapy specifically for neck and low back pain.
How cool is that? If joint, neck, or back pain is holding you back, call Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine and find out if stem cell therapy may be right for you. Dr. Dan here is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
LifeLock, how can I help?
The IRS said I filed my return, but I haven't.
1 in 4 tax-paying Americans has paid the price of identity fraud.
What do I do?
My refund, though.
I'm freaking out.
Don't worry, I can fix this.
LifeLock fixes identity theft guaranteed and gets your money back with up to $3 million in coverage.
I'm so relieved.
No problem. I'll be with you every step of the way.
1 in 4 was a fraud-paying American. Not anymore. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
3 more days until Super Bowl 60.
And this is the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Seahawks and Patriots in the Super Bowl. KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. This is Seattle Sports at Night, powered by WGU.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco. Powered through the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Ahead of Super Bowl 60 between the Patriots and Seahawks on Seattle Sports.
It's Seattle Sports at Night.
Second hour of Seattle Sports at Night begins with an old friend, Brian Walters, Seahawks radio analyst, joining us live on Radio Row. B-Walt, is this your first Super Bowl on this side of it?
It is. It is absolutely my first. Never seen this Radio Row thing before, and I have experienced the entire thing. First off, how are you guys doing? You guys are holding it down. You guys
We're tired.
I've seen you guys all day, and I mean, you guys are working.
Did you hear Curtis? He yelled for you earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, you did?
You
Okay.
hear Curtis from the other side.
Yeah, that's true. All right, that's why he showed up shortly after.
Honestly, I think how we're doing is delirious. So if the listeners are probably like, what are they doing? Why are they yelling across? Yeah.
I like it.
I don't even know who this is anymore.
I know, right? But I am saving the best for last. Just
Perfect.
So you guys know,
Thank
because
you.
This is it.
Yeah.
No more today. I'm not going to do more tomorrow.
You hear that?
I'm going to play some golf
guys?
tomorrow.
No more.
You're going to play some golf?
I'm going to go play some golf and
Oh.
some event, some pro-am. And Saturday, I'm going to take off and get ready for the game.
Perfect.
There you go.
What's that nice course? Presidio? Is that the one?
There's
you,
a lot of, there's
you invited
a lot,
that
There's
one?
a lot of
Yeah.
nice course where I'm playing TPC Harding Park. That's where I'll be at.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have heard from one Michael Bumpus that Brian Walters is an excellent golfer.
I've heard that too. And
Maybe the best he knows.
Yeah, I think Bump is a little jealous of your skills with the stick. So I imagine
Bump's pretty good.
You'll
Bump's
be cutting
good,
it up out there. Well, what's been your impression of just the hullabaloo here at Radio Row, the craziness, just kind of being baptized in the fire that is Radio Row? It's unlike anything anybody's experienced.
It's something. It's really hard to explain what this place is.
Right.
And I
That's a
just
good way to put it.
I guess what I didn't expect is that all these major shows that you see all over, all the TV shows, they're all just on the outside with their stages, and they're all just live throughout the day, live on their shows. And I had no idea that was a thing. And then there's just places from every single outlet, people from every single outlet just trying to get the scoop, trying to just get anything and everything. And so it's pretty remarkable how they put something like this on, I think. And I always think of I don't even know what it's called. I'm going to probably embarrass myself here, but what is it? Bandwidth or radio wave? What is it? Like, how much of that is coming out of this building right now? All these radio shows throughout the day, and it's absurd, but what a time it is. It's been fun to see so many teammates walking through here, everyone, former teammates. Luke Wilson had his show here doing that. Ricardo Lockett walking around. Hauschka was here, caught up with Hasselback a little bit, Sean Alexander a little bit. Like, all these guys are here. Everyone comes in here, and it just brings all these people to the same place.
By the way, smart man, rocking the ring.
Oh yeah, can
They
we show that to the
Show
camera?
that to the camera.
Wow.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Look at that.
That is shiny.
I mean, I caught that out of the corner of my eye as he walked over. I was like, oh, and then just
There you go.
gravitated like
there's not
a
many
bird.
places you can do it.
That's
I
true.
feel
This
like
is
there's
the perfect
so many
place for it.
Occasions.
Yeah. So why not Super Bowl week at Radio Row?
Exactly. Perfect. So, okay, what's everyone asking you? Because you said you had like 30 of these today, and we are the best one, obviously. But when people sit you down, I'm sure you're doing the extreme variety of stations and people that know you well and know the Seahawks, and some that just have a passing knowledge. So what's kind of the main question when it comes to the Seahawks team?
If I were to ask you, guess, what would you
Darnold.
say? Yes.
Yeah. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
When we were talking about the prominence of this team, like, well, people just know Darnold. Like, yeah, JSN maybe is a name now, but it's just Darnold. So that's what they want to know.
It is,
Yeah.
and it's about Sam Darnold, and it's also about just how the Seahawks have kind of overcome what happened in the offseason, getting rid of Geno Smith, getting rid of DK Metcalf, and why it's such a surprise. And I just kind of tell people, it wasn't that big of a surprise. You kind of saw him. You knew the defense was going to be good. Like, that's what I usually preface it with. It's just that defense was, from second half on last year, caught fire, and you could see him getting their stride. So you knew that was going to show up this year. And then the offense, you really saw JSN during training camp. You saw what he could do. I feel like he was making one-hand catches every single day in training camp, and you just see it, and the crowd goes nuts, and you're like, oh, there's JSN again. So you knew what he would be as the number one receiver. Sam Darnold was the big question, but obviously we've seen what Sam's done all season long. So it's been fun, but it's been fun to go out there to all these little national media outlets and all that, and just kind of fight that narrative that Sam Darnold can't win the big game, and that's pretty much what it's been.
We were talking last night about so many of these guys haven't been to a Super Bowl yet, even a lot of the veterans. And just we were kind of wondering how it feels because they're doing press every day. They're getting asked a lot of the same questions. Rashid Shaheed said he's talked about his opening kickoff touchdown like 10 million times by this point. So what do you remember about that week and like how challenging it felt to try to keep it like normal?
Yeah, I felt like it was impossible to be completely normal. I mean, it really was. And because of just right when you get here on Sunday, it's just chaos all the time. Monday, the media day it's nothing. Most questions are not about football in that thing. Anything goes. I mean, I told you, I was salsa dancing with someone. And they were filming, it was
Nice.
like, what are we doing here? And you go through that, but then I feel like once Wednesday hits, it becomes a little normal. They try to seclude you a little bit more, kind of separate you from everything. I know there's a little more media responsibilities after practices and all that, and the distractions around the hotel is different because when you play on the road, you go Friday or Saturday.
Right.
And so this is completely different, just being at the hotel during a prep week, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday on your big time prep days, completely different, lots of distractions. So like Pete Carroll, we did the whole week, the week before, the bye week. We did the entire prep for the week playing against the Broncos and playing against the Patriots in those 2 Super Bowls. So because he knew the distractions were coming.
I think Darnold may have said they treated it like that last week as well.
Oh,
So
did
they may have taken that same tactic.
Probably installed later in the week, I think, because they were off a few days. I know that. And then I think they started practicing Thursday. But, yeah, it's just like that. Just make sure you kind of get ahead of the game because no matter how hard you try, you're not going to be able to get the same prep in that you would on a normal week during a Super Bowl week because of all the other things. And, some little thing, and it's awesome. It's a cool thing, but people's families coming to town. That's different. People don't always have their families going to road games and all that, but now it's just everyone's coming in. They're staying, a hotel over or whatever it is in the same hotel. And so that's a distraction, too. You got people coming in to visit. Well, I got a job to do, but I also want to kind of entertain a little bit and see these guys. It's like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that, you're not guaranteed another Super Bowl. Let's just know that. I mean, I feel for all the rookies that came in the year we lost the Super Bowl. And it's like they start their career off at a Super Bowl like, all right, we're going to get back to this.
Yeah.
And it may never come back. So I just tell guys that. Just, hey, take advantage of everything. Enjoy the opportunity. Enjoy the moments. It's not bigger than anything else, but at the same time, you're not guaranteed another one.
Was there ever a moment, maybe the last days of Super Bowl week, like the Friday or Saturday, or maybe even like Sunday morning, where you were kind of like, all right, this is a lot different. Like this is a really big deal.
You know what moment I thought was really cool was, I want to say, I can picture being there in this moment. I don't remember what we were there for. It might have been a picture day at the Cardinal Stadium at what was that stadium called? I don't remember. I think
it's State Farm Stadium.
Well, at one point, wasn't it University of Phoenix?
Yeah, I think that's what it was. But just the moments like that when you go to the stadium and we're wearing our Super Bowl jerseys, have the patch on it, and we're taking pictures, position group pictures. We're taking team pictures. We got together with all the guys with Washington ties pictures. So it was like me, Jermaine, Tom Cable. There's a couple other guys in it with Washington ties that kind of grew up or have something to do with Washington State. And you're just taking those pictures and you're like, wow, this is pretty cool. When you kind of single it out like that, realize you see the patch on that jersey, walk to the center of the field. We're videoing the logo and everything, almost getting it all out. We're getting the shock of playing in a Super Bowl stadium with all the logos around everything out of the way. So it was normal come Sunday.
What about, this is the one thing that I think people don't realize, and then it doesn't concern a lot of people, and then they realize, oh, yeah, it's a lot happening, because halftime, everyone focuses on the halftime performer, most fans and most people. And then I don't think common fans realize that halftime in the regular season is 12 minutes. It's very quick. It goes by quickly from the fan perspective. Like, oh, I'm in the bathroom, got a snack. Oh, second half, cool. Love that. From a player perspective, how different is that 30-minute halftime, and what are you actually doing in there compared to like a regular season game at halftime?
It's funny. Pete Carroll made such a big deal about the halftime. We practiced the halftime.
You did?
We did.
Wow.
We had practice. In the middle of a practice, I think maybe a couple practices, especially the week before, he would stop. We'd go in the locker room for a half hour. And we'd practice what we were going to do during the Super Bowl halftime. So we had our setup, whatever it was, meet with your position group. We would do that. And it was just a lot of just like fake and talk, but going through a game plan. We had adjustments. Okay, get together with the offense. Do that. Get together as a team. And then the one big difference that we did in a normal regular season game, playoff game, 12-minute halftime, that's all the time you have, and you're back out there. Then in the Super Bowl, we warmed up in the locker room. We went through stretch lines. We got together, and we got kind of loosened up again because the break's so much longer that if you play a whole first half of football and you go sit for 30 minutes, I mean, you're not going to be feeling very good going out for the second half. And 12 minutes doesn't give you that much time. So you kind of stay warmed up, you stay loose, but 30 minutes is a lot. So we re-loosened up and went through our stretch lines with the strength coaches and had that. So we were pretty prepared for that halftime.
That's it? Well, that's all the question.
No. There it is.
No, I mean,
Halftime.
we wanted to hear about the Super Bowl, but I also know that just like Michael Bumpus as well, but Brian Walters crunches some film from time to time. We were talking before you came on about how we're not.
Michael Bumpus watches film.
We're not sure so much. We talked a lot about the Seahawks defense versus the Patriots offense. We're not sure what to expect from this Patriots defense. I know that they've been playing better at the end of the year, but how do you think they match up with Kubiak and Darnold in the offense?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I can't wait to see what they do, because at points in the year, I think there was a stretch about 3 or 4 games, you actually saw Gonzalez ride with the best receiver, but you didn't see that all the time. And so they've mixed it up a lot. So I'll be curious right away to watch what do they do with JSN. Are they just gonna follow him the entire time, or will they do the whole double JSN and put their best corner on someone else, on Rashid or on Cooper Kupp? And I'll be very, very curious to watch that matchup, because that is the biggest matchup as far as the playmakers. Because the other part of this game that is huge is unfortunately, I have to say this, and I don't want to say it because I'm a wide receiver and I want everything to be on the outside, the skill positions, but this is the battle between the interior linemen. That's what it is. I believe that the interior linemen that have the best game, that team's going to win this game, because you go with Byron Murphy and Leonard Williams, absolute beasts up there, cause havoc, but then you look on the other side of the ball, and New England has some pretty good guys too, with Milton Williams and Christian Barmore, and those guys I think are top 5 in pressures as well throughout the league or the season. So that's where this main battle is, and we've seen what Drake May can do under pressure. 15 sacks so far in the playoff game. So that seems to be a key. And then same on the other side of the ball. I mean, any quarterback under pressure is obviously not as good as they are without pressure. So I'm going to watch that matchup for sure.
He is Seahawks radio analyst Brian Walters. You can hear him on the pre- and post-game show Sunday. It's going to be a big one. I don't know if you guys have heard. There's a whole Super Bowl to be played. B-Wall, great time with us. Have a great time on the call on Sunday, and thanks for stopping by in this very crowded Radio Row.
Anytime, guys. You guys are holding it down in here. Someone needs to be in here, and you guys are doing it now.
Yeah, thanks for shutting down the place with us. We appreciate it, man.
When we return on Seattle Sports Tonight, we'll take a look at some of the NFL honors. We get the 2026 Pro Football Hall of Fame class announced. Also, we'll take a look at some of the prop bets, because that's what you do in the shows leading up to the Super Bowl. Still more to come. This is Seattle Sports Tonight on your home for the Seahawks and the Super Bowl. Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports.
This is what it's all about, right?
We are going to the Super Bowl.
The pure joy.
It's a great time to be alive for Seattle fans.
It's why we're 12s.
Super Bowl, baby, let's go.
And Sunday, when history is written in Super Bowl 60, isn't there only one voice you want to hear tell the story?
A one-hander, JSN.
Wherever you are on Sunday, listen to Steve Rabel call the Seahawks and Patriots in Super Bowl 60, live and free on the Seattle Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Celebrate your Seattle Mariners with a trip to Arizona this spring. Come to sunny and warm Peoria to see the AL West champions get started on another great season. It's family fun for fans of all ages. Book your trip today. Get tickets at PeoriaBaseball.com.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco. Powered through the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Seattle Sports at Night.
Powered by WGU.
On the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the game, Seattle Sports.
Still to come in this hour on Seattle Sports at Night, we will hear conversations that Maura Dooley had with Stephen Hauschka and Cassius Marsh, a couple of former teammates of Brian Walters, who we just had on. Also, we will take a listen to what Louis Riddick had to say earlier today with Bump and Stacy. Really fun conversation that comes your way at 7:30. But, guys, it is NFL Honors going on right now, and we now know the 2026 Pro Football Hall of Fame class, and it's a pretty stacked class. Could have been even more stacked if Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft had gotten voted in. But the two headliners, maybe one of the best classes ever. You've got Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, and then you've got Panthers linebacker Luke Kuechly, Adam Vinatieri, and then 49ers running back Roger Craig, key part of those Bill Walsh-era teams from the 49ers dynasty in the 80s. That's a pretty strong class. Really good class, especially with Brees and Fitzgerald, both first-timers getting in. Maura, you being the Patriots fan among those of us.
I apologize.
Wow, you're just putting it right out there on the airwaves.
I try not to talk about it much, but my dad's from Boston.
Fan.
I was born into it.
Vinatieri getting in.
I already said I'm going for the Seahawks this week.
Nice.
Don't kill me.
Making sure you're not wearing a Patriots gear. Maura's wearing more Seahawks gear than anyone else on our show.
That's true. That's true. Well, I got to
No, her show. This morning, they were not.
My Simply Seattle gear.
Oh, I like that. That's a nice little
Thank
throwback look.
Brock was trying to pull his biggest Patriots fanboy today, too. So, see, he crashed some videos.
Yeah.
So.
Well, Adam Vinatieri getting in. Could have been a monumental class with Belichick, Kraft, and Vinatieri getting in. It would have almost locked in these Patriots for the Hall of Fame game, but that's not the case. Your first reaction to seeing this Hall of Fame class?
I'm not mad about any of them. I do think Roger Craig is actually, from what I was hearing about the voting process, maybe the reason that Belichick didn't get in, because some of those people were worried he was going to slip off the ballot and voted for him and thinking Belichick would just get in. But I think they're all deserving. I mean, to me, Adam Vinatieri is probably the greatest kicker of all time, at least, if nothing else, the most clutch. I mean, he sent them to the Super Bowl in the Tuck Rule game in the snow. They won their first 3 Super Bowls on field goal kicks. He went on to play with the Colts and still be really good for so long. I don't think anyone. I don't have any problem with Drew Brees and Larry Fitzgerald getting in. I think Luke Kuechly, some people thought was maybe borderline, but I mean, he was pretty dominant.
Yeah. Well, it's nuts because Luke Kuechly was in the same draft class as Bobby Wagner. Bobby Wagner still playing.
The longevity of his career is insane.
Kuechly is already in the Hall of Fame while Wagner is still playing. I know Kuechly did retire because of concussions and retired early, but still, tremendous career he had. I believe Bobby Wagner, if I'm not mistaken, is only like 60-something tackles away from like the all-time tackles record in NFL history, something ridiculous like that. So, obviously, Bobby Wagner going to be a first-ballot Hall of Famer, but what a generation of linebackers that was. Like, you had Patrick Willis, Luke Kuechly, Bobby Wagner. I mean, I think the voters got that right, getting Kuechly. And I think he was a first ballot guy too.
Kuechly's second.
Second.
Yes, which a lot of people thought he should have been first, but short career compared to some guys. I think that, you hold certain things against people, so they might have held that against him. I'm just curious. Do you think Phillip Rivers would have gotten in had he not come back to play? He was a semifinalist. I don't think he beats any of these 5 or these 4.
I thought it was okay for him to be on the ballot, but I didn't think he was going to get in first.
Yeah, I think Brees. If you're going to put a quarterback in this year, Brees was.
And that's why he was like, I'm not getting in. I'm going to come back and play.
Yeah, might as well.
Reset his clock.
He reset his clock. He's like, let's see, maybe there's a weaker class down the line there. But it's just so funny that a guy who was a semifinalist for this year's class played in an NFL game this season. Played in multiple NFL games this season. And the Seahawks
And he wasn't a kicker.
He was there in Seattle.
'Cause
Yeah,
normally you
a
see
quarterback,
kickers,
and
yeah.
actually played. He had a big impact. He played the entire game. And he was on the Hall of Fame ballot.
That is the Hall of Fame class that was announced tonight at NFL Honors. You've got Offensive Rookie of the Year, my guy Tedrow McMillan. You've got Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett, which was unanimous. I don't think anybody is going to be complaining about that. Coach of the Year goes to Mike Vrabel of the New England Patriots. Protector of the Year, the first ever Protector of the Year, goes to the best offensive lineman in the league. That one is Joe Thuney, Bears offensive lineman, which I saw a crazy stat the other day where people always like to measure, quarterback wins or whatever. But teams that Joe Thuney has played on in his career, like routinely are winning like 12, 13, 14 games because he started his career with the Patriots, then went to the Chiefs, and then this year he's with the Bears, and they make the playoffs and have their best year in a long
that was
time.
the Joe Thuney corollary,
Right.
especially when the Bears had this comeback against the Rams. Like, the Joe Thuney magic. I mean, this is the reason why. And then that got stalled out and snuffed out. But, Joe Thuney has just been ring chasing, and he keeps winning them.
I feel like the one that I really want to know is the one they're making us wait for.
Yes.
I want to know if Jackson Smith and Jigba is going to win Offensive Player of the Year.
And Defensive Rookie of the Year, right? Are they doing that soon?
Oh, yeah. Emmanwori. We want to know
And
that
Assistant
one, too.
Coach of the Year. Yeah. Do you think
Assistant Coach of the Year went to Josh
McDaniels got that.
I was too busy being enthralled by B. Walt's ring, so I've stopped paying attention to the NFL honors. I'm boycotting the NFL honors if we weren't invited, so you guys have to keep me updated. But yeah, Emmanwori and JSN. Feels like JSN, that's tough when you lump all these offensive players together. Remember the whole issue, was it last year or 2 years ago with Allen and Lamar Jackson, where one won Offensive Player of the Year and the other one won MVP. So it feels like a quarterback award.
I feel like the Offensive
both,
Player of the Year goes to the guy who it's like, well, you would have won MVP had there not been any quarterback.
Yeah, so maybe it is JSN, but I don't know. I guess there's not two quarterbacks this year that are as close contentiously. Drake May, Matt Stafford, yeah, okay, but not like Allen or Lamar Jackson, where it was creating massive debates and heated arguments about that. But I guess we'll find out probably soon.
Yeah, we've got obviously with the Super Bowl comes the weird prop bets. This is a classic sports radio segment, as they always do. I believe you can bet on the Gatorade color. Whoever gets the Gatorade bet.
Classic.
Early odds on Gatorade color have blue, orange, and lime as the three favorites, with blue slightly ahead of the other two options, purple next, followed by red, which is fruit punch. For us,
So I feel like
for us Gatorade heads out there,
I feel like they've gone clear lately. I don't know if that's like the big
Clear,
color ones are.
Clear's an interesting one because isn't that the cherry flavor Gatorade, or it's like?
But it might also be like a water concoction now. Like who knows? They're still going Gatorade anymore. It might be a
Glacier.
healthier thing. Yeah. So I think that's outdated. That's an outdated prop. I prefer the good old over/under shots of Taylor Swift, which sadly will not be a thing anymore
Right.
for the first time in 3 years. Because
Or,
everyone gets so frustrated by that.
Or the length of
the anthem one.
national anthem.
That gets you going right from the start.
Who's singing the national anthem?
Nothing more
Is
exhilarating than that.
Was it Brandi Carlile singing the
Is
national anthem?
she doing that or
I think Brock
God
said she
Bless
was doing God Bless
America?
America.
There's so many things.
He was excited about
before.
it.
There are so many things, and yes, you can just get the action rolling early. But yeah, that national anthem one, I think I like that because
Charlie Puth
It really
singing the
sums up.
national anthem.
Okay, there we go. And now I can go to sleep tonight. I was going to be worrying about that all night. But then, that anthem hits. You're like, all right, now the game is finally here. Like you were talking about, Curtis. Let's just get to the game already. Well, in some time of, all right, pregame, you're like, when's the actual game? Anthem hits, you know it's coming.
Now, does this bode well for JSN's possibility of winning Offensive Player of the Year? He won FedEx Air Player of the Year.
Yeah, isn't he up for 3 awards?
Christian McCaffrey won
So
Ground
probably
Player of the
not
Year.
then.
Drake May also. So there's a quarterback and a wide receiver Air Player of the Year, and then
come on,
Christian
FedEx, yeah.
McCaffrey gets Ground Player of the Year.
Okay.
So JSN, your Air Player of the Year for wide receiver.
Nice.
So he comes home with some hardware. Maybe he wins, I don't know, free shipping on all sorts of things, being the FedEx Air Player of the Year. I wonder if FedEx ever picks somebody that, like Arthur Smith, coaches, because did you know that Arthur Smith is the heir to the FedEx fortune?
I did not know that. What?
Yeah. His dad was the guy who founded FedEx.
Not the heir.
So Arthur Smith is he is loaded.
Wow.
Like billions of dollars.
He must really love football.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he just does it for the love of the game.
He's like, I'd like to not sleep and work 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
When I don't have to. Wow.
So just you keep that in mind for future FedEx air and ground player voting. We don't want any shenanigans on such a hallowed award. But yeah, JSN taking home the Air Player of the Year for wide receivers in that category. Still have not seen any Offensive Player of the Year results trickle in, but I'm sure we'll get those soon.
Well, last night at around this time, we got that Seahawks pool report, and we got the new information about the Emmanwori ankle injury. So that was pretty revealing. Tonight, don't worry, there's nothing as ground-shattering or just consequential as that, but I do have an important update. This is, I guess, the kind of stuff when it's your last open practice, because Friday and Saturday is completely shut down. You're still only allowed this one reporter in there, but the pool report today listed such vital information for the Seahawks as their playlist. So in case anyone's curious here, this is a quote from Mike McDonald. "I do prefer the music on Thursdays compared to Wednesdays. Thankful to Cooper Kupp on that motion. He asked for more classic rock on Thursdays, and we oblige. It was a high-energy classic rock playlist today at practice featuring Creed, Linkin Park, and Metallica." There you go. If you really want to know how the Seahawks are getting ready for Super Bowl 60.
I feel old because I grew up in Creed and Linkin Park as
that's true, me too.
Bands of that were current. So to consider them classic rock, now I feel really old.
Well, and that makes sense why Cooper Kupp was the one recommending those
Yeah,
songs.
he's
And
a
not,
millennial.
Not like one of the 20-year-olds on this team.
Oh man, we got a lot of good stuff still to come here in this 7 o'clock hour. Maura, you had a chance to speak with Stephen Hauschka and Cassius Marsh earlier today.
I ambushed them on Radio Row.
Yeah, you did.
And they were kind enough to oblige.
Nice. You did a TMZ style ambush on them.
Stephen Hauschka.
Stephen Hauschka.
I will.
What do you think about being called Radio Row?
I should let you know that Cassius Marsh, I just said, "Hi, do you have a minute to answer some questions for Seattle Sports 710?" He was like, "Anything for the Seahawks."
All right. Well, you love that. Also, Louis Riddick, he sat down with Bum and Stacy earlier today. We'll take a listen to that conversation come your way right after this on your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app.
It's why we bake in the sun, out on the berm every summer at training camp. It's why we scream till it hurts. In the cold and rain, come fall and winter.
Listen to the 12th man.
It's why we're 12s. As the Seahawks look to bring the Lombardi Trophy back to Seattle, it's why there's only one voice we want to hear tell the story.
We are going to the Super Bowl.
Don't miss Steve Rabel calling the Seahawks and Patriots in Super Bowl 60, live and for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice.
DayandNight.net.
Save $1,700 when you have Day and Night match your current furnace with a qualifying AC or heat pump.
Your furnace is lonely all by itself, but it doesn't have to be. With our Matchmaker Special, we'll match your furnace with a perfect air conditioner or heat pump to keep your furnace company and your home comfy all year round.
Match your furnace to a qualifying cooling system and save $1,700.
DayandNight.net.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY, and I want to talk to you about football. It's exciting when Seattle fans shake the earth. You can even feel that energy on your 100-inch variable refresh QLED surround sound 7.1. At 1-800-DUI-AWAY, we know that enjoying the game often involves alcohol. And the police know it too. Have fun, be responsible on game day, and pace yourself. If you feel sacked in the fourth quarter, get a designated driver to take you to your end zone. If you get carried away with too many Bloody Marys after too many Hail Marys, call for a timeout. You get the point. Be safe. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com. Watching the game in your blue and green jersey is a lot more fun than wearing an orange jumpsuit.
1-800-DUI-AWAY! Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Don't miss the Daniel Jeremiah Show, presented by Marquee Data.
I think he's been awesome.
Tuesday mornings at 8:30 with Brock and Salk.
If this is where he is right now, he could win an MVP.
Only on Seattle Sports. Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60.
Powered through the Quantum Fiber studio.
On Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and live on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
It's Seattle Sports at Night.
Powered by WGU.
So much good stuff coming from Radio Row this week on Seattle Sports. Let's take a listen to one of the best conversations we heard today. That'd be ESPN NFL analyst Louis Riddick with Bump and Stacy.
Yeah. We're joined now by ESPN's Louis Riddick. Very, very excited to have you here with us. Hi, thanks for joining us. Louis, we were just talking about, yeah, of course.
Okay, there we go.
We were just talking about John Schneider.
Yeah.
Hoping to lean on, obviously, your expertise in terms of, like, what happens in those front offices and how these teams are built. And what blows me away about Seattle is that John Schneider has done something that I truly was like, how are you supposed to do this? Which is, despite winning and not having a 1, 2, 3 overall pick, there is an upgrade in personnel. It's not just like they've out-schemed, like they have really good players. How do you do that?
Yeah, well, fun fact, when I started in personnel back in 2001, when I was working in personnel, John Schneider was the person who hired me. When he was in Washington, he was hired by Marty Schottenheimer. He only lasted 6 months until Dan Snyder fired him, which is a whole other stupid story. But I've known John a long time. How it happens is, look, John was brought up in the business by Ron Wolf during that time in Green Bay when they were building all those juggernauts up there, and they traded for Brett Favre, and you know they had some great teams. John kind of is he develops really good relationships with coaches. I was just talking about this. Scouts, GMs are as good as the communication between them and the coaching staff. Kind of going to school with those guys and saying, hey, look, truly, what are the schemes that you like to run? What are the criteria for the players, the defensive tackles, defensive ends, linebackers, secondary players? How do you want them to look? What kind of aptitude do you want them to have? What kind of personalities do you want them to have? So we can kind of like start to kind of whittle down this process to then when the season's over, we get to the Senior Bowl and we kind of bring you guys in. We have you already looking at the people that we need to have you looking at. And we can work in conjunction and go, hey, look, these are the guys who we'd want to work with. And then as the GM, you're trying to figure out, okay, well, what price do I need to pay to get these guys, whether it be in free agency or the draft, meaning the valuation part of it. John's become very good at that, being able to read draft boards, understand where he can, where he can select players, what rounds he needs to go to select players. As Jimmy Johnson used to say all the time, look, the draft is just about getting in position to get the people that you want. And you got to be able to read the market. John's done a really good job of that. And obviously he develops great relationships with his coaches, whether it be, with Mike Holmgren back in the day when he was in Green Bay, or with Pete Carroll, or now with Mike. And he's finding the kind of players that these coaches want. He's paying good prices for them because, and I hate to use that terminology, but that's kind of like the way it goes. And then the most important thing is this. Development and utilization of players is the most important part of team building. Scouts all like to think that they're geniuses. They all like to say, I discovered that guy. You didn't discover. Yeah, you did. But development and utilization is really what it's all about. And you got to give John credit for that too, because he was the one who hired Mike McDonald. He did the homework. He asked a lot of people about what is Mike McDonald going to bring to our team. What kind of coach is he? What kind of man is he? What kind of developer is he? What kind of staff is he going to build? Who are the people he's going to? Well, it looks like they nailed that too, right? Because now people are poaching his people. So it all works together. It really does all work together. It's a big, giant wheel that's all kind of interconnected. And that's why I hate when you see organizations pick and choose people to hang it on. It was the coach here. It was the GM there. It's this. It doesn't work like that, and we know it doesn't work like that. That's why I have a huge problem. Like you see Brandon Beane in Buffalo now having to defend himself over, the owner's decision to fire Sean. I spent a lot of time talking to those two people, Sean and Brandon Beane. I like them both. How Terry Pagula was able to, to say, hey, you know what? It's more Sean's fault than it is Brandon's fault. And as a matter of fact, we're going to get Brandon a promotion. How did you do that? How did you arrive at that decision? Sean coached some pretty good football teams. He didn't tell Josh Allen to fumble the football. He didn't tell, Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid to drop the pass in Kansas City when he threw. He didn't tell. I mean, come on now. But John Schneider's done a great job. And I know what kind of dude he is. I've been around him a lot. And they've hit a sweet spot, man. They really have. This football team is good. They play hard. They really love playing together. There isn't a better place really to watch a football game than up there in Seattle. And I've been there a bunch of times. I remember when I was in Washington, we came there in the playoffs in 2006, 5, 6, something like that. And I just remember standing on the field. It always is raining. It's always like kind of cloudy. But pregame is so electric.
Yeah.
It's like a nightclub in there.
Yeah.
And it's just so cool, though. And those are the days of Sherm and the Legion. And it's just, damn, it's cool, man.
Sometimes it's not raining.
No. You know what? You're right. But
like a Wednesday.
I kind of like it that way, though.
Yeah.
Because that's part of the aura, right?
Yeah.
And it's just, it's cool. Look, I went to my first Seattle Seahawks game in 1980 in Washington when Jim Zorn and Steve Largent and Jacob Green and Sam McCullough were playing against Joe Theismann and them. I was 11 years old at old RFK Stadium. So I've had a long connection with the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Because I'm a football junkie, man.
That's cool.
That's my whole life.
Yeah, we could see that, man. Definitely.
These two also.
Have you noticed anything different about, so what happened, the first time was that they hired Pete.
Yeah.
And then he hired John.
Yep.
Well, now Jody has put her, her faith into John. And, always kind of heard some stories. There was, the relationship was always awesome between Schneider and Carroll.
Uh-huh.
But you would sometimes hear, well, John wanted this guy and John wanted that guy.
Yeah.
And
there's always, it's not always harmonious. That's for sure.
Yeah.
You're not always going to agree with a coach.
But it was pretty damn good. And,
exactly.
And they did well.
That's right.
So
and it's okay. It's okay to have disagreements. You just want that to be the exception and not the norm. Usually, obviously, in the end, I don't know what ultimately happened up there. Sometimes relationships run their course. I hate using that phrase, like sometimes it's just time.
Yeah.
I guess sometimes it is. But look, I commend all the guys who are team builders and coaches in the NFL because this is a high wire act that these guys are navigating all the time. And you're dealing with type A personalities who all feel as though they invented football. You wouldn't get in that position if you weren't highly, highly confident in your football intelligence and what you believed it took to win football games. So to be able to manage those relationships for long periods of time and then have the level of success that John has had with two different coaches now, that takes a lot of skill.
Yeah.
It really does. But I think most importantly, the one thing that I do believe that, look, ultimately, though, this is a players' league. And in my time playing in the NFL, I never, when I was on the football field, was thinking about the relationship between the GM and I didn't give a shit. I didn't care about their relationship. They have done a nice job of bringing in the right guys, and there have been some really good football players who have been through Seattle. And I tip my cap to those dudes in particular, the people in the arena. Man, you guys got some dudes up there, and it's cool to watch. When you see them come out of the tunnel and you look at guys like Leonard Williams, like you just sit there and you go, damn. I want one of those. I want a bunch. I want 53 of those guys that. Because that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about, man.
Well, One, Lewis, let me say nice to meet you. And I don't know why you're not a GM yet. It drives me crazy.
You know what? If we had like a month, I would sit here and talk to you about it. There's a lot that goes into getting one of those jobs. Yeah. I'll be honest with you. I know football.
Well, let me ask you my football
question. There's just a lot of other stuff.
Because I know we got time.
There's a lot of other stuff.
I got to get my football question.
Yeah, we only have a minute.
Go ahead.
I love film. I watch film. I watch film when he played, when I played, when you played. Yeah. And I love how the game just changes when it comes to personnel, when it comes to scheme, like what type of player you're looking for. And I feel like this defense is kind of in the forefront of how they're changing, right? Smaller linebackers, you got Emmanwori at that nickel spot, whatever you want to call them. Yeah. How have you seen the biggest change, especially defense? Because they're also responding to what the offense is doing, just personnel-wise and scheme.
So back in the 90s, 80s, right, off-ball linebackers and safeties were basically two-down players that you hope you were maybe trying to hide on third down, and the passing games weren't as sophisticated to where they really exploited you the same way they can exploit you now because the game has become so horizontal. I think the game has really changed from an athletic requirement standpoint on the defensive side, that as a safety or as a Mike Will Sam backer, nickel defender, like, you have to be able to move, change direction, play the space game much differently than you needed to in the late 80s, early 90s. Like, I was just talking about this, like, on the teams that I played in Cleveland, like, all of our safeties were 6'2", 215, 220. They were Dennis Smith, Steve Atwater, Kenny Easley types.
Right.
Like, that's who I loved. I mean, I loved Kenny. Kenny was like my hero. Don Rogers, all those guys. We were just trying to come downhill and literally obliterate your face. And that's what we tried to do, right? That's what the game was. Now the game is about, you better be able to, when they get you in quarters coverage one-on-one and they're kind of getting you in the middle of the field isolated, you better be able to cover and run like Nicky Emmanwori.
Oh, I'm gonna.
Okay, because he's a freak. He's kind of like he's the avatar. Mm-hmm. As a that you better, if you're going to be this size, you better be an avatar who can run and cover. The game wasn't like that before, and yeah.
If I don't cut you three off, you're going to go endlessly. Can we keep it for 30 seconds after? Okay.
Coming up next, Maura Dooley visits with former Seahawks Cassius Marsh and Stephen Hauschka, a couple of Super Bowl champions. We take a listen to those conversations right after this on the home for the Seahawks Super Bowl run, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports.
We knew the foundation was strong.
Last year, everything was new.
But this?
We are going to the Super Bowl!
Doubters? What doubters?
We did not care. We've been playing dominant football all year.
Now, the stage is set to finish by claiming the ultimate prize. Seahawks, Patriots in Super Bowl 60. Kickoff with Steve Rabel on the call. Sunday at 3:30 on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Get ready, because it's here. The first huge public online auction of the new year from the James G. Murphy Company, and it's underway now. We're stacked and packed with a vast assortment of heavy construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and more, like 17 excavators, 6 dozers, including a 2012 John Deere 700K XLT, 4 wheel loaders, a grader, a 2021 Kenworth T270 propane delivery truck, a 2023 Volvo Auto Transporter, 6 Peterbilt 567 tractors, 6 dump trucks, forklifts, boom lifts, loaders, graders, and utility trucks. But wait, there's more, like over 100 unused gas-powered excavators, flatbed trucks, and on and on. We are on fire with gear. Preview all items Tuesday and Wednesday, February 10th and 11th at our location in Marysville. Do not miss the first huge public online auction of the new year. Check MurphyAuction.com for all details. MurphyAuction.com. MurphyAuction.com.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and I can see clearly now. It's amazing. Let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for Refractive Lens Exchange, or RLE. Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. So if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the capper. You're never going to develop a cataract. I'm somebody that needed readers in every room of the house. I needed to see the scoreboard out at ball games. I just couldn't see clearly. That has all changed thanks to RLE. Whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to point you in the right direction. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at GoldbergJones.com.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco. Powered through the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Seattle Sports at Night.
Powered by WGU.
On the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the game, Seattle Sports.
I'm here with former Seahawks Stephen Hauschka, and I wanted to talk to you because you've been doing some really cool work with the team, and it has a lot to do with some of the chemistry that they developed, I think. So can you explain for the listeners a little bit what you've been doing?
Yeah, we've been doing culture and mindset work with the organization, basically just helping John Schneider and Coach Mike bring their vision to life. We've been working with several different groups throughout, and by contract, can't really talk about the specific work we've been doing, but it's really just been to help them bring their vision to life and help with all things kind of culture and bring psychological skills kind of into the culture and the mindset of the team on a daily basis.
Yeah, I was talking to some of the people you work with, and I heard it put really well. It sounds like you're almost building a playbook for team chemistry. So I would assume that it's helpful to have someone like you involved, because the ultimate thing you need at the end of the day is the players' buy-in.
Yeah.
So explain how you guys kind of went about trying to put that all together.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's got to be trusted. It's got to be organic. It's got to fit. So, from an outside perspective, we bring these ideas, but at the end of the day, we don't know if it works until it lands in the culture. And so, a lot of times we're working with the different groups within the organization to make some of these things come to life. It's their vision, it's their ideas. We're just helping them make it clearer and helping it make them come to life. And you can see it in the way the players talk. You can see it in the way the head coach is so clear about what he's saying. Everybody in the organization is so clear about what's expected of them and how he wants things to be done. And I just back up to my player experience. I played on like 7 or 8 different teams during my times, and the reason I got into this work in the first place is because it was so tangible to me, the difference between a good culture and a bad culture. And when I walked into a good culture, and I thought Coach Carroll's culture early, in 2011, 2012, when I started with the Seahawks, I walked in and I felt an immediate difference. And guys were thinking a certain way, they were talking a certain way, and it was like super positive and enthusiastic, and I felt all that as a player, and I was like, wait a second, like I can believe in myself, like I can be excited, I can be optimistic, and I started to embody some of those same things that everybody else was talking about, and like it made me a better player. And I realized, gosh, if this is making me a better player, and it's just because of the culture and the environment that I'm in, I realized, okay, this is like really a competitive advantage. And so when I was done playing football, I realized, okay, teams need help with this. They need a third eye on everything. They need another perspective. They need people that are intentionally trying to build things rather than leave it to chance. Like, be intentional about it and build it the right way. And so that's just kind of the journey we've been on and trying to help the teams in our unique way.
That's pretty cool, and I do think it's impressive that Mike Macdonald has definitely established his own identity and culture with that team and the work you guys have done together. But there is a through line with you saying that Michael Gervais, the sports psychologist that had worked with Carroll, is working with you guys on this as well. Is there a through line that you can see, even though they are their own unique cultures and identities?
Well, I think first off, the Seahawks organization is, one of the best organizations for a reason. They invest in things like this. They're thoughtful. They build trust. They build relationships, and they know the way things need to look. And when it doesn't look that way, they bring in the help. They bring in the resources to make it look the way they want. So, they're an incredible organization. It starts with John up front and in the front office, and then Coach Mike he's new to it, but he's incredible too. He's so authentic. He's got this vision. He's got an incredible football mind, and he knows how to explain and teach what he's looking for. And then the player leadership too. Let's not forget them. They've really taken everything Coach has said and made it their own. And they talk in a specific language. They it's a common set of language that everybody knows. Hey, this is what we're all about, and it's kind of the rule manual, or like the instruction manual for how to operate in the building as a player or as a staff member. And it makes everything so much cleaner. And when all that stuff points towards things that improve performance, like it really starts to build on itself.
We've noticed that there's a collective messaging that comes from all the interviews that we do, and it seems to have really made a difference. This team seems really focused. I would assume that would help because so many of the guys on this team, even some of the veterans, it's their first Super Bowl.
Yeah, and it's a lot of guys first, but at the same time, it's a very experienced group. They've been in pressure moments, they've been in pressure situations, and they have a really great process that they know how to do, like regardless of the game. And so have the utmost trust in these guys.
I think we've seen that all season with the resilience that they've shown. Like, they're just never out of the game. I mean, they're ahead in a lot of the games, but they're never out of it even if something goes wrong. So the work that you guys have done seems amazing. I can't let you go, though, without asking you what you think of the actual matchup.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I haven't ever predicted games. I obviously deeply want the Seahawks to win this game, especially having played against the Patriots a handful of years ago and coming up on the
with the Bills.
No, with the Seahawks.
Oh, yeah.
And losing at the 1 yard line. In many ways, it would feel extra nice to win this one for that reason. So
a little bit healing.
Yeah, we'll see. But I think at the end of the day, I'm super excited for this group. I trust in what they're doing, and I know they're in good hands with Coach. And the organization. Like, once again, just kudos to them for knowing what they want and understanding that it takes people outside the building sometimes to help build that.
Yeah, John Schneider earning a well-deserved Executive of the Year, yes. And Mike Macdonald deserves to be in that conversation for Coach of the Year as well. One more thing, we didn't really talk about kicking. Jason Myers is having a spectacular season too. What do you think of what he's done this year?
Yeah, he's incredible. He beat my kicking record earlier this year, but I congratulate. I was the first to congratulate him. I really honor how much went into that. I know for myself, all the hours, all the practice, all the training. It's an accomplishment, and he should be proud of that. And yeah, I'm excited for him. I really hope for the best for him for the future too, and I hope he's here with the Seahawks a long time.
All right, I know you have to go catch up with a former Seahawk as well, and Luke Wilson, so we'll let you go, but thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, I am here live from Radio Row with former Seahawk Cassius Marsh. I guess former Patriot too. How are you feeling about this game?
Yeah, I'm excited to watch the game. I really enjoyed watching both teams play this season. Both very impressive seasons and teams, well coached. But I'm definitely looking forward to seeing the matchup in the trenches, man. I really would love watching those Seattle Seahawks D-line boys. Like, they got a nice squad over there. Really, really talented team, so I'm excited to watch.
Yeah, I produced the Brock and Salk show, and we talked to Kyle Brandt this morning. He was saying that they were interviewing Brian Urlacher, and he was going on and on about how he would have loved to play in this defense. I see you nodding your head. You feel the same way?
Yeah, of course. I mean, when the D-line is really deep and there's no like fall off when the second group comes in, man, it makes such a huge difference. And the reason why Brian loves it so much is because he knows he's not taking on any blockers. Those guys up front are holding up multiple players, and you got Leonard making play. Like, they just have so many playmakers on the D-line, man. I actually have Leonard Williams picked to be the Super Bowl MVP. He's going to have 2 sack fumbles, similar to how Von Miller had the 2 sack fumbles that one win for a touchdown.
I sure hope so, because I feel like he doesn't get enough credit nationally. Like, he's such an incredible player. We keep trying to talk him up as much as we can, but he deserves a lot of credit. Who else would you say is underrated in what they do for this defense? Because so many guys contribute. That's what's so special about it.
Yeah, I would say Jaron Reed is super. I mean, he's been a vet in the league for a long time. He was a young guy when I was there, and he's an amazing player, and he really holds it down in the middle there. And I think stopping the run is such a vital part to being able to do everything else, and he's a big part of that. Ernest Jones, I know he gets a lot of credit. He had a great season this year, but I think he's incredible. And then the safety, I forget his name. I think he's a young player. That defense has a lot of good young players, which is really fun to watch. But I mean, they're number 1 defense in the league, so I don't know how underrated they really are.
You, on the Patriots side of things, I feel like we're hearing from a lot of people that they're expecting a blowout. Do you feel like maybe they're disrespecting at least the Patriots defense a little bit there?
I think that the Patriots they have a good defense. They play really good special teams, and I think Drake May is and will be a superstar in this league going forward. But I definitely foresee it being a very firm victory for the Seahawks. They're both great teams, so we'll see. But I don't know about a blowout. We've only seen so many of those. I guess the last time there was a Super Bowl blowout was the Seattle Seahawks.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Have you been around any? I guess you still have. Jaron Reed was a teammate of yours, right? Have you been around any of these new guys much?
No, I haven't had the chance to go up and visit, but I'm actually planning on officially retiring as a Seahawk this offseason, so hopefully I get to go meet some of the new young guys. But like I said, I've really enjoyed watching them play, and it's cool to see Jaron. I don't know how many other guys are on the team that were there back in the day. I think pretty much no one at this point.
That's the only one that comes to mind for me, yeah.
I don't think of anybody else, so yeah. But yeah.
Nice. Have you met Coach McDonald at all, or know anyone that has played or been around him?
Nope, no familiarity with the coaching staff, but obviously they're doing a great job. And yeah, I mean, like I said, I just have had a lot of fun watching them play ball this year, which has been cool for me. So.
What are you up to these days? We haven't heard from you in a while.
So I own a trading card shop called Cash Cards Unlimited. We sell Magic, Pokemon, sports cards, live on TikTok on 3 different channels, and we have a website that we ship all over the country. So I've been building that business for the last 5, going on 6 years. And then I also have a skincare product. It's a company called Everganics that I recently started. So just entrepreneurship.
Nice. Keep them busy. I like it. Are you heading to the game on Sunday?
I am not going to the game. I prefer to watch football on TV, honestly. I like that the angles are way better. You get to see the game from a much better view.
I'm with you on that. It's difficult otherwise. Well, do you want to give us a quick prediction?
I got Seahawks, obviously. I think I got Seahawks 35-21.
Great. I love it. Thank you so much.
That's going to do it for us here on this Thursday night. I want to thank my co-hosts, Moyer Dooley and Mike Lefko. I'm Curtis Rogers. This has been Seattle Sports at Night. We're back with you at 6 a.m. tomorrow, our last day on Radio Row, as we get you set for the Seahawks and Patriots in Super Bowl 60. This has been Seattle Sports at Night on your home for the Seahawks Super Bowl run. Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app.
We knew the foundation was strong.
Last year, everything was new.
But this?
We are going to the Super Bowl!
Doubters? What doubters?
We did not care. We've been playing dominant football all year.
Now, the stage is set to finish by claiming the ultimate prize. Seahawks, Patriots in Super Bowl 60. Kickoff with Steve Rabel on the call. Sunday at 3:30 on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss. It's a new year and a perfect time to make the changes you've been dreaming of. Don't let those old habits and frustrations hold you back any longer. Our proven program gives you dedicated health coaches, ongoing support, real accountability, and a step-by-step detailed plan to help you lose 20 to 30 pounds in just a couple months with no drugs, shots, exercise, or fake food. Imagine more energy, better health, losing fat, fitting perfectly into your favorite clothes, and being down 20 or more pounds by March. Remove the stress of trying to do this on your own and book your free consultation at EastsideWeightLossClinic.com.
Use February 8th as your little cheat day. Start with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic between now and the big game, and then use February 8th as your cheat day to get back to it. It's Mike Salk here, and I lost 35 pounds with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. I know you can too.
Join the 4,000 clients who we've helped lose 20 to 30 pounds in 60 days. Our remote programs allow you to lose weight from anywhere you live. Schedule your free